Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes. I will now continue the unfinished story. That it and I was her words sounded like they were being pressed through a laundry mangle. Come on. Let's get you inside. I'll take her. The man with his hand on Mercy volunteered. And Hart wished there were dragons in Tanria, so that he could chop off this incompetent asshole's arm and feed it to one of them. No. I'll take her. You do your job. The man shrank away, leaving Hart free to usher Mercy home. You're going to have to file a report. Marshal. The sheriff called after him. I'll be down after I see to a miss. Birdsall. He didn't wait for permission to escort her to the front door of Birdsall Son, which was blessedly unlocked. He got her into the lobby and deposited her into one of the armchairs. Leonard hopped off the neighboring chair and leaped onto her lap. Mr. Birdsall, Hart hollered as he pushed the dog to the floor. Roy Birdsall stuck his head out of the office, his glasses propped perplexingly on top of his eyebrows, and Mercy burst into tears at the sight of him. Hart nearly dropped to his knees to comfort her, but then he remembered that he had no right to do any such thing, and Roy beat him to the punch anyway, his knees popping as he knelt beside his daughter. Muffin, what happened? Not wanting to be an interloper, Hart made his way to the kitchenette and made himself useful. He could hear Mercy spilling the whole story in a sob-filled storm to her father as he put on the kettle and dug through the well-ordered cabinets. He found a mug, a tin of black tea, a jar of honey, and a bowl of lemons. Leave it to Mercy to keep lemons on hand in case a squeeze in a cup of tea or a glass of water might bring someone comfort. He could not erase the image of her standing on the curb, her lemon-yellow skirt fluttering in the wind as he fired the second shot the moment he thought he had already failed. The kettle began to whistle. Pull it together, he told himself, gripping the edge of the countertop. When he was steady enough to take the kettle off the hob, he poured the steaming water over a tea bag, after which he stuck his head into the lobby, directing his gaze at Roy. Birdsall, got any whiskey? Roy glanced guiltily at his daughter before answering. My desk in the office. Bottom drawer. At the back. Hart's hands wouldn't stop shaking. Thank God he had something useful to occupy them. He found the illicit whiskey bottle and poured a healthy dollop into the steaming cup of tea and honey and lemon juice in the kitchenette. Bill's recipe for medicine. Hart was tempted to pour 2 or 3 fingers of whiskey for himself, but thought better of it. Mercy was the one who needed comfort right now, not him. He brought the cup into the lobby and helped Mercy to wrap her fingers around the handle, making sure she had a good hold on it before he let go. Drink up, but take it slow, he advised her, his voice alien and calm, mismatching the cyclone inside him. Oh, she cheeped in surprise after the first drink. Hart watched the color seep back into her cheeks and lips with each sip, but then he had to resign himself to the fact that he no longer had a legitimate reason to stay. He would have to come clean about the letters another time. I'll get out of your hair. You're all right. Honestly, I'm not sure, Mercy answered weakly. For the first time in over 4 years, Hart saw something other than hate in her eyes, which made his chest bloat with a painful yet oddly pleasant ache. You will be, he assured her, and he left before Roy felt the need to creak to his feet or shake his hand. Hart felt jittery as he headed for City Hall to find the sheriff's office. He needed to file a report about the Drudge incident, but every stride that took him away from Mercy felt like a step in the wrong direction. There was nothing for it, however, so 10 minutes later, he sat across from Sheriff Connolly at a dingy-up metal desk, jiggling his feet, wishing he could be alone with his thoughts for a few minutes. He answered the sheriff's thorough questions and was unspeakably relieved when the man finally set down his pen and said, I think I've got all I need. Marshal, I'll be in touch if I have more questions for you. Hart practically shouted thank you as he leaped to his feet to escape. The sheriff got to his feet, too, and shook Hart's hand, but he didn't let go right away. How do you like marshalling? It's a living. Hart glanced down at the handshake that would not end. Is it a living? Because it seems to me there's a lot of dying involved. The sheriff released his hand, and when he spoke again, his tone was casual and chatty. Around here, we deal with petty theft, grievances, public safety, that kind of thing. But our primary focus is on service to the community. We work reasonable hours. Our deputies go home at the end of their shifts and spend time with their friends and family. Don't suppose you'd consider a move from federal to local law enforcement. So this was recruitment. It felt strange to be courted, but at least it was a welcome distraction from the confusion and fluster of his heart. Hadn't crossed my mind, Hart said. Your experience would be welcome here. And you could do a lot worse than settling down in a place like Eternity. You think about that? The sheriff slapped Hart on the shoulder in friendly dismissal. I will. Thank you. By the time Hart stepped out into the glaring sunlight, his boots clomping on the boardwalk, he didn't know which way he should be heading. The fact that another drudge had escaped Tanria, probably through a pirated portal, should have inspired him to return to the station to investigate. Plus he needed to get ready for work in the morning. But he badly wanted to see Mercy before he left. Wanted to talk to her one more time. Wanted to make sure she was okay. And as he read the banner advertising the Founders' Day celebration, he was pretty sure he knew where he could find her tonight. A sudden wave of nausea overtook him. He turned and stumbled through the city hall lobby again and careened into the men's room. The faucet handle squeaked as he turned on the tap. He cupped his hands under the stream and splashed cold water on his face until the nausea subsided. And he turned off the tap with another rusty squeal. The hand towel he clutched to his face smelled faintly of bleach, but he kept it there longer than was necessary, because he already knew what he would see in his reflection in the mirror over the sink. He hung the towel on its peg anyway and looked himself in the eye. There it was. A truth so evident that it may as well have been painted on his forehead in red letters. He was helplessly, boundlessly, stupidly in love with Mercy Birdsall. Chapter 21. A near-death experience was all it took to make Mercy's family forgive her for keeping secrets. As Zeddy illustrated when he tackled his sister on her settee. Get off her, you oaf, Lillian scolded him, only to crush Mercy herself as soon as she'd shoved their brother onto the floor. I think they're glad you're alive, said Donnie, eating a slice of the coconut cake that Zeddy had brought over. I won't be alive for much longer if Lil doesn't get her pregnant butt off me. Is that a fat joke? Rude. Normally, the Birdsall family would gather at Pop's house for a special occasion such as a celebration of the fact that Mercy had not been murdered by a drudge, but today everyone came to Mercy, crowding into her apartment like sardines in a can. She thought of her friend lamenting the fact that he was lonely, when at this moment, she wanted nothing more in the world than to be alone. While every Birdsall but Mercy ate cake and filled the small parlor with talking and laughter, she sneaked into the bathroom for respite. Sadly, Pop's prostate had demands, and soon enough, he was knocking on the door and asking, almost done in there, muffin? The second she came out, Lil sidled up to her as Danny and Zeddy discussed various ways to prepare egg dishes. How does it feel to have your life saved by your nemesis? She asked, arching an eyebrow suggestively as she jabbed a huge bite of cake into her mouth. I haven't given it much thought, Mercy lied. In fact, she could think of nothing else. Her brain was now entirely dedicated to the expression on Hart Ralston's face when Head reached her. The intensity that had been drawn in every line and muscle. The way Head touched her cheeks, his fingers hot against her skin. It was as if he had ceased to be Heartache and had become someone else entirely. It was all so disorienting. I don't think I'm up for the Founders' Day party tonight, she told Lil. Pish. It'll get your mind off everything. Doctor, Lillian says so. Doctor. Lillian was relentlessly persuasive, and after a half hour of her sister's wheedling, Mercy caved and let her family drag her across the street to the festivities. But while the Birdsalls arrived as a group, they quickly scattered to the winds. Pop was immediately summoned to sit at the table with the men who argued about sea polo without ceasing. Zeddy threw his arms around two friends from school and whisked them away to the bar. Lillian and Danny headed straight for the buffet table, where Danny held two plates so that his wife could heap a staggering amount of fried chicken and potato salad onto them. Abandoned and alone, Mercy was defenseless against her neighbors and acquaintances, who stopped her every step along the way to the buffet table, begging her to recount the drudge attack again and again. If Dr. Lillian had believed that being here tonight would take Mercy's mind off her near-death experience, she had sadly misdiagnosed the situation. Eventually, Twyla Banneker came to Mercy's rescue, handing her a paper plate loaded with food. I'd ask you how you're doing, but I suspect half the town has already made you recount every harrowing detail of your ordeal. That about sums up my evening so far. I sent Frank to get you a drink and told him that he wasn't allowed to talk to you about anything other than the weather. Bless you. Twyla Banneker and Frank Ellis were Mercy's favorite marshals. Middle-aged and down-to-earth. They were partners in Tanria and next-door neighbors in eternity. The sort of best friends who came as a matching set. As if they were attached by hyphens. Twyla and Frank. Mercy tucked into her pasta salad as she awaited her drink, but nearly choked on the macaroni when she noticed Hart Ralston's unmistakable form looming at the edge of the gathering. Her mind whirred into a panic. Should she talk to him, thank him, hide under a rock, hug him? No. She definitely should not hug him, although she wanted to, which was strange and unsettling, as she contemplated how to handle a post-trudge encounter with the man who had saved her life. She caught sight of Zeddy inching toward him. A second later, her brother pounced on her savior and hugged him around the waist, and Hart went rigid as a flagpole in Zeddy's embrace. "Oh my gods," Mercy said, setting her plate on a table as her appetite ran for the hills. She watched in horror as her father and Lil materialized out of the crowd to join her brother in humiliating her. Lillian pulled Zeddy off Hart so she could get in her own hug, while Pop grabbed the marshal's hand and pumped it like an auto duck jack. Hart looked horrified, as if a cluster of drudges had attacked him rather than the Birdsall family. Twyla cackled. "I'm sorry, but Hart Ralston's face right now is priceless. This is so embarrassing. It's almost physically painful. Bless his heart. He stands out like a red velvet dinner jacket at a funeral. No wonder he never goes to parties. I'm shocked to see him here." Honestly, Mercy couldn't bear to watch one more second of the mortifying scene playing out on the other side of the Founders' Day celebration. So she turned to Twyla. "What's he like? I mean, when he's on duty, does he get along with the other marshals?" "In a manner of speaking, he's not what you'd call friendly, but he's excellent at his job. The sort who's always got your back. People respect him. I'm glad he had my back today," Mercy admitted. It was an unexpected relief to say it out loud, like fessing up to a mistake. Frank arrived and declared beautiful weather we're having as he handed Mercy a glass of lemonade, making her laugh despite her family's exuberant fawning over Hart. "Thanks, Frank. Here's—" "Oh no," said Twyla, frowning over Mercy's shoulder. "Liz Brimsby is heading this way. Ask her to dance, Frank, before she corners Mercy again." Frank handed Twyla his drink. "I'm a wonderful human being," he informed her. "You truly are." He slapped a smile on his face and made the interception. "Lizzie, darlin', cut a rug with me." Liz took his arm with a delighted giggle. Half of the over 40 population of eternity was in love with Frank Ellis and his long silver-streaked black hair, but he had no clue. "And now Bob and Eugene are edging this way," said Twyla. "You poor thing. They're like sharks circling blood in the water. I'll take care of this. You go hide. Once people have had a few more drinks, I'm sure they'll leave you alone so you can enjoy the party in peace." "Thanks, Twyla." "You bet." Twyla stepped between Mercy and two of eternity's biggest gossips so that Mercy could make a run for it. "Is that your apple pie on the buffet table? Eugene, I swear, you make the flakiest crust." Mercy abandoned her lemonade and feigned a course for the ladies' room, which allowed her to abscond unnoticed to the outer limits of the park behind City Hall, where the party lights didn't quite reach. She sat on a picnic table, rested her feet on the bench, and drank in the serenity of being quiet and alone for however long that lasted. It didn't last long, because 5 minutes later, Hart Ralston crossed the park and found her where she sat in the shadows. Bizarrely, he was the one person whose company she didn't mind at the moment, even though the air crackled around them with visceral awkwardness. "Hi," he said, standing so high over her seated position that she practically had to lie down on the picnic table to see his dimly lit face. The man's height never failed to stun her. She thought she knew how tall he was, but then she'd see him in the flesh and think, "Mother of sorrows, he's tall." "Hi," she answered, feeling more like a gawky 14-year-old than a full-grown woman. He tilted his head toward the party. "I wanted to talk to you over there, but I couldn't get anywhere near you, because half the town mobbed me, and the other half mobbed me. The other half being my family. Sorry about that." "No worries." Mercy knew she ought to say something, but her mind wouldn't stop reliving the events of the morning. The drudge, Hart's face, the feel of his hands on her cheeks, the way his fingers had wrapped around hers until he was certain she had hold of the cup. She didn't know what to make of it. Of him. "Anyway," he said, "I thought I ought to check on you before I head back to Tanria. Make sure you are all right." "I am. Thank you. He nodded. Are you here for the party? Then she inwardly cringed at her feeble attempt to make small talk. Sort of. No offense. But you don't strike me as the partying type. It wouldn't be accurate to say that Hart smiled. But his lips quirked up, and the corners of his eyes turned to crow's feet. A hint that some form of happiness or humor resided within him. There's a reason I'm over here and not over there, he said. She tried to smile at him, but it came out more like a grimace. Hiding under a rock was beginning to sound like an excellent idea. Hart batted the spiky seed pod of a sweet gum tree with the side of his boot. I was on my way to see you today when the drudge got loose. To drop off a body. No. I wanted to apologize for that night at the Little Wren Calf. I was an ass to you. And I'm sorry. And I was an ass to you the last time I dropped off a body. And most of the times before that, too. So I apologize. For all of it. This was the second unexpected apology she had received in the past 36 hours. But unlike Nathan's, Hart's regrets didn't seem to come with any strings attached. Once again, her perception of the universe turned on its axis. I haven't exactly been a ray of sunshine to you either, she admitted. Besides, I should be groveling at your feet in gratitude right now. Hart toyed with the sweekum ball at his feet. Just doing my job. Well, it's a terrifying job. You get used to it. You get used to it. He stiffened. That wasn't an insult. Mercy amended. I'm trying to thank you. So thank you. You don't have to thank me. Trust me. Too bad. I'm thanking you anyway. I can't believe you do that for a living. I definitely couldn't. Most people couldn't do what you do either. She could tell he meant it as a compliment, and it made her face flush. There's something else. His voice cut off, as if he had intended to add more words to the end of the sentence. Something else, she prompted when the proposed something else wasn't forthcoming. Would you like to dance, he blurted. She gaped at him in disbelief, the heat of her cheeks expanding down her neck. You want to dance, she asked, because she was certain that she hadn't heard him correctly. Yep. With me. If you want to. Who are you? And what have you done with my heartache? He kicked the sweetgum ball and watched it bounce off the trunk of a tree. I guess that's a no. But Mercy was not about to lose the opportunity to dance with a man who was taller than she was. Especially one who had made sure she didn't die that day. You guessed wrong. That was a yes. The crow's feet reappeared, and Mercy suspected that he was biting the inside of his cheek to stop himself from smiling, which was, if she was being perfectly honest with herself, endearing. He held out his hand, and she took it, willing her palm to refrain from pumping sweat into the spot where she was joined to him as he pulled her to the outskirts of the dance floor. She couldn't remember the last time a man had held her hand. Nathan wasn't a fan of the practice, and she had forgotten how much she enjoyed the touch of masculine sinew and bone and skin. The band was playing a love song, the peppy sort, with the plunking rhythm of a banjo and the joyous tinkling of a piano in a major key and the drums pounding out the beating of a heart in love. Hart put his hand on Mercy's waist, firm and solid, warming her skin through the thin fabric of her blouse, and he guided her into an easy two-step, 1,000 times more graceful than she would have expected for a man of his height. He spun her out and turned her back into him, and now he was holding her closer. A shocked laugh burbled out of her. You're a good dancer. Surprised. Very. Maybe there are some things you don't know about me. Merciless. He turned himself behind her back, sliding her from hand to hand in front of him. Am I crazy? Or are we having fun right now, she marveled. I'm not really the fun type. The jury is still out on that. Would it be inappropriate of me to thank you for being taller than I am? Something resembling a laugh escaped his mouth. Not at all. Thank you for being tall enough for me to dance with you on my feet rather than on my knees. Was that a joke? Do I spy a smile on your face? He was definitely biting the inside of his cheek now. Nope. Your mouth turned upward for half a second. I saw it. Probably indigestion, or evidence of mild joy. Someone hand me a paper bag. I'm hyperventilating from the shock of it. You're not helping your Hart Ralston is fun argument here. Then prove me wrong. His face broke into a grin, so genuine and surprising that Mercy felt as if someone had shaken up a bottle of root beer and opened it inside her in a fizzy explosion. His eyes glinting with mischief, he backed his way toward the middle of the dance floor, shaking his hips from side to side as he pulled Mercy with him. I can't believe what I'm seeing, she laughed. And wow, those hips, she thought as he spun her out into a basket whip step. right into the arms of Nathan McDevitt. "Whoa there, tiger," Nathan said as he caught Mercy and gave Hart a smile full of strained bonhomie, reaching out to shake his hand. "Marshal Ralston, I didn't get a chance to thank you for saving my girl earlier today." "Your girl," Mercy said, indignant. But neither of the men seemed to hear her. Hart's grin vanished. He had no problem laying into Nathan over a drudge on Main Street. But now that Mercy's ex-boyfriend had rudely interrupted their dance, his demeanor drained of self-assurance. "Oh, right. Sure thing. I'll take it from here, Marshal," Nathan told him. And then he whisked Mercy off to the other side of the dance floor. "What do you think you're doing?" she protested. "A marshal, Mercy, they are not exactly known for healthy, long-term relationships." She pulled herself free of his grasp. "What's it to you? I am not your girl. We are not dating." "Well, I don't think you are dating Ralston either, because I've never seen a man exit a dance floor that fast. I'm here, and he's gone. So what are you going to do? Make a fool of yourself and go running after your demigod hero?" The music blared, and couples laughed and danced around her. But from Mercy's perspective, the world stilled. She tallied up Hart's words and actions over the course of the past several hours, and none of them figured into the man she had summed up over 4 years ago. Today, he had come to her rescue, escorted her home after a drudge nearly killed her, made her a cup of doctored tea, and asked her to dance when he found her alone at a party. After tracking her down for the specific purpose of apologizing to her, it was the apology that rattled her the most. That made her wonder if she'd never had him figured out at all. She had called him arrogant the day they met, but an arrogant man apologized to obtain absolution. A good man admitted his errors and expected nothing in return. Now Mercy had a burning desire to find out whether or not Hart Ralston was a good man. "You know what, running after my demigod hero is exactly what I'm going to do," she told Nathan. And throwing caution to the wind, she bolted from the dance floor. But, Mercy, and I hope you don't get that stupid promotion," she shouted over her shoulder as she left. Chapter 22. She ran toward Main Street, the clicking of her heels growing louder the farther she got from the noise of the party, until she skidded to a stop on the boardwalk and spotted Hart's shadowy, lanky silhouette. "Uphill, of course. Infuriating man," she muttered as she hoofed up the boardwalk, pathetically out of breath within seconds. He turned toward the sound of her clacking shoes, but by the time she reached him, she was breathing too hard to speak. "What's wrong?" he said, and Mercy caught a glimpse of the concern and alarm she'd seen when he'd taken her face in his hands after slaying the drudge that morning. "What's wrong?" She threw her hands into the air and panted. "You rescue me from a drudge, but you ditch me on the dance floor with that weasel. I thought he was your boyfriend." "Ex-boyfriend? Oh, he considered this. He does resemble a weasel. He is a weasel. Sorry." Hart stuffed his fists into his pockets and wore a face as guilt-ridden as Leonard's that time he managed to get onto the kitchen counter and eat the last 2 fancy chocolates left in the box that Pop had given her for her 29th birthday. "What is happening here? One minute you hate my guts, and the next minute, you're dancing with me like," where she waved her hand at him as if whatever she wanted to say was written all over the front of his shirt. "Why are you being nice to me all of a sudden?" Maybe the better question to ask is, why were we so mean to each other to begin with? "I don't know." Her voice was so shrill that a dog barked in the distance. Hart frowned at the toes of his boots, and while Mercy didn't know what exactly she had intended to do once she had caught up to him, she was fairly certain this was not it. She tried a more peaceful tack. "Do you like cake?" Hart blinked at her. "Cake? Coconut cake?" "Yes," he answered doubtfully. "Oh, good. I was afraid you were one of those horrible men who don't have a sweet tooth and never eat desserts." "I am horrible, but I like cake." Mercy clutched her skirt, as if the cotton could infuse her with bravery. "Would you like a slice of coconut cake?" Is this a hypothetical question? No. There's a literal coconut cake waiting for me at home. Zeddy brought it over to cheer me up this afternoon, and I haven't had any yet. "You're inviting me over for cake?" "Yes." "Now?" "Yes." Mercy's poor skirt was going to be as wrinkled as her great-aunt Hester by the time she was through with it. Hart's shy reticence made inexplicably fluttery things happen behind Mercy's breastbone. "All right," he said, and the flutter inside Mercy's chest burst into applause. They walked for half a block in silence. The willikismet or frisson of a first date wafted around them. When, obviously, this had never been and never would be a date. And the whole point was that he was coming inside for an innocuous slice of cake anyway. "Where did you learn to dance like that?" Mercy asked him. "My mom." Mercy clamped her lips against the urge to laugh. "What did you think the three mothers trucked me onto the earth? Fully formed, kind of." Another one of those gusty laughs burst out of Hart's mouth, inspiring the fluttering applause in her chest to turn into a standing ovation. "Are you close to your mom?" "I was." The applause died. "Sorry." "It's all right. You didn't know." They arrived at Birdsall Son, and Mercy rushed to unlock the door before the uncomfortable kiss at the front door weirdness got any weirder. "I need to let Leonard out." "Prepare yourself." "Duly noted," he said, an increasingly intoxicating sense of humor lacing his words. He stepped across the threshold, an act that struck Mercy as intimate. The movement from outside in. Granted, it was the lobby of an undertaking business, but she felt swoony as she watched him hang his hat on the coat rack and run a hand through his hair to neaten it. "It's an innocent slice of cake, Mercy," she reminded herself as she clicked upstairs in her kitten heels and opened the door to her apartment. Leonard bolted out, his paws hammering the stair treads. Mercy balanced the cake stand, 2 plates, 2 forks, and 2 napkins in her arms and made it downstairs in time to see Leonard running excited circles around her guest. Unbothered, Hart gave the dog the wide grin Mercy had been trying to coax out of him for the past 10 minutes as he caught Leonard and squished the dog's jolly face. "I'm not sure which of you is more besotted," she said. She led Leonard out the front door, and Hart stood next to her, his presence like an oven, the heat of his body radiating off him. Mercy resisted the urge to fan herself as Leonard finished his business, trotted inside, and settled onto one of the green velvet armchairs. She cut 2 slices of cake, setting one plate on the customer side of the counter for Hart and moving behind it with her own slice to face him as they ate. He stood up straighter after his first bite. "Said he made this. Shocking, isn't it? He's got an internship at a fancy restaurant in Argentine. He's going to be a chef." Hart squinted in confusion. "What about Birdsall Son? Curtis Cunningham has offered to buy us out. I think Pop's going to take it. But what about you?" His concern on her behalf sent an electric zing of gratitude bouncing around her insides like a pinball. "Yes. Exactly. Thank you for asking. Because do you know what? You're the only person who has asked that question. What about you?" Mercy, she shook her head and scraped a bit of stray frosting onto her fork. "Pop and Zeddy and Lil keep saying this is what's best for me and that it's time for me to move on with my life. But I don't want to. I admit that running the office isn't my ideal career. But I do love building boats. I love performing the funeral rites. I love being able to bring some sense of peace and closure to families in mourning. I love being an undertaker. So why can't you do that? Undertaking has always passed from father to son, not father to daughter. Besides, there's no one else who can run the office. So if Zeddy doesn't want to be an undertaker, and my sister and her husband aren't going to be running delivery anymore, that's that. It's over. And it's not like there's another undertaker out there who's going to hire a woman, especially one who hasn't gone to trade school." Mercy set her fork on her plate in defeat. This was the first time she had managed to articulate what exactly it was that bothered her about selling the business, and it left her with a sadness that settled into her bones. She was thankful that Hart didn't try to cajole her out of it. He watched her, waiting for her to go on. "Pop deserves to retire. And Zeddy shouldn't have to give up his passion for a career he doesn't want. Lillian and Danny have their own lives to live. I would never in a million years expect any of them to give up their hopes and dreams for me. But my whole life, I've done what's best for everyone else. And I never minded it or begrudged my family anything. Now, for once, there's something I want, and it feels like there's no one in my corner." Hart ate a ruminative bite of coconut cake. "I'm sorry. That's a shitty situation." "It is. Thank you. I'm known for my eloquence." Mercy burst out laughing, and an honest-to-God smile spread across the severe lines of Hart's face in response, making his pale eyes light up. She had always thought of those eyes as cold and reptilian, but here, in the gaslight of the lobby, everything about him softened and warmed as she regarded his strange eyes. She itched to ask him a question that was none of her business. He cut off another bite of his shrinking dessert with the side of his fork. "You're dying to ask me which god is my dad, but you can't figure out how to phrase it without being rude." Mercy was glad that her complexion didn't lend itself to blushing. "How did you know? You have the which god is it face." I've seen it a million times. Sorry. Hart shrugged off her embarrassment. It's all right. The answer is that I have no idea. He told my mom his name was Jeff. 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 One corner of Hart's mouth veered skyward in irony. That seems so not godlike. He left my mom high and dry. That doesn't seem very godlike either. His tone was light. But Mercy sensed that his life as a demigod with people gawking at him and wanting to know if he had any special powers most certainly wasn't. I didn't ask that question aloud, and yet I managed to put my foot in my mouth, she said. Sure did. That one corner-up smile was starting to make her lightheaded. Well, I've already got one foot in, so I may as well stuff in the other. She put her elbows on the counter and leaned in, and even in the dim light, she could see his cheeks go pink. Mortal or immortal, he guessed. Do you read minds? I don't know. If immortal or... Really? Only one way to find out. Again, his tone made light of it, but his eyes were bottomless. Mercy tried to wrap her brain around the idea of immortality. So you have no idea if you are going to live forever unless you... That about covers it. They say everything comes to an end except the unknown God. If you believe in that sort of thing. But an eon is a long time. So he had a tiny smear of frosting stuck in one corner of his mouth, and it made him seem so human and vulnerable. That must be lonely, I guess. I'm sorry, I put that badly. I mean, Mercy reached across the counter to touch his wrist, the place where bare skin peeked out from under his sleeve, and she could have sworn that a spark flew out on contact. Like flint hitting steel, she resisted the urge to tear her hand away as she spoke. I face my own mortality every day. I can buy a fabulous blouse from a mail-order catalog, cook a terrible dinner, and go to bed with a good romance novel. But when I send the dead sailing across the salt sea, I know that the new blouse and that terrible dinner and a good romance novel won't mean a thing when I'm gone. And honestly, it's a comfort. It's something that links me to everyone around me, no matter who they are. Most people seal themselves off from death. But that doesn't change the fact that we're all joined together by this single thread. But you. He rolled his napkin between his fingers. Go on. That's it. Isn't it? You could go on. And everyone you'll ever know or love will grow old and die. But you'll still be here. It'd be like reading a book that doesn't end. No matter how good the story is. You want it to be over at some point. For everyone else. Death is a question of when. Not if. But for you. It's the opposite if. Not when. He finally met her gaze. His face shuddered, and she saw that while most people were scared to die, Hart Ralston was afraid to live. Thank you, he said. For what? For getting it. They stared at each other across the counter, and Mercy thought he really might kiss her. Her breathing shortened at the thought, and her lips went plump with expectation. Did she want Hart to kiss her? Though, the second she thought the question, the answer came roaring up from every nook and cranny of her being. Yes. Please. Dear gods. Yes. His eyes fell to the place where her fingertips touched his wrist, and Mercy pulled her hand away, as if he might not notice that she'd ever touched him, when the heat of his skin still sang in her fingertips. Do you make terrible dinners on purpose? He asked her. Humor. Thank the trickster for humor. Only when I cook. He rewarded her with a one-corner grin and crow's feet. Good things that is going to be a chef. Then. Indeed. Well, my compliments to him on the cake. He stared at his empty plate, and Mercy understood that there was no longer any reason for him to stay. I should probably get going. Early shift tomorrow. On All God's Day. Drudges and poachers aren't too particular about days of the week, right? He went to the coat rack to get his hat, and Mercy came out from behind the counter to walk him to the door. There was something growing and changing between them, as fragile as glass, and Mercy worried that if he left now, it would break irreparably. But her mind emptied, unable to think of a single excuse to keep him there. Thanks for inviting me in. Merciless. The nickname sounded fond rather than insulting. Thanks for eating cake with me. Heartache. He stood at the door, clutching the brim of his hat, looking very much as though he had something more to say. And yet his mouth remained silent. Wait till you have some frosting there, Mercy told him, indicating the spot on her own mouth. He wiped the wrong corner with a pat of his thumb, and the combination of his embarrassment and the touching of his thumb to his lips was the sexiest thing Mercy had ever seen in her life. No. Other side, she murmured. mesmerized by his mouth. "This is all part of my debonair charm," he told her once he was free of frosting. "Yes. Exactly what I was thinking." She realized that he was eyeing her lips, too, and she felt as if she were standing on the burner of a stove with the flames licking up all around her. "Well, thanks again." He hovered at the door with his hand on the knob. "Hart." It was the first time she had called him by name to his face without adding ache onto the end of it. They were standing so close to one another that she could see his chest move as he breathed. "Yep. I think I'm about to do something stupid." "Okay." Mercy stood on tiptoes and kissed the corner of his mouth on the exact spot where the frosting had been. She pulled away and watched him as he gawked at her and said nothing. And his silence screamed around her until she couldn't take it anymore. "Well, say something. I'm still waiting for you to do something stupid." Mercy's heart shot off like a champagne cork as Hart leaned into her, still clutching his hat. "May I, Kay?" "Yes. Please." He lingered an inch from her face, as if he needed to work up the courage, before he pressed a soft, sweet kiss to her lips. It was over too soon. But then she heard his hat hit the floor as he reached for her with both hands, his fingers uncurling against her cheeks. And he kissed her again, his lips sliding against hers, sensuous and savoring. She pulled off her glasses and let them dangle from her fingertips in time for him to open the kiss wider, his tongue velvety and tasting of sugar and coconut. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed him between her body and the door, and her toes curled when he uttered a helpless, guttural sound that reverberated through his chest and vibrated into hers. He pulled her in closer, his body heavenly everywhere they touched. Mercy had never in her life experienced a kiss so good that she couldn't stand on her own 2 feet. But now Hart Ralston was kissing her boneless, and she hung from his arms like a rag doll. He sucked her bottom lip into his mouth and bit down. Not hard enough to draw blood, but with enough force to send an urgent message straight to the growing tension between her legs. Their lips parted, and Mercy sucked in air as she stared into Hart's huge, unfocused pupils. "Sorry," he gasped. "That was I shouldn't have." But Mercy didn't want his apologies. She wanted him to feel as unmoored and heady and ebullient as she did. She kissed him again, this time with a depth and tenderness that placed a chunk of her own vulnerability on the line like a dare. The decadent movement of his lips against hers, the gentle stroking of his hands on her back, the sharp optic of his arousal against her thigh clearly signaled that she had made her point. She broke off the kiss to whisper, "Come upstairs." Chapter 23. Upstairs. Upstairs meant Mercy's apartment, Mercy's bed, Mercy's naked body held against his own, her breasts, her hips, the smooth skin of her thighs and the sweet promise nestled between them. It meant his body, his heart, his painful fragility offered up and lay bare before her. She waited for his answer. Without her glasses on, her face seemed exposed and defenseless. He needed to tell her about the letters. But how could he fess up now, when she wanted him not his lettersham, exactly as he was? Her hair was mussed, with dark tendrils falling down around her neck. He curled a lock around his finger and reveled in the sensation of the thick, coarse texture against his skin. "Are you absolutely sure about this?" he asked her, his voice hushed as if he might shatter the moment if he spoke too loudly, pushed too far, asked for too much. She spoke her answer against his lips. "Yes. Very." He pressed his forehead to hers, and because it would be absurd to tell her that he loved her, he poured everything he felt into one word, "Mercy." And then they were kissing again, her body pressing his to the door and his ecstatic erection answering back. His lips skimmed an indulgent path down her neck, following her fingers as she undid the tiny buttons of her blouse, one by one, revealing a plain blue satin brassiere, an undergarment that was more practical than alluring. But as far as Hart was concerned, it was a million times sexier than all the lace in the world. He kissed his way along the line where cups met skin, blazing a trail of heat and warmth across the top of her breasts. She took his face in her hands and brought his lips back to hers, smiling against his mouth. "Upstairs," she said, and this time, it was not a question. She twined her fingers with his and tugged him up the steps as her glasses dangled from her other hand. They were 5 steps from the apartment door when Hart couldn't stand it and reached for her, his hand sliding down her backside, pulling her into him as he kissed her again and again, his knuckles brushing the railing behind her in the narrow stairwell. "We're almost to the top." She laughed. "It's too far." He spoke the words against the warm, salty skin of her neck, Yeah, I'll make it. He wasn't so sure, but she managed to drag him into the apartment. Leonard padded into the parlor after them, settling himself on a piece of furniture Hart couldn't be bothered to notice. Not with Mercy before him, kicking off her shoes, lit by the light of a single lamp, her blouse open, her big eyes dark, her full bottom lip clenched nervously between her teeth. Now that he was standing in her apartment, their home was shy and nervous, too. He nodded toward the glasses in her hand. Can you see without those? Only things that are up close. He leaned in, inches from her face. How close? Closer. She was so tall that he barely had to bend his head for his lips to hover an inch above hers. It was excruciatingly satisfying. Now, not quite. She stood on tiptoe, and her lips brushed his. Featherlight. There. Hart was a match. And that kiss sent him flying across the striker to set him alight. He had enough wherewithal to take the glasses from her hand and set them carefully on the nearest surface again. He had only the barest understanding of his physical surroundings, with Mercy's bare cleavage outshining everything else in the room like a beacon of hope in a dark world, before he let himself loose and kissed her as if air were not necessary to her survival. His hands roamed from one to one, the roundness of her hips, the curve of her ass, the valley of her waist, the waist there still clothing her, temptation of her not yet nicked breasts. As he removed the blouse and unclasped the brassiere, she tried to relieve him of his shirt, but he was too occupied by the perfection of her naked chest to be of assistance to her. Would you take this off? She demanded, exasperated, tugging on his sleeve. Little busy at the moment, he murmured into her skin as he slid his lips down to her left breast. He drew the rosy brown tip into his mouth, his mind going blank with pure want. She gasped and buried her fingers in his hair and clutched him to her. And honest to gods, he had never been so turned on in his life. Take off your clothes before I strangle you, Mercy said with a huskiness that made Hart's erection stand up and cheer. He massaged the fullness of one breast with his hand, feeling her nipple pebble against his thumb, as he swept his tongue over the soft, heavy underside of the other. She whimpered, and Hart grew drunk on the sound of her pleasure. Fucking magnificent, he whispered before he kissed his way down the velvet skin of her stomach until he knelt before her, unzipping her skirt and sending it cascading to the floor. He unclipped her stockings from the garter belt and slowly unrolled each one down her long, shapely legs, luxuriating in the sound of her ragged breathing. He helped her shimmy out of the garter belt, leaving Mercy in nothing but her panties. "They're not very sexy," she said as if she needed to apologize. The words "not" and "sexy" in combination made no sense in Hart's sex-fogged brain. He gazed into the expanse of pale pink satin stretched across Mercy's abdomen and the narrow band of delicate lace at her waist that met in the middle with a tiny bow, as if Mercy was a gift he got to unwrap. He looked up at her in confusion. "What's not sexy?" "The boring underpants. If I'd had an inkling this was going to happen tonight, I would have worn something skimpier. You could wear a paper bag, as long as you're taking it off. That's all I care about." And to prove that he meant every word, he peeled off the last of her lingerie, helping her step out of it as his eyes drank in her nakedness. He kissed her navel, the tip of his tongue dipping into the depression. Then he dragged his lips and tongue downward slowly, enjoying the anticipation before he reached his destination. Mercy gasped. "You don't have to if you don't want to." Again, he looked up at her in wonder. "There is literally nothing that I would rather be doing. May I?" "Okay," she said with a grin that managed to be both shy and lascivious. He obliged, tasting her and soaking in the moans of her approval like good soil drinking in the rain. She tugged on his hair, and he obeyed, skinning his teeth up her body until his mouth met hers. She pulled away long enough to suggest maybe in the bedroom, with a nod toward a darkened doorway as she stroked him over the thick fabric of his dungarees. Desire shot through him, so strong his vision went white. "Do you want to get in there on your own 2 feet? Or do you want me to sling you over my shoulder and carry you in?" Mercy's pretty eyes lit up, and she bolted for the bedroom. He chased after her, laughing as he caught up to her by the side of the bed, and he drew her into his arms. He kept his mouth on hers as much as he could while removing his clothes at the same time. She stepped into him, her nakedness pressed against the length of his, her body fitting into his body. He cast aside the nagging belief that this could not last. All he wanted to think about was the perfection of this one moment in time. She took him by the hands and drew him down with her onto the mattress and kissed him hard. And he kissed her in return. their bodies tangled together, moving in rhythm. "Tell me what you like," he whispered. "Everything. Everything you're doing," she answered breathlessly. They touched and stroked and kissed and nipped. He maneuvered himself behind her and curled his body around hers and slid his hand between her legs, making her inhale sharply and buck against him. "Show me what to do," he said into the soft skin behind her ear, and she moved her hand over his, guiding him into the rhythm she liked, the pressure, the places that felt best. Her breathing grew ragged as their fingers worked together. Mercy ground her backside deeper and deeper into Hart's pulsing need, and he nearly spilled over when he felt her release, her body convulsing in waves against him. She rolled over to face him, and she reached between them to take him in hand. A cry of feral bliss tore free of his throat. "Serves you right," she told him, her hand working miracles. "Any more of this and I'm going to beg for mercy," Hart rasped. "Oh, I like the sound of that." She kissed him, scraping her tongue against his teeth. "I have a condom in my wallet, too far away." She reached past him to fumble through the drawer of her bedside table, and Hart used the opening to lavish her breasts with the attention they deserved. She groaned as she tore into the foil packet. "Can I put it on?" she asked. "Gods, no. If you touch me again, it'll shoot off like a fireworks display." He snatched the condom from her hand and unrolled it carefully down his hair trigger shaft. Without warning, an explosion cut through the air. Hart and Mercy both startled as the first fireworks of the Founders' Day party sent red sparks flying through the night sky beyond the bedroom window. When their eyes met, they burst out laughing. "Make me see fireworks, Marshal Ralston," Mercy challenged him, nudging his leg with her foot as their laughter died down. And Hart felt suddenly uncertain. "How should we?" In answer, Mercy lay down on her back, her loosened hair spreading dark shadows across the pale pillowcase as she spread her legs for him. A gesture so trusting and intimate that Hart felt the urge to cry. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice gruff. "I don't want to crush you. I'm a big girl. Heartache. I'm hard to break." He wondered if she knew how true a statement that was. Hart was the fragile one, while she was strong in all the ways that mattered. He took the chain from around his neck, didn't want to batter Mercy in the face with his keys, and set it on the table next to the bed. He positioned himself on top of her, kissed her softly, and nuzzled the line of her jaw before he slid into her, pausing once he was inside to sear the sensation into his memory. Then he moved, and she moved with him. A dance of two bodies. The fireworks crashed overhead, unheeded, until Hart let go at last and lost himself inside her. Chapter 24. Mercy pulled a men's undershirt and a clean pair of underwear from her dresser before she rushed into the bathroom. It was one thing to have spontaneous sex with a man she barely knew. It was quite another for him to get an eyeful of her naked body after the lust goggles had been removed. She cleaned herself up, put on the shirt and panties, and stared at her reflection as she brushed her teeth. Her lips were kiss-swollen, her hair a mess. She took it down and brushed it out, continuing to marvel at the face in the mirror of a woman who just had mind-blowing sex with Hart Ralston. "I know I asked you to open a window, but wow." She prayed to the warden. Upon further consideration, she added, "Thank you, I think." The memory of Hart's tongue slathering attention on her burned through her body. "Thank you," she told the warden, more definitively. She heard Hart moving about in the next room. Based on her experience with other men, including with Nathan, she expected to find him dressed and ready to go by the time she got out of the bathroom. So she was surprised to see him sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing nothing but his boxers, his undershirt, and the keys he had taken off before he fucked you until you were howling his name. Her memory supplied for her. She turned down the bathroom light, but stayed inside the frame, leaning against the jamb. "Are you staying?" she asked, getting right to the point. "Do you want me to stay? Most people don't feel comfortable here." "Why?" "There's a well full of dead bodies in the basement." "Do the dead bodies usually come knocking on the door in the middle of the night?" She laughed nervously. "Not usually. My old mentor used to tell me that there's more to fear from the living than from the dead." So, he swallowed so hard that she could hear it from halfway across the room, and she realized that he was feeling as raw and timid as she was. "I'd like to stay, if you want me to." "I do." "Then you'll stay." He scooted back to give her room. She got into bed beside him but shrank away when he reached for her. "It's okay. You don't have to." He shrank away, too. as if he were a schoolboy about to get his hand smacked by the teacher's ruler. I don't have to what? Cuddle. He propped himself up on his elbow and studied her. What kind of assholes have you been dating? Very big assholes. You met one tonight. They are weasels. The lot of them. What would you like to do? I'd like to cuddle. A little, she admitted. Then come here. He drew her into his arms. But she couldn't seem to relax. Everyone knows that cuddling gets hot and uncomfortable after 2 minutes. She informed him. Then if either of us gets hot or uncomfortable, well, desist. And no hard feelings. Deal. He spoke the words into her hair and stroked her arm, finally convincing her that maybe, possibly, there were men in the world who liked to cuddle. She nestled into the soft cotton stretched over his shoulder and surreptitiously enjoyed the lingering aroma of his bath soap. Deal. She tried to breathe without making noise and to exhale on him in a way that wouldn't be weird or gross. After a minute of near asphyxiation, Hart spoke up, his voice rumbling in his chest, vibrating against Mercy's cheek. I think I should tell you that this bed is the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. She grinned, although he couldn't see her face. This is a sad confession. I mostly camp out in Tanria or sleep in barracks or, when I have to take a body into town, in a hotel. Camping out is actually the best of those options. The world is not built for giants. Talking seemed easier than cuddling, so Mercy pushed herself up and looked down at him, liking the way his face softened in the glow from the gas streetlight that filtered in through her lace curtains. Can I ask you something? He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Is that really a question? How old are you? Turned 36 last month. Mercy nodded, mulling over the math in her head. Older or younger than you thought? About on the nose. But you've been with the Tanrian marshals for ages, haven't you? You must have been a baby when you joined up. I was 16. My aunt took me in after my mom died, but she had her own family and her own life. And I was a mouthy teenaged boy who'd lost his mother. The Tanrian marshals seemed like a good idea to all of us at the time, and frankly, it was. My mentor was a man named Bill Clark. He was good for me, got me in line. He was the father I never had. You know? The bittersweet tone of his answer made Mercy ask, gently, I take it Bill is no longer with us. Correct. I'm sorry. Comes with the territory. That doesn't make it easier. No, it doesn't. So Hart's divine father had never been a part of his life, and had lost the only father figure he'd ever had. Mercy wondered what on earth she would have done if her father hadn't been there for her for all of them when her mother died. Even when he was hurting so badly himself. She had been frustrated with Pop lately, but Hart's story reminded her how much she had to be grateful for, and since he had offered up a chunk of his past, she decided to give him a piece of her own story. My mom died when I was 17. She had cancer, but she wasn't sick very long, which was a blessing, I guess. Pop was devastated. We all were, still are, but, you know, you learn how to live with it. I know, Hart said, and it was nice to talk to someone who truly understood what it meant to lose your mother at so young an age. So you were 17, but you had to run the office and help raise your sister and brother, too. I didn't have to, I got to. She toyed with a chain around his neck. Why do you have 2 keys? He didn't answer. He simply watched her as she fingered the keys, an act that was beginning to feel more intimate than sex. Then she read the engraving on the ID tag, and her eyes narrowed. Cunningham, seriously. In my defense, I bought their cheapest package. Their cheapest package is still price gouging. I'm ashamed of you. She dropped the key like a hot brick but fingered the second with greater care. This one looks like a birth key. My mom's. Shouldn't it be on your altar? Don't have one. How do you not have an altar? He squirmed in reply. Hart, where do you live? I don't have an address per se, but it's more from choice than out of necessity. He tried to make light of it, but Mercy wasn't buying it. You don't have a home. I work a lot. There's no point. Hart. Mercy, he imitated her shocked tone, bringing an exasperated smile to her face. She shook her head and snuggled into him. It felt more natural now. So where's your birth key? Who has it? Alma McGuire, your boss. We used to be partners. And she's more family to me than my aunt. Mercy could hear years' worth of loneliness attached to that one sentence. They settled into a comfortable silence after that. Mercy traced drowsy circles on Hart's chest with her fingertips, and Hart did the same on her back. She hovered over the precipice of sleep when he whispered, "Mercy, there's something." She lifted her head, waiting for him to say more, and when he didn't, she kissed him instead, light and soft and tender. He gave in, rolling onto his side, drawing her close, kissing her as if it mattered that she was Mercy, and no one but Mercy would do. "I'm sorry, but all this cuddling has made me hot," Mercy told him as she hitched her leg over his hip. "You were hot to begin with." He bit her earlobe and leaned back to give her a flirtatious smirk, which quickly dissolved into a moan when Mercy reached for him past the waistband of his boxer shorts. He gazed at her through the sex-dazed slits of his gray eyes, and she smiled wickedly at him. "No hard feelings," she said. "Oh, there are hard feelings. So many." This time, there was no awkwardness afterward, and Hart must not have been hot or uncomfortable, because Mercy drifted off to sleep in his arms. The gray light of dawn leaked in through the lace curtains as Mercy surfaced from sleep to waking, slowly sensing herself in Hart's arms. She felt pleasantly weightless, as if she were suspended in air, hanging in this pocket of perfect time. And then Hart said fuck and sat up so suddenly that he nearly toppled her out of bed. She blinked at him blearily, knowing that her hair was a frizzy mess and her face sleep-rumpled. "Everything okay?" "Sorry, I think I'm extremely late for work. I'm supposed to be there by 7:30. Mercy fumbled for her glasses, and then she remembered that Hart had set them down she knew not where last night before he had undressed her. She squinted at her bedside clock. "It's 6:47. She told him as she mentally calculated where he was supposed to be, and how little time he had to breach the distance between the two. Fuck, he laughed with a self-deprecation that Mercy could eat with a spoon. She had worried this would all seem like a truly horrible mistake in the morning light. But as she watched the human-shaped blur that was Hart get on hands and knees to search for a rogue sock under the bed, she couldn't shake the sensation that they might be dating. "Sorry to make you late," she told him as he shrugged into his wrinkled shirt. "You." He came to the side of the bed and bent down to kiss her as he fumbled with his buttons. "Have nothing to be sorry for. Can I take you out to dinner when I finish this tour?" "Definitely dating." "Yes, please," she said, resisting the urge to jump on her bed like a 3-year-old. "When will that be?" "Exactly. The warden's day after next." 2 weeks. He paused with one leg in his pants. "I can't tell you how much I wish it were sooner." "It's not your fault. You've got to put food on your non-existent table. I'll have you know that the Tanrian marshals supply tables in the barracks. We're not barbarians. Would you be willing to write to me in the meantime?" He was smiling as he opened his mouth to answer, but a strange expression came over his face, and he suddenly seemed to find that the buckling of his belt required his full attention. "There aren't any Nimkalim boxes inside Tanria. Something to do with the old gods." Oh, she'd have to go 2 weeks without a word from Hart, when she had hardly started dating him to begin with. The urge to jump on the bed disappeared. Mostly dressed now, he bent to kiss her again and again. The third kiss indicated that he was not inclined to leave, but he pulled back anyway. "Warden's day after next," he promised her. She got to her knees on the mattress, put her hands behind his neck, and pulled his mouth down to hers. And for a while longer, she made him forget about Tanria and his job and the time and anything else that wasn't her. Chapter 25. Hart was late for work. Very, very late. He could not possibly care less. Chapter 26. As Mercy walked up the front steps of Pop's house, she felt like she was girding herself for battle. While her family had cosseted her yesterday, there was only so long a drudge attack on Main Street could put off the inevitable. She was certain that Lillian would get down to brass tacks about Cunningham's offer at dinner tonight, and Mercy wasn't sure she'd be able to come out and say what she needed to say without bursting into tears. The words had come pouring out of her when she talked to Hart last night. Why couldn't she do the same with her family? Hart. Last night, she felt herself flush from head to toe. It would be nice if he were here beside her instead of risking life and limb to fight drudges in Tanria. She had never given much thought to what marshals actually did, but now that she was dating one Wasenchite gave her heart palpitations thinking about it. She imagined him standing quietly at her side, sliding his fingers between hers. That seemed like a very hard thing to do. She had been dating him, probably dating him, definitely dating him for less than 24 hours. But there were already things that seemed very hard to her. The way he fiddled with the brim of his hat when he was nervous. The way he tried so hard not to smile or laugh, as if he were afraid of joy. Or the thoughtful way he made his side of the bed before leaving this morning, right after he demonstrated yet again what his tongue could do between her legs. She would have to pour a pitcher of ice water over her head to get through dinner, or else Lil was going to see right through her. Mercy took a deep breath and went in. The usual explosion of talking and laughter hit her like a wave as she touched salt water to her mother's key. "Wish me luck." Lillian accosted her seconds later. "How are you left without a word last night?" "We've been worried." "I'm fine. I was exhausted after everything yesterday. So I went home early and had sex with Hart Ralston." Mercy's mind screamed so loudly that she was worried her sister could hear it. She brushed past Lillian, saying, "Hey, Danny, how about some wine?" Danny handed her a glass of Shiraz with condensation frosting the sides. Mercy took a gulp beneath her sister's shrewd gaze and choked when the wine went down the wrong pipe. She attempted to pay attention to Pop's tirade on equimaris bloodlines in sea polo, while Zeddy put the finishing touches on dinner and made the occasional crack about the Paxico Penguins Bushong's rival Stoke get a rise out of his father. Mercy sat beside Lillian, observing how deftly her brother-in-law smoothed Pop's ruffled feathers. "Danny is the literal best," Mercy said. "He's nice and all, but people who leave globs of toothpaste in the sink are barred from literalbisdom. You, on the other hand, really are the literal best, which is why I know you're going to put on your big girl pants tonight, so that we can discuss Cunningham's offer." "Yes, absolutely," Mercy agreed, but as she rose from her seat to help Zeddy carry in the dinner dishes, Lillian put a hand on her arm to stop her. "Don't think him letting you escape without talking about a certain Tanria marshal. Little miss, he's pure evil. I saw you cutting a rug at the party." In her mind, she could hear Hart's laughter-laced fuck. She glanced at Pop, who was too busy holding forth on the finer qualities of the left and right drivers of Bushong's sea polo team to have heard Lil. Later, she hissed and went to help Zeddy. She wasn't ready to talk about what was happening between her and Hart, as if putting it into words would make it slip between her fingers like water. Besides, she had other, more pressing issues to focus on tonight. After Pop led them through prayers of thanks to the three mothers, the three fathers, and the hearth, Mercy cleared her throat. "I have some things I need to say." She waited until she had everyone's attention before she continued, her knees bobbing nervously under the table. "First of all, I'm sorry that I've been short-tempered with everyone. Zeddy, I haven't been supportive of your career choices, and that's not fair of me. You should follow your bliss, especially if it results in me getting to eat chocolate croissants and lobster tails. Not together, though," he joked, but a relieved smile spread across his face. "Lil and Danny, I had no right to go spilling your news." Mercy decided to take a page from Hart's book and added, "I was an S." "It's okay," Danny said at the same moment his wife answered. "You were a total S. But I love you anyway. And, Pop, I'm sorry that I haven't been able to put into words what I've been needing to say all along. So here it goes. You've always thought that Birdsall Son is a burden to me, that it's stopping me from living my life. You've all been telling me that. But what you don't seem to understand is that Birdsall Son is my life. I admit that I didn't see myself running the office forever, but ever since we switched places, Pop, I've loved going to work every day. I want to be an undertaker, and if we sell the business, I'm going to have to stop doing the job I love. So that's why I've been so crabby about it." Muffin Pop began, but Mercy held up a hand. If she didn't make it through this speech now, she might never again muster the courage. "I'm not saying that any of you need to give up something for me. Lillian and Danny, you have every right to stop traveling and settle down to raise your family. Zeddy, I want you to cook and bake and do the things that make you happy. Pop, you have earned the right to retire and sit around reading those Arvonian adventure novels you enjoy so much. We're a family, and I love you, which is why I think you should know what's in my heart, even though I know we're probably going to have to sell the business. That's all." Mercy reached for her glass and took a fortifying gulp of wine, swallowing the giant lump in her throat along with it. "Aw, Merc," Zeddy said with a soft sympathy that made the lump return with a vengeance. "Don't you dare make me cry." Hop reached across the table to put his big hand on Mercy's. "I've always felt terrible about how much you've had to take on, and from such a young age. I thought you wanted to move on at some point." "Well, I don't," said Mercy. her voice going alarmingly wobbly. But I will if I have to. Lillian put both hands on the table like the head shareholder at a business meeting. Stop being so drippy. Everyone. We can fix this. Can't we, Merc? What if I ran the office so you could build the boats? Mercy was dabbing her eyes with her napkin, but stopped when Lil's words sank in. Do you want to run the office? Why not? It's a million times better than teaching math to a bunch of little shits again. Plus I'd get to work with you every day. Which would be great. And I'd bet all the beer tokens of the Red Wing Islands that my darling husband would much rather stay home with the baby than work some office job every day. Nanny sat up straight and unfurled a wide grin. Works for me. There. Problem solved. So now all we need is a new delivery driver. And Birdsall Son stays in business. Birdsall daughter, what are we calling this joint now? Mercy and Pop glanced at each other across the table. Did you tell them? She asked him. No. I thought you did. Lil looked from Pop to Mercy. Tell us what? It's not that simple. Cunningham forged an exclusive deal with Afta Lumber. We're going to have to find another vendor. Which means the delivery costs are going to go through the roof. I don't think we can absorb the deficit and remain solvent for long. Lillian slapped the table in outrage. Is that legal? Can we afford a lawyer if it isn't? Lawyer. Schmoyer. Zeddy piped in. If you ask me, there's something shady going on that has nothing to do with boring gas lumber prices. Obviously, you're doing something that's making Cunningham nervous. Mercy. So find out what it is and stick it to the man. Mercy. Lillian. Donnie. And Pop stared at Zeddy in stunned silence. What he said? Defensive. Lillian tilted her head. Considering him. That was smart. What in the salt sea? Z. He picked up a stray pea from his plate and, using his spoon as a catapult, fired it at his sister. Ignoring them. Pop rose from his seat. Then it's settled. I'm not selling to Cunningham. Well, figure out a way to keep our doors open. He took his wineglass and held it up. To Mercy's future. To Mercy's future. Everyone else agreed. Lil patted Mercy's arm and said, Don't you worry. We're going to make this work. Mercy burst into tears of gratitude. And Lil was so caught up in strategizing ways to keep Birdsall Son in business that she forgot to ask Mercy about that dance with Hart Ralston. It was the shushing of sandpaper that lured Roy into the boatworks the following afternoon shortly before closing. Mercy hadn't realized that he had crept in until he spoke up, pulling her out of her thoughts to go for between Hart Ralston and Curtis Cunningham with an occasional digression to her silent pen pal as she pressed the fairing plank to the frame to make sure it was flush. She's a beaut. Thanks, said Mercy, flushing with pride. But then she watched him in consternation as he picked up the tools from the pegboard that mirrored her own. What are you doing? Helping out. But I know what the doctor said. It won't hurt my heart to fare a frame with my daughter. Mercy watched him as he got to work, his hands knowing what to do without his having to think about it. Here in the boatworks, surrounded by wood and tools and the ceremonial accoutrements for the dead, he had the self-assurance she had come to miss dearly over the past year. She knew that a bit of sanding wouldn't overly tax him, so she got to work on the starboard side across from him. And they settled into a companionable rhythm. You were always a natural at this. Took to it like a fish to water, he said after a while. The Birdsalls have been undertakers in Bushong since long before Tanria opened. My pop taught me the ropes from the moment I could hold a hammer upright. He pinned his hopes for the future on me the way his father had pinned his hopes on him. But I never felt pressured or trapped. I wanted to do this. All these years, I've been pinning my hopes on poor Zeddy, when I should have seen it was you all along. I'm a girl. Pop. I couldn't see myself as an undertaker until a few months ago. Why should you? Why should anyone? I should've seen it. Frankly, I'm ashamed of myself. Oh, Pop. She set her hand on the keel, as if it were her father's beating heart. You say, I'm a girl, but the gods know you never had much of a chance to be anything other than a full-grown woman. And what a remarkable woman you are. The three fathers and the unknown god will surely be honored to welcome you into the Brotherhood of Undertakers. Siblinghood, she suggested, making a joke so she wouldn't start bawling. Siblinghood, Roy agreed, setting his big hand on top of his daughter's. Mercy's whole body warmed with her father's approval. What can I say? I learned from the best. He patted her hand, then put his sander away. We'll have to figure out what to call this place once you take over. You think on that. In the meantime, I'm heading home to see what the chef is cooking. Probably something Dr. Daudamis said you can't eat. He came over to the starboard side to kiss her cheek. Probably. Chapter 27. The 6 days following Hart's exit from Mercy's apartment comprised a form of torture designed specifically for a besotted marshal who had to patrol Sector W20 in the company of an apprentice who talked incessantly of Zeddy this and Zeddy that, and, "Are you sure there are no dragons in Tanria?" Sir, all Hart could think about was Mercy. And how much he wanted to be in her bed. And how much he did not want to be stuck in Tanria, hiding his constant boner from Duckers. It came as a relief when the flare went up late Wisdom's Day afternoon. At least now he had something to do other than miss Mercy. His relief evaporated when he and Duckers galloped onto the scene. The flare brought them to the Ash Valley Heartnut Grove, where a handful of sap-tappers were either scrambling up heartnut trees or firing off pistol crossbows from behind the trunks to fend off 3 dredges on the attack. Multiple dredges working in tandem was strange enough, but Hart also spied 2 more souls floating in the grove, as if they were standing by for a chance to infect a dead body. A dredge had already killed one of the sap-tappers and knelt on the corpse as if it had slain the man for one of these lost souls. "Oh, fuck, sir," said Duckers, gaping at the murdered man. "I've got it. You take the one on the right." Hart didn't wait to make sure Duckers followed his order, knew his apprentice well enough by now to trust him. He urged his aquamarine toward the dredge crouched over the slain man, his now-swept feet slapping the earth as he drew the machete from the holster strapped to his back. "Move," he shouted at a pair of sap-tappers who were trying to help their fallen comrade when it was far too late for that. They dodged out of the way in time for Hart to swing in and lop off the dredge's head. He circled around and slid off the aquamarine to slice through the creature's abdomen. He missed the appendix, so he moved the machete to his left hand, drew his rapier with his right, and lunged, hitting the mark this time. The soul flew free. But one of the glowing spirit lights waiting in the wings started in to take up residence in the newly slaughtered man. Hart was about to stab the slain sap-tapper in the appendix when Duckers yelled, "Look out, sir!" Hart sensed the 3rd dredge at his back and rolled out of the way as his apprentice came barreling in, shooting his pistol crossbow and taking out the dredge with 1 shot. Before Hart could commend Duckers, the newly animated corpse grabbed Hart's ankle. Hart hacked off its hand with a machete, got to his feet, and dispatched the dredge with his rapier. He sheathed the machete, but kept the rapier handy as he watched the lost soulsive in total drift away from the grove. The rescued sap-tappers timidly approached the marshals, but Hart was more concerned about Duckers, who frowned down at the man who had been killed and reanimated and killed again. Hart cupped the back of his apprentice's head, something his grandfather did to him when he was sad or scared as a child. "You all right?" "Yeah. It's depressing, though." "It is. I'd be worried about you if you didn't think it was depressing." "Thanks, sir." Hart rubbed the back of Duckers' head before sending him to fetch sailcloth from his pack so that they could cover the body of the sap-tapper while Hart interviewed the witnesses. Once the marshals had everything they needed for the report, they sent the workers home to the Ash Valley barracks and got to work wrapping the remains. "We need to enter you in some sharpshooting competitions," Hart told Duckers as he examined the dredge his apprentice had shot. "Oh yeah, what kind of money can you make off that sort of thing?" "Depends. What's my cut?" 0.1%. "And after all I've done for you." Duckers laughed. Hart had grown fond of making him burst out laughing like that. He nodded toward the cadaver the kid was wrapping. "Where's that one headed?" "No tag." "Yours." "Keyless." "MMHMM." Hart could hear the hopefulness in Duckers' voice. Birdsall Son was one of the only drop-off sites for indigents. But surely the deceased employee of the Ash Valley Heartnut Grove would have a prepaid funeral package. So he decided not to get his own hopes up yet. "This one's keyless, too, sir. In case you were wondering." Duckers offered a few minutes later, once he had started working on the 3rd dredge. That left Hart with the remains of the man who had been killed today. As Hart suspected, he had a tag. "This one's going to Faber Sons," he told Duckers, doing a creditable job masking his disappointment. "Faber's is in Zeendale, by the North Station. And there's a Cunningham branch in the next town over where we can drop off the indigents." Duckers gave him a sappy face. "What? Can we please take the keyless bodies to Birdsall Son?" Hart was about to say no, but then he thought, fuck it. Professionalism is for people who are not in love with Mercy Birdsall. What had he been thinking? Of course he was going to use this shameless opportunity to see Mercy again. But since he was not above messing with Duckers, He crossed his arms and said, "That's out of the way. He'll make your cut of my sharpshooting victories 5%. Hart had no intention of ever letting his apprentice wind up in a sharpshooting contest, but he played along, shaking his head. 10. Duckers offered. 20. You drive a hard bargain, sir. Duckers held out his hand, and Hart pretended that he was being magnanimous when he shook it. Birdsall Son it is, he said with a fake sigh. After they dropped off the departed Hartnett Tapper at Faberson's, Hart expected Duckers to spend the drive to eternity bouncing like a kid with a new rubber ball on his side of the bench. Hart's interior was certainly jumping up and down in excitement at the prospect of seeing Mercy again. Instead, Duckers tapped his fingers on the window frame in a manner that spoke of anxiety rather than joy. "Out with it," Hart said. "What's eating you? I still say that standing up Mercy was a shitty thing to do, and I think you should come clean." Duckers closed his mouth and shrank away, as if he were awaiting a tongue lashing. Hart would have laughed, except the fact that his apprentice expected sharp words from him made him feel like an asshole. "I went to the Little Wren Calf that night after you left," he admitted. Duckers sat up straight. "You did?" "Yep." "And?" Hart shrugged. "Are you serious, dang? You are a steel trap. Come on, what did she say?" "Self-serving, prickly, glowering nightmare of a man." Her words had cut Hart to the quick that night. But a week later, she had kissed the corner of his mouth and asked him to come upstairs. Nothing that wasn't true. The point is, it's sorted out, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. But you're going to be nice to her when we see her. "Of course." Ducker's silence made Hart turn his eyes away from the road long enough to see his apprentice's cynical expression. He nearly drew blood biting his cheek so he wouldn't laugh. "It'll be good," he promised. He could not wait to be good to Mercy. It did not occur to him to be nervous until he backed the duck up to the Birdsall Son loading dock shortly before closing. Had been so focused on how much he missed Mercy that had failed to consider that she might not be as invested in their blossoming relationship as he was. "Don't we usually check in up front?" Duckers asked as he rang the dock bell. Hart did usually go to the lobby first, but this time, he was here to see Mercy, not her dog, although he'd be happy to see Leonard, too. "This is faster," he said, and then the gate went up, and there was Mercy, dressed in a cotton blouse and a pair of denim dungarees that rendered her curves positively delicious. Her luscious bottom lip fell open in surprise, and Hart needed to get rid of his apprentice as soon as possible so that he could suck that lip into his mouth. If Mercy wanted him to suck on her bottom lip. "Hi," he coughed, his inner critic adding, "Wow," setting her heart aflutter with that opening. "Hello." Mercy put a hand to her flushing cheek, which was adorable. "We have 3 keyless bodies to drop off." Duckers chimed in, helpfully clueless. "Free, my goodness." Mercy realized she was touching her cheek and removed her hand, which was also adorable. Right. Bring them in." "Is Zeddy around?" Duckers asked as Hart and Mercy stole glances at each other throughout the process of stowing the bodies on the lift in the boatworks. "He's at the house. He doesn't start at Proserpina's until next week. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to see you." "You go on," Hart told him. "I'll finish up here. Can I take the duck?" "Sure." Duckers could drive it into a ditch tonight, for all Hart cared. He wanted his apprentice out of his hair. Sweet Duckers pointed a finger at his face. "Be nice." "I'll do my best." Mercy walked Duckers to the dock with Hart trailing a few steps behind, and they both watched him get into the auto deck and pull away. "Sorry to show up announced," Hart said, his pulse ratcheting up as Mercy pulled down the gate. "I hope this is The second the gate clanged shut, Mercy grabbed him by his vest and pulled him into a hot, wet kiss that hummed through his body like a plucked guitar string. "'Kay," he finished breathlessly when she pulled away. I suppose it's all right." He tried to keep his smile from splitting his face open as she wiped her lipstick off his mouth with her thumb. Her thumb. By his mouth. He grabbed hold of it with his teeth. "Oh my," she breathed, and then she pulled her thumb free, and her mouth was on his again. His hands traveled downward to her ass, pulling her into his hard knead, and he moved with her gyrations. The rhythm heated and sinuous. They paused long enough for Mercy to lock up, and then they were a tangle of limbs, their kissing frenetic, almost desperate. Once again, they succeeded in making it up the stairs, but not much farther. Hart had Mercy mostly undressed by the time they stumbled into her apartment. In a fit of horny logic, She shut Leonard in her bedroom, at which point Hart pressed her against the closed door, tasting first her mouth, then every other part of her he had managed to unclothe, until Mercy could barely stay standing. She pushed him to the settee and straddled him. "Why are you still dressed?" she demanded, exasperated, as she unbuttoned and unzipped his dungarees. "Priorities." He snaked his hand beneath him to pull the wallet out of his pocket and fish a foil-wrapped condom from inside, which he handed to her. Then he illustrated his priorities with his thumb and the first 2 fingers of his right hand. Mercy, not to be undone, took him in her grasp, as if it were a competition to see who could drive the other mad first. He hissed as she sheathed him with the condom, and grabbed her hips as she lowered herself onto him, letting her set the rhythm. Hart fought to keep his eyes open as Mercy moved on top of him, watching him with equal heat as her glasses slid down her nose. And even that was sexy. His fingers curled hard into her flesh as Mercy slid her fingers between her legs and circled the mounting pressure of her exquisitely tight bud. "Is this okay?" she gasped. "Fuck yes. It's okay," he half growled, half laughed, making a hysterical giggle bubble out of Mercy in reply. He bucked beneath her, once, twice, and then Mercy's back arched in release. Hart held on for dear life as she rode out her pleasure. When he could take no more, he clamped his fingers on her hips as he thrust upward with a deep moan. Then he melted into the settee as if their coupling had removed his spine, and he gazed up at Mercy with glassy eyes. "So, can I take you to dinner?" Mercy's blouse was open and wrinkled, her brassiere unclasped and dangling off her shoulders, and the gods knew where her overalls had ended up. Her glasses, smeared with a combination of her sweat and Hart's, sat crookedly on her nose, and her hair snaked out of her scarf in riotous curls. "Sure, let me grab my purse." Hart clamped his lips against the laugh pushing its way up from his lungs. Mercy narrowed her eyes at him and, without warning, reached down and tickled his stomach. No one had tickled Hart in his adult life, and he had been unaware until this second that he was still very ticklish. He squealed with helpless laughter as Mercy's fingers accosted him without mercy. Tears of hilarity were streaming down his cheeks by the time she relented, and when he looked up at her for an explanation, she said, "Oh, good. You do have teeth." The self-satisfied smirk on her face made his playful side of one head thought long dead or to life. He grabbed her around the waist and tickled her until she was screeching like a peacock. "Oh, good," he said. "You do have dimples." Months ago, when Hart had slipped a letter into a Nimcolum box at the West Station, he had felt as though he had a bundle of knots coiled in his stomach. With each letter from his friend and with each passing minute in Mercy's presence, those knots loosened, little by little, as if she were picking them apart with her capable fingers. He hadn't realized how tight his lungs were until Mercy gave him room to breathe. Now he sat across from her at a nice restaurant. When was the last time he'd had a sit-down meal somewhere other than a greasy spoon sipping a glass of red wine? When was the last time he'd had Winnie? As a fog of contentment covered him like a warm blanket. "Probably shouldn't have ordered this," he said as he sipped from his goblet and set it down on the white tablecloth. The wine tasted heavy and velvety on his tongue and made him feel heavy and velvety, too. Mercy snorted in disbelief. "I don't drink much," he told her. "How tall are you?" 6'6", 6'9". "Pretty sure you can handle one glass of wine. All I'm saying is that it's a good thing you're driving tonight. I don't think I could get us home safely." He realized, too late, that he had uttered the words us and home in the same sentence, as if they belonged together. Worried, he studied her face, but she grinned at him, her face lit flatteringly by candlelight. Another knot inside Hart unraveled. "I am growing very attached to the notion that Sadie is going to apprentice here," Mercy said over her plate of seascape braised in garlic butter, wine, and lemon juice with capers dotting the rich sauce. "If he wants to cook like this for me on a regular basis, who am I to argue? So it's all settled. Almost. Pop is going to hand the undertaking duties over to me, and my sister, Lillian, is going to take over my old office duties, which means we need to hire a new delivery driver. But then there's the matter of Cunningham's." By the time she finished telling him about Cunningham's deal with Afton Lumber, Hart was ready to use Curtis Cunningham's head for target practice. The ID key around his neck weighed him down as he considered Mercy's options, which were few and far between. She waved her hand in front of his face. "No. Nope. Turn that frown upside down. We're not going to worry about that tonight. We are having fun. Period. Fun. When was the last time he had had fun? And then he remembered dancing with Mercy. And also having sex with Mercy. Which was as fun as it was heartfelt. Heartfelt, he thought, unable to contain the inebriated giggle that popped out of his throat. You really are drunk after one glass of wine, aren't you? Mercy asked, clearly delighted by the irony. A teeny bit. Mercy bit her lip to contain her laughter at his expense. And because the wine had cast aside Hart's filter, he told her, when you bite your lip like that, it makes me want to bite your lip like that. Cute little drunk Hart. Cute little sober Mercy with her cute fucking dimples. Over dessert and coffee, Mercy and tea, Hart. They traded funny stories. Mercy made him laugh so hard that tears sprang from his eyes when she told him about the first time she heard a dead body groan, as she'd helped their father load a boat into the old autodock. She'd had no idea that a cadaver could make a sound, and it scared her so badly. She dropped her end of the boat, breaking open the stern so that the wrapped corpse within stepped on her toe. She then ran screaming all the way to the kitchenette, where she ate an entire package of store-bought cookies before her father came in to comfort her, at which point she got sick all over him. Hart told Mercy about the time he caught a pair of big-game hunters who had come to Tanria to shoot dragons. They refused to believe him when he informed them that dragons didn't exist, and the only reason he managed to convince them to turn back was because a possessed possum had climbed out of a Tanrian violet oak and chased them. They tried to shoot it with their rifles, only to discover the hard way that new Godsir technology didn't work within the borders of Tanria. The toothy, furry drudge shambled after them all the way to the portal, and Hart followed behind, enjoying the show with smug satisfaction. He had never told that story to anyone before, mostly because he hadn't had anyone to tell it to, except maybe Alma and Diane, and he had stopped telling them much of anything. Sitting across from Mercy, laughing and tipsy and in love, he decided to visit them more often. Maybe he'd take a few vacation days here and there and give himself more time to be with the people he cared about. He had so many stories he'd never told anyone. Hart was still buzzed after he paid the exorbitant bill. On the way to eternity, he leaned his head against the window and watched Mercy drive. Unfamiliar emotions swirled inside him: tranquility, hope, expectation, and with the wine soaking into his brain, he didn't try to fight them. This thing with Mercy had already progressed well beyond the bounds of his imagination. Who knew how far they could go together for once? Anticipating the future was a comforting thought. Is it okay if I spend the night? He asked before he sobered up enough to second-guess himself. Did you honestly think I'd use you for a nice dinner, then kick you to the curb? I don't want to assume, he told her. I don't want to push. She kept her eyes on the road, but she was smiling. Yes. I want you to spend the night. That's good. Because I packed my toothbrush. I'd like to think you would pack your toothbrush no matter where you ended up. And deodorant. You are very special to me. She laughed, and he knew then that he would never tire of the sound. Once they reached Mercy's apartment, Hart put his toothbrush to work and his deodorant, too, to be on the safe side, after which he flopped onto the transcendent mattress and listened to the mundane sounds of Mercy getting ready for bed. With a stomach full of phenomenal food and the comforting routine of Mercy removing her eye makeup in the bathroom, a beautiful serenity encased him. His eyelids grew heavy, his breathing slowed. He could hear his own heart beating steadily in his chest. Mercy came into the bedroom and lay down beside him, snuggling into him. I wore you out. Hush, she said. Sorry. He was so relaxed that his lips barely moved. No need to be sorry. I'm one satisfied customer. She brushed her nose against the skin of his neck, and he breathed a small laugh. What are you doing? I'm nuzzling you. You're very nuzzleable. It tickles. Good. She patted the hollow curve of his right shoulder. This is my nuzzle nook now. Capital letters. Mercy's nuzzle nook. He closed his eyes and inhaled the scent of her cold cream as she nestled her head into the real estate of his body she had claimed as hers. As if she didn't already own everything he was. Body and soul. Works for me, he murmured, and he pushed aside the niggling worry that he was going to have to tell her about the letters at some point. Chapter 28. In a way, Mercy was glad that her letter-writing friend had gone silent. She wasn't sure what she would tell him about Hart and how effortlessly he had integrated himself into her life, the way she had once imagined her pen pal might if they'd ever met. In the end, Lil was right at all. Single. and extremely attractive Tanrian marshal standing before her in the flesh was a million times better than a letter-writing stranger. However, the reason she was seeing Hart so often made her anything but glad. Fun fact: you don't need an excuse to come see me, so don't feel like you have to keep putting yourself in harm's way, she told him as she pried up the bandage on his shoulder. He and Penn had taken out 5 drudges near the Alvarez Ambrosia Bottling Company yesterday, and Hart had the wound to show for it. Now he sat on Mercy's bed in nothing but his boxers so that she could change out the dressing. "It's not usually this bad," he said, facing away from her since Mercy was kneeling on the mattress behind him. "I've gotten clobbered by more dredges in the past 3 months than in the past 3 years combined. And they're all keyless. I don't know what's going on. And my well is full to bursting." Again, Mercy frowned at the angry red gash on his skin, which was healing faster than it ought to. She suspected that the next time she saw him, it would be nothing more than a pink streak, if not gone entirely, like all the other scrapes and cuts she had patched up over the past few weeks. But since she knew that the prospect of immortality upset both of them, if she was being honest, decided to finish bandaging the wound without comment. When she was finished, he turned and reached for her and pulled her onto his lap. "I'm half tempted to tie you to the bedpost so you can't go back," she told him. "I'm half tempted to let you bound to my bed in nothing but your underwear is probably not the best way to meet my father." Hart startled, as if Mercy had poured a bucket of cold water over his head. "Is your father coming over here soon?" "He's handing over some of his office duties to Lil this week. They'll both be downstairs around 8 o'clock. Hart looked at the alarm clock, which now read 742. "Fuck," he cried. He nudged Mercy off his lap and scrambled for his clothes. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Mercy put on her floral silk robe as she watched Hart panic. Do you want to keep this a secret?" "No." "I do you." She hugged the robe more tightly around herself. "I don't like sneaking around. But my family is always up in my business. And Pop keeps harping on me about settling down. I'd hate to subject you to that, when everything between us is so." Hart paused as he was shrugging into the sleeves of his shirt. "So perfect." It was a big word, right up there with commitment and love. She had reached so quickly for the L word with Nathan. Too quickly, inaccurately. She was not yet ready to utter it in Hart's presence, although she was beginning to think it in the private recesses of her mind. She worried that her admission would scare him off. Instead, he rewarded her with his almost smile. Most men seemed to take up so much room, and here he was, 6 feet, 9 inches tall, and the most unobtrusive person she'd ever met. "Perfect," he agreed, and the word love grew bigger and louder in her brain. He zipped up his pants before he threaded his fingers with hers. "Your family is important to you, so if you want to tell them about us, go ahead. But if we are going to inform your dad that we're dating, I'd rather it be over a nice, wholesome dinner, not when I'm leaving your place first thing in the morning because I've spent the night worshipping at the altar of your glorious, beautiful, intoxicating pussy." "Oh my," Mercy tittered, her cheeks heating. "That came out more vulgar than I had intended." Mercy did not find it vulgar. It was nice to be thought of as an altar, when every other man she'd dated had approached her with an attitude that suggested, "Meh, I guess y'all do." She let the flaps of her robe hang open and relished the appreciative huff that came out of Hart's mouth as she pulled him closer. "Say that again." "A nice, wholesome dinner," he drawled seductively. Mercy laughed as she took his hand and guided his fingertips over her underpants, pressing his fingers into her, moving them with the pressure and rhythm she wanted. "Fuck," Hart moaned. She relished the way she could render him helpless in 2 seconds. Havish glanced over his shoulder at the clock as she slid his hand inside her underpants. 13 minutes. "I want you to worship at the altar of my glorious." "Oh, fuck," he whimpered as his fingers went to work, doing exactly what she liked. "Beautiful. Intoxicating. If you say it, my soul is going to depart my body. I swear to the gods of death." She unzipped his pants as her lips brushed his ear. "Pussy. Fuck. Mercy. That's the idea." By 757, Hart was saying fuck 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 again as he struggled into his clothes. But this time, he was giggling like a sex-addicted teenager, and Mercy was as bad, cracking up as she fastened on her brassiere. "When will I see you again?" "Late Wisdom's Day. I might not be able to get here until 10 or later. You can show up at 3 in the morning." As far as I'm concerned, She took his face in her hands as soon as he had stepped into his boots. Be careful. I always am. But now you need to be careful for me. He went still and quiet in her hands. His pale eyes softened, and the word love expanded and grew heavy in her stomach. He began, but he didn't finish whatever he was going to say. Instead, he pressed a kiss to her lips and promised wisdom stay. At the latest before he tore down the stairs at 759. Buttoning his shirt, Mercy followed close behind, tucking her blouse into her dungarees. They made it as far as the counter in the lobby when they heard the jingling of keys in the lock at the front door and Pop's and Lillian's voices outside. Back door, Mercy whisper-shouted, and they were both snickering again as Hart changed course. Merc said he made the cutest mini quiches you've got to try, one Lil hollered from the lobby as Mercy and Hart made it to the dock. In their haste, they had left the apartment door open, and Leonard sprinted down the stairs, motivated by the prospect of dropped crumbs. His barking and antics covered the sound of Mercy letting Hart out the back door. She already missed him, and now she needed to face her sister. And her father, too. But whereas Pop was clueless, Lil was frighteningly observant, and Mercy felt as if she were wearing her two most recent orgasms on her face like bright pink lipstick. Until 5 minutes ago, she had believed that she did not like to be taken from behind. But then Hart had bent her over the settee. Get your mind out of the gutter, she chastised herself as she made her way to the lobby, praying that Lil wouldn't notice Mercy's swollen lips. Good morning, she said brightly. Too brightly. Take it down a notch, she told herself. Hop kissed her cheek in greeting, but Lillian dispensed with the pleasantries. She nodded at the coat rack and asked, whose hat is that? There was Hart's hat, left behind in his haste, the hat he had gripped for dear life the night their odd romance had taken off. A marshal must have left it by accident. Which is not a lie, Mercy added in her head. Did I hear someone on the dock? It's awfully early to drop off a body, isn't it? No worries. I handled it. Here, I'll take those. Mercy relieved Pop of the platter of mini quiches and headed for the kitchenette. Pop went into the office, but Lillian followed Mercy, whose armpits went damp with alarm. Regardless of whether Lil was onto her or not, Mercy was ravenous, so she dug into a mini quiche without bothering with a plate or fork. These are amazing, she groaned. Your shirt buttons are off, Lil informed her. Sure enough, her collar was 2 buttons higher on the right than on the left. Oh, ha ha, she laughed nervously as she brushed the crumbs off her boobs and got to work making herself presentable. Your hair's a mess. No scarf today, her sister pressed as Mercy redid her buttons. No. Lil leaned in, squinting at Mercy's face. Is that last night's mascara hanging out under your eyes? Allergies make my eyes run. Lillian's face glowed with evil glee. Whose hat is in the lobby? Mercy. She was caught, and she knew she was caught, and all she could do was flounder in the kitchenette like a landed fish. Lillian trotted to the lobby as fast as her pregnant belly would allow, and Mercy darted after her. Her sister grabbed Hart's hat off the rack and cried, I know this hat, I've seen this hat, where have I seen this hat? Would you stop with the hat? Mercy shot a glance at Pop's office door as she tried and failed to retrieve the hat from Lillian, and then Hart walked past the front window, his long hand patting the top of his head as if he had realized at that exact moment that he had left his hat at Birdsall Son. Oh, my gods, Lillian uttered before she turned on Mercy, her evil glee growing more evil and gleeful by the second. Are you trying to tell me you got it on with Hart Ralston? I'm not trying to tell you anything. You're yanking it out of me with brute force. Holy three mothers. How many times? Mercy wavered, a denial on her tongue, but she knew it would do her no good now. How many times for him? Or how many times for me, because they're not the same. And I am definitely in the lead. Lillian screamed in her face. Hop poked his head out of the office. Everything okay out there? We're having girl talk. Hop, said Lillian. Hop retreated post-haste to the office, probably assuming they were talking about periods or afterbirth. But to be on the safe side, Mercy ushered Lil to the kitchenette and shut the door. I thought Hart Ralston was persona non grata in Mercerland, Lillian said. Mercy thought of the debacle at the Little Wren Calf, when she had told Hart, you hate me as much as I hate you. She was ashamed of herself for how she had behaved that night, now that she'd gotten to know him for who he truly was. Maybe I changed my mind, she told her sister. How long has this been going on? Since the night of the Founders' Day party. That was nearly 3 months ago. You've been holding out on me all this time. Lillian smacked Mercy's arm. I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure it was an official thing before I told you about it. I haven't said anything about it to Pop yet either. You know how he is about me getting married. He'll be as silent as a shipyard. But can I say one thing? No. Too bad. You love Hart. Ralston. Hart is your boyfriend. You want to have Hart's babies. That was when Zeddy, of all people, sauntered into the kitchenette. Zeddy, who almost never set foot in Birdsall Son these days. Yet here he was. When Lillian's taunt hit his ears, his jaw dropped. God's tits, what he asked, but it was clear he needed no answer. Mercy propped her elbows on the counter and buried her face in her hands. Lil grabbed a butter knife out of the dish drainer and made a threatening gesture toward their brother. You tell Pop about this, and I cut you. Fine. But you can bet your ass I'm telling Pen. He is going to shit himself. Lillian chucked the knife into the utensil drawer. Your boyfriend is going to shit himself, sexy. Why are you here? Did you show up for the specific purpose of tormenting me? Mercy asked him. Pen and I were heading for the hotel to pick up Marshal Ralston, but he flagged us down on Main Street. Apparently, Hart sexy times Ralston wasn't at the hotel last night. Was he? Said he cocked an eyebrow at his big sister as he swiped a quiche from the platter. Anyway, I stopped by to grab a snack. Mercy beat her head against one of the cabinets. Her secret was out, and like toothpaste squeezed out of a tube. There was no putting it back. While Lillian rested the books away from Pop in the office, Mercy got to work as the official undertaker of Birdsall Son. They'd have to get around to changing the name of the family business soon. But in the meantime, Mercy had a well full of cadavers that needed tending. She decided to start with the keyless bodies that Hart and Pen had brought in the day before so that she could clear up space. As she brought the indigents out of the well and rolled them into the lift, she thought of Hart having to face trudges on a daily basis, a problem that was getting exponentially worse. Based on her intake lately, the updig was great for her bottom line, but it made her ill to think that she was making money off the problem, while Hart and Pen and all the other Tanrian marshals risked their lives to keep people safe. She cleaned, salted, and wrapped 2 bodies, doing her best to focus on the incantations rather than let her concern for Hart consume her. As she dug the appendix out of the 3rd body to make sure Hart and Duckers had sliced it and they had noticed something odd. There was a strange ridge along the appendix, next to the wound. When she ran her scalpel underneath it, it peeled off, as if someone had stuck a paper-thin, flesh-colored patch to the small organ that housed the human soul. Beneath it was another hole gouged into the appendix, but there was no corresponding hole on the patch she had removed. Mercy went ahead and finished preparing the body, but she paid closer attention as she worked on the last 2. It was much harder to see on the next, but she found a similar patch stuck over a wound on the appendix of the 4th body, and the 5th body produced the strange patch on both the appendix and the exterior abdomen. The latter matched the skin so well, she didn't think she would have caught it if she hadn't been searching for peculiarities. What in the salt sea? She wondered aloud. Chapter 29. Knock. Knock. Mail delivery. Hart got out the whiskey and poured a healthy splash into a cup as Bassaris stepped into the barracks. How you doin'? The Nimcolum raised his cup to both marshals before gulping it down. 5 for Mr. Popular and 0 for the asshole. Strange how the word asshole sounded like friend in the baritone register of a crass rabbit. Stranger still how much Hart was starting to like the Nimcolum. Maybe because 0 for the asshole meant that Mercy preferred him to secretariating him. It inspired a tip so generous that Bassaris broke into a genuine smile, his jagged tooth more childish than menacing for a change. Guess him coming back tomorrow night. Heartthrob. For the kids' letters. Now get the fuck out of here. That feels like a warm hug coming from the likes of you. You big softy. See you tomorrow. As he watched the Nimcolum melt into the woods beyond the barracks door, Hart contemplated the once unfathomable notion that he really was turning into a big softy. A softy for whom Wisdomstay could not arrive soon enough. As Duckers read his letters, Hart stretched out on his cot with his newest interlibrary loan. His mind kept drifting to Mercy until Duckers cut through his pleasant thoughts with a voice so smug it sent a portentous finger along Hart's spine. Well. Hart looked up from his book. Well. What? Fess up. I want to hear all about how I was right. Hart tamped down a growing sense of vague foreboding. I've got nothing to fess up to. The foreboding went from vague to very specific when Duckers held up a letter scrawled in Zeta's no familiar exuberant handwriting. All I know is that one of us is hooking up with Mercy Birdsall. And it isn't me. Hart's mouth went dry. Zeddy knows. He overheard Mercy and Lillian talking about it. So it's true. Her sister knows Hart was having trouble breathing. You clearly do not have sisters. Because if you did, you would know that they tell each other everything. I mean, everything. Lillian knew, and Zeddy knew, and now Duckers knew, and Roy Birdsall might know by now, too. And their knowing made the strange, beautiful, delicate thing between Hart and Mercy real and solid, something that could be broken. He and Mercy had talked about telling her family, but now that it had happened, Hart worried that it was too much, too soon. What if they didn't approve of him? What if they didn't think he was good enough for her? He shoved his hair out of his face with both hands and squeezed the sides of his head, trying not to panic. Fuck. Oh, I was right, say it. Duckers was on his feet, dancing in victory. You were right, Hart said, feeling lightheaded. Mean it. Hart had the wild urge to laugh. You were right. Okay. About what? Exactly. About Mercy. I'm sorry. What about Mercy? Duckers stood over him, leaning in, his hand at his ear. I'm in love with her. It was as if a burden had been lifted off his chest. The words he had almost said to her yesterday freed from his heart and sent out into the universe. Oh, shit. Really? Duckers' eyes bugged so hard Hart thought they might pop from their sockets. And his brief euphoria vanished. What the fuck did you think I was going to say? Dang. Sir. I don't know. I thought you were going to say that you like her. But you love her like. Capital L love. I swear to the unknown God. You are a pox upon my soul. Duckers. So that's a yes. Hart thought of Mercy, beautifully disheveled after dancing with him, standing opposite him at the counter of Birdsall Son with 2 slices of cake and more than 4 years' worth of misunderstandings between them. He thought of the ease with which she had swept the latter aside simply by talking to him and drawing him out, bit by bit, as if the man he was on the inside was worth knowing. He tried so hard not to smile he thought his face might break. Apparently, that was answer enough. Because Duckers declared, told you so. Hart was grateful when Banneker and Ellis returned from their patrol, thereby cutting off Duckers' teasing. They hung their hats and sat down to dinner as Hart and Duckers headed for their equemares in the stable. Unfortunately, Duckers turned out to be a dog with a bone when it came to Hart's love life. So, you told Mercy about the letters that night at the caf, right? Hart rubbed his stubbly chin and said nothing. Oh my gods. You didn't tell her. This time, it was an accusation, not a question. You worry about you. Duckers flapped one elbow, performing a woman's chicken dance with his left hand while his lantern hung from the right. Bok, bok, bok. Fuck off. You need to tell her. Men, last time I checked, my name was Sir as far as you're concerned. Fine. You need to tell her, sir. And you need to shut your hole, kid. Duckers shook his head as Hart saddled his equimoris. I can't believe what a wimp you are. You slay the undead on a regular basis. Pretty sure you can handle telling that nice lady that you wrote her some love letters. What do you know? I know I'm going to tell her if you don't. Hart went as cold as stone. I will fucking end your life. No. You will fucking end your own life miserable and alone if you don't tell her. Now. Now. If Hart was ice, Duckers was fire, grilling him with a truth he didn't want to hear but couldn't refute. I'll handle it. Hart relented. Yeah, I'll handle it. Yes. I swear. Don't tell her, please. Duckers leveled him with an ocular skewering that rivaled Alma's. I like Mercy. She's a good person, so you better handle it, sir. Hart knew that Duckers was right. He needed to tell Mercy the truth. And soon. No matter what it cost him. The problem was, it might cost him everything. The only people residing in Sector W7 were the employees of the Alvarez Ambrosia Bottling Company, who worked day shifts and barricaded themselves in their own barracks overnight. There were security guards on the grounds, but they were required by law to set off a flare to notify the Tanria marshals in the event of a drudge attack, which was why alarm bells went off in one corner of Hart's mind when he and Duckers heard a commotion near the mist, more than a mile away from the Alvarez factory and storage cavern. Silently, Hart drew his pistol crossbow and motioned for Duckers to do the same. They rode toward the tumult to find a brawl in progress. And since it was difficult to discern people from drudges at night, they stayed on Aquamarispac and went in for a closer look. Lanterns blazing. Their light threw frenzied shadows against the uneven earth. And it took Hart a minute to distinguish 5 drudges from 3 living people, who appeared to be wearing the uniforms of Alvarez's security guards. A pirated portal opened a hole in the mist some distance behind them. And bizarrely, there were heaps of what appeared to be sailcloth piled all over the place. Have the flare ready for backup. I'm going in. I'm going with you. No. You stay here. And light the flare if things get ugly. He didn't wait for an answer. He drew his machete and charged into the scene, chopping off the head of a figure he was absolutely certain was a reanimated corpse. Then the arms of another drudge that was gripping a living man by his shirt. He hacked the head off one more of the undead with a machete before returning it to the scabbard at his back, sliding off his mount, and joining the melee on foot with his rapier drawn. He cut into the appendix of the armless drudge, followed by those of the headless corpses, as the living shot crossbow arrows at the remaining 2 drudges indiscriminately, which probably should have been a clue that something was more than usually wrong, but Hart was too preoccupied to consider it. Now, sir, yelled Duckers. But Hart's attention was on the living people who were firing at will with no regard for his own well-being. Watch where you're shooting, barked Hart. He took out the last 2 drudges by the light of the lanterns strapped to the arching poles on his and Ducker's equimares as he barely avoided getting shot by the panicking humans. Once the 5 souls were dispatched into the night and only the living remained standing, Hart got a better look at the woman and 2 men standing in front of the portal. They wore the security uniforms of the Alvarez Ambrosia Bottling Company, but Hart didn't recognize them, and the fact that at least one of them had nearly shot him led him to believe he was dealing with something far worse than drudges here. There were several crime rings that had their fingers in Tanria, and the Alvarez plant was a tempting target since it sat close to the mist. The trickster knew the mob had plenty of access to pirated portals to get in and out of Tanria. If these 3 were mafiosi, Hart wasn't feeling so great about the fact that they had crossbows drawn, while he had only his rapier in hand. Thanks, Marshal. We can take it from here, the woman said, making no move to holster her weapon. Hart played along, sheathing his rapier but keeping his hand near his pistol crossbow. I need to get your ID tag numbers for the report, he said coolly. No one moved or spoke. Tags, please, said Hart, his hand now on his sidearm. One of the men began to ease backward toward the portal. Fire the flare, Duckers, Hart ordered without taking his eyes off the 3 people whose lives had saved. Sir, now, flare, he's got a flare, cried one of the men, raising his weapon and taking aim at Duckers. Hart drew his pistol crossbow and squeezed the trigger, catching the man in his thigh as the flare hissed, then exploded above them. He fucking shot me, the wounded man howled as he writhed on the ground. Put down your weapons, Hart shouted at the other 2. But it was too late. The woman pulled her trigger, and a shaft tore through Hart's left side. He staggered, trying to remain upright, despite the blinding pain, as the woman and the other man hauled their wounded comrade through the portal. They shut it down and pulled it off the mist as Hart fell to his knees, his left side shrieking in agony. Duckers hopped off his mount and sprinted to him. I'm good, Hart told him as Banneker and Ellis came galloping in. He pressed his hand to the hole in his side, trying to get a feel for how much blood had lost. Sir Duckers crouched beside him. See, there's more to fear from the living than from the dead. You remember that, Hart told him. The same lesson that Bill had taught him long ago. The world began to spin. Oh, fuck, he mumbled before he blacked out. How is he, Oma asked Dr. Levinson outside Hart's room at the infirmary while he was supposed to be resting. Lucky. Most people would have wound up with sepsis with a wound like that. But he's healing almost as fast as Rosie Fox. Hart felt as if every organ in his body had dropped to the floor beneath the uncomfortable hospital bed, because Marshal Rosie Fox was an immortal demigod. Definitely. Conclusively immortal. Ah, said Alma, and Hart knew her well enough to hear the unease in that one syllable. Can I see him? I suppose. But don't wake him. He needs rest. Doctor. Levinson led Alma into the room as she jotted down notes on Hart's chart. Well, look who's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning, Alma said when she saw that he was awake. Some bed rest. And you'll be right as rain in a few days. Marshal, the doctor added. Great, said Hart. and realizing that his flat tone made him sound like an ingrate, he added, "Thanks. Can I have a minute with him?" Alma asked the doctor. "Sure." She waited until the doctor was out of the room before asking, "Ralston, why do you have to be Tanria's punching bag all the time? You say that like I get shot every 5 minutes." His tongue felt thick and dry in his mouth, probably from the painkillers. "I know you heard the Rosie Fox comment. It doesn't mean anything. It's okay. I'm fine." Alma regarded him and tapped her fingers on the bed rail. He wasn't convincing either of them. "Want me to leave so you can get some rest?" "No. Hold up. I've got something I've been meaning to say to you." "All right. But if Doc Levinson gets mad at me, it's on you." She pulled up a stool with a screech across the linoleum floor and helped him adjust his bed to a sitting position. "Shoot." Hart stared at his hands in his lap, red and chapped against the pale blue of his hospital gown. They didn't look like the hands of an immortal. "I hate that we've drifted apart these past few years. I'm sorry I let that happen. I'm sorry, too." She touched his arm, a gesture made more potent because it was Alma doing it. Her affection was rare, and more powerful for the rarity. "But I can't apologize for what I said about Bill. I'm not going to lie about the man to make you feel better. You have the right to your opinion. But there are things about Bill you don't know. Why don't you tell me?" "I should. I will. But not now." "Fair enough." Hart extended his hand. "Friends." "Fuck you with your handshake." She pushed his hand aside and hugged him. It didn't help his wound, but it did wonders for his heart. "Get off me, you sap." She relinquished him and sat back on the stool. "Jerk." "True. What were the perps who shot me trying to smuggle out of Tanria do we know? The only thing we found on site was sailcloth. Which is weird, but that's not your concern. I know this is going to make you cry, but the law requires that you take sick leave after being shot. At least a couple of days." Hart's knee-jerk reaction was to protest, but then he realized that sick leave meant time with Mercy and the chance to come clean about the letters. "Okay," he agreed. "Okay, just like that." "Yep." She squinted at him. "What's got into you?" He glanced around the room, at the floor, the window, the medical supply closet, anywhere but at Alma's face. "I'm seeing someone." "No, really?" "Really?" She scooted the stool closer, the linoleum beneath it crying abuse. "Is it serious?" "Maybe." She walloped him with a good-natured punch to the shoulder. "Oh, that didn't hurt. You big baby. May I remind you that I was shot?" "Come on. The suspense is killing me." "Who is it?" He squirmed, but he couldn't wipe away the mawkish, pathetic grin taking over his face. "Mercy Birdsall." Alma's aquamarine eyes went wide before she cackled. "Shut up," he told her without an ounce of conviction. "Oh, ho shoes on the other foot. Isn't it working 2-week tours sucks when you're head over heels? And now you see the light. I give it a month before you're begging me for a desk job, so I can take some time off. You have to wait until the doc discharges you. But yeah, because, as you pointed out, you were shot." She mussed his hair like she used to do when they first became partners. "Say hi to Mercy for me." "Will do." As long as Mercy didn't send him packing when he finally told her the truth, he thought, and his stupid grin vanished. Chapter 30. If Hart was going down in flames, he intended to look his best for Mercy when he did so. He got a haircut and a shave, as well as 2 new shirts and a new pair of dungarees from the only men's clothier on the border that sold tall sizes. And he had his best boots shined to gleaming. He considered the purchase of a new hat as well, but given his proclivity for crushing it when he was nervous, and given the fact that he was already terrified to confess the truth to Mercy, he decided to save his money and abuse the hat he had left at Birdsall Son. In addition to these improvements, Hart was 1 key lighter. He had returned his ID tag and funeral package to Cunningham's first thing that morning. The receptionist pulled his file, sniffed at the cheap price tag, and handed him off to a junior associate, who couldn't have been older than Duckers. The young Undertaker recited a canned speech, trying to upsell Hart on one of Cunningham's many embalming packages. Even as he filled out the paperwork to process Hart's return, the place was an airless, joyless, soulless approach to death, and he couldn't understand why he'd chosen to patronize Cunningham's all these years. Maybe he'd found it easier to deal with mortality as a business transaction rather than face his own uncertain end. He stopped by the bank and his lawyer's office, so it was late afternoon by the time he stood at the counter of Birdsall Son, clutching a small paper-wrapped parcel in his sweating hands, his chest tight with nerves. He heard hammering coming from the boatworks, and he hoped that Mercy wouldn't wish to use that hammer on his face as soon as he told her about the letters. He took a deep breath, which did nothing to calm his raging jitters, and rang the bell. To his consternation, it was not Mercy who answered the summons, but her father. If Sadie and Lillian knew about Hart and Mercy, did that mean that Roy knew about them? Too Hart thought he might go into cardiac arrest as the man stepped behind the counter. But the affable smile on his face led Hart to believe that no one had clued him in yet. "Good afternoon, Marshal Ralston." Dropping off a body, Hart wasn't sure that there was still blood flowing to his lips. "No, I am." What was he supposed to say? "I'm here to see your daughter, to tell her that I'm her secret pen pal, and I'm hoping against hope that she won't hate me forever and might even want to have sex with me tonight." A furrow of confusion and concern dove between Roy's substantial eyebrows until Hart finally choked out the one true thing he could say to Mercy's dad. "I'm here to buy a new funeral package." Well, now the affable smile returned Mercy's smile, Hart realized. And the second he thought of Mercy, there she was, peering into the lobby from the hallway, her glasses sprinkled with sawdust. "Pop, did you get this?" She saw Hart and bit her bottom lip, and his heart leaped out of his chest to go reside in hers. "I've got it. Muffin, Marshal Ralston is here to buy a funeral package from us." This time, Mercy didn't bother hiding her grin. "Is he? Come on in and have a seat in the office." "Marshal." Hart turned panicked eyes on Mercy as Roy clapped him on the shoulder and ushered him through the office door. "Tea," she offered, beaming at him. "Yes, please. Now, remind me, are we updating a current package?" Mercy's dad asked as they took their seats on opposite sides of the desk. Hart set his parcel down on the empty chair beside him. "No, I returned my package to Cunningham's. I'm here to buy a new one." Roy's eyebrows shot up, taking the glasses perched on top with them. "I see. Thank you for your business." Hart squirmed in his chair and nodded, and Roy spread out a brochure in front of him. "We offer a wide array of handcrafted boats and 3 price tiers. I assume you're interested in purchasing a boat." Hart's old package stated that he would be shrouded in a simple sailcloth, cremated, and scattered on the outskirts of the shipyard. But if building boats was what Mercy loved, Ed put down the money to buy one, an expensive one. He scanned through the options and chose the model and corresponding wood with the highest price tag. Roy's eyebrows threatened to shoot right off his face, but he perched the reading glasses on the end of his nose and scribbled down Hart's selections. "And would you prefer that your body be interred or cremated?" "Cremated, I guess." "Where would you like us to send the remains?" It was one thing to tell a perfect stranger that he had no home and, therefore, nowhere to send his ashes. It was another to have to admit as much to Mercy's dad. "You can scatter them on the shipyard. No headstone." Hart shook his head, and Roy's forehead creased, an expression that reminded Hart of Mercy's warm compassion. "That's not very comforting to the loved ones you leave behind. Don't want to burden anyone with it." Roy set down his pen. "Where are you from, Hart?" It was nice to hear this fatherly man call him by name. Hart crossed his ankle over his knee and wished he had his hat to set on top of his leg. "Arvonia. I joined the Tanrian marshals when I was 16, and I haven't been back. Got any family?" "Not that I'm close with." "Aren't you friends with Alma McGuire? She's your old partner." "Right." Hart thought of the last time he went to see Alma and Diane, the way they'd fretted over him in soft voices when they thought he was asleep and couldn't hear. "Yep, we're good friends," he agreed. "I've known Alma for a long time. I don't think she'd find scattering your ashes a burden." Maybe Roy was right. Alma did have his birth key, after all, and she was going to have to figure out what to do with that if Hart died. So he nodded his agreement. "You can add her wife's name, too. Diane Belinder." Roy picked up his pen to jot down both names in the appropriate box. "Any instructions regarding your birth key or the keys of any family members in your care?" "Alma McGuire is already in possession of my birth key. My mother's key should be sent to her sister, Patricia Lippett. I assume she's still living in Pettysville." "Arvonia." "Good." Roy jotted down the information as he continued to speak. "I do recommend that you keep your last will and testament on file with your final arrangements. It makes it easier on your loved ones when everything is in one place. I have that here." Hart reached into his vest pocket and retrieved the document. folded neatly into thirds. Excellent. Roy placed Hart's will into a manila file folder, along with the paperwork for his new funeral package. As he handed over the new key-shaped ID tag, he asked, "If you don't mind my asking, what made you cancel your order with Cunningham's and purchase your arrangements from Birdsall Son?" Hart had not anticipated this question. He uncrossed his legs and sat up, a clammy hand on each knee. If Mercy hadn't told her father about them yet, he didn't have the right to say anything. But at the same time, he was not eager to linger. At least, sins of omission had caused him enough problems. "I'm dating your daughter." His voice tapered to nothing at the end. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that." Hart cleared his throat. "I'm dating Mercy." Roy had printed Ralston on the file folder tab, but he froze, his pen clutched in his hand. A long pause sucked all the air out of the room before Mercy knocked on the door and stepped inside. She attempted to smile brightly as she set a steaming cup in front of Hart, but both men knew her well enough to see it for the nervous grimace it was. "Everything all right?" she sang too cheerily. "Of course. Thank you." "Muffin?" "Yep," Hart agreed, half tempted to cling to her ankle and let her drag him out of the office to safety. "Well then." Another brutal silence stretched through the room. "I guess I'll leave you to it." Mercy gave them both one last strained smile before she stepped out, closing the door behind her. Roy's eyes met Hart's over the top of his reading glasses. Hart expected to find a sharp glint of disapproval therein. Instead, Mercy's father gave him an appraising look. "I know you saved her life, but I was under the impression that you two hated each other." "It's definitely not hate." "I'm gonna need a minute to adjust to this," he said gruffly, opening his desk drawer and pulling out the not-so-script bottle of whiskey. He poured himself 3 fingers and held the neck over Hart's tea as an offer. "I'm not much of a drinker." "Good to know." Roy recapped the bottle, shoved it back in the drawer, and took a deep gulp. "No one tells me anything around here. I have 3 children, but you'd think I was the baby." "So, you're seeing each other?" "Yes. And it sounds like it's serious." "Is it?" "Yes. For me, it is. Although I'm not too sure I deserve her, to be honest." "Good answer." Roy set his forearms on the desk and leaned in to study Hart, who was now experiencing heart palpitations. "Why don't you come over for dinner tonight?" Here was the nice, wholesome dinner Hart had mentioned to Mercy. But as he watched Roy's huge hand dwarf the pen, he found the invitation daunting. He wasn't accustomed to fathers, and he wasn't sure how to act around Mercy's. "Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Birdsall." Roy held out his hand. Hart took it with trepidation, and his finger bones crunched alarmingly in the other man's grip. "Call me Roy." Chapter 31. Mercy tried to work, but it was hard to concentrate when she knew that Hart was in the next room with her father, buying a funeral package no less. Thank the salt sea she was mid-boat rather than mid-buddy. She was measuring a plank to cut for the 3rd time when both men showed up in the boatworks doorway. "I believe Hart wanted to see you," said Pop. "Hart? Not Marshal Ralston? What exactly had they been talking about in there?" "I'm heading out for the evening." "Muffin, have a good night." "Good night, Pop." Her father chucked Hart on the arm, and though Hart was much taller, he seemed to shrink, and his face went pale. "See you tonight." "Yes, sir. I mean, Roy." Pop's footsteps clumped down the hall and into the lobby, and the sound of the front door opening and closing followed. Hart remained in the doorframe, gripping a small brown paper parcel in his hands, his hair neatly trimmed, his face clean-shaven, and Mercy was thrilled to discover that clean-cut Hart was every bit as handsome as rugged Tanria Marshal Hart. She raced across the boatworks and wrapped her arms around his waist. He bent to kiss her, but his lips were stiff. "You're coming over for dinner. Did I know about this? I unexpectedly got a few days off. Your dad just invited me." He disentangled himself from her arms and presented her with the parcel. "I got you something." "You didn't have to get me anything." "I wanted to. I guess flowers would have been better, but I thought this might be nice to have in your boatworks." Mercy took the package from him and unwrapped it, revealing a small red metal box with a foldable crank on one side and a grid of tiny holes beside a gold dial on the other. "Oh, it's wonderful, thank you. You have no clue what it is." "None whatsoever," she admitted. "It's a transistor." Suddenly, the red metal seemed to glow like a sunrise in her hands. "Bride of Fortune." "Hart, how does it work?" You crank it until it stops. Then you turn it on and spin the dial until you find a station you like. There are 2 stations on Bushon that come in loud and clear. And the Vinland stations are pretty strong, too. The volume is on the side here. It should last a good hour before you have to crank it again. She jumped up and down like a kid getting everything she wanted on her birthday. She cranked the transistor, put it beside a can of paint on a shelf, and flipped the switch to on. The red box crackled to life, blasting static into the room. She turned the dial until she hit a station playing a song that was too twangy for her liking. She kept turning until she came to the familiar blare of a trumpet and the exhilarated thumping of a bass drum. "I love this song," she cried. And then she sang along, full-throated, twirling her hips in time to the music. She didn't know the second verse, so she sang "I love this gift, this is the best gift ever" in place of the lyrics. Hart laughed, but his gray eyes didn't light up the way they ought to. "What's wrong?" "I'm nervous. About dinner, among other things." "Don't be. You have faced far scarier things in Tanria than my family." The song finished and another took its place. A slow, sweet number. "I know you're Mr. Fancy Feet, but do you think you can handle the old sway in a circle?" "I'll give it my best shot," he said wryly, and Mercy decided that he was darling when he was wry. How on earth had she managed to detest him for so long? Everything he did now seeped inside her chest and took up permanent residence. She tucked her head against his shoulder as he guided her in a lazy circle to the slow, steady rhythm of the song. "You're perfectly mercicized," she informed him. "I'd like to think so." He spoke the words into her hair with that quiet, sexy laugh of his. She turned her face up and nuzzled the bare skin of his neck above his collar. "Claiming the nuzzle nook outside the confines of your bed, is that allowed?" "I demand to have full and complete access to my nuzzle nook at all times." "Mercy," he said softly. She skimmed her lips down his neck, undid the top button of his shirt, and nipped his collarbone, savoring the way his breath stuttered. I need to." She stepped back and regarded his tired, anxious face. "You really are nervous, aren't you?" "That is putting it mildly." "It'll be all right. I promise." She took him by the arms and gave him a reassuring shake before switching off the transistor. "Do you mind if I take a quick bath before we go over?" "If it's a quick bath, then yes. I mind." "Do you mind if I take a long, luxurious bath?" she amended. "By all means." To clarify, "I get to watch." "Right. Sure. But are you up for hijinks? You look like you might be sick all over the linoleum." "I don't think I'm up for hijinks right before the nice, wholesome family dinner. Doesn't mean I'm not going to enjoy the show." As Mercy ran the bathwater, Hart retrieved her discarded clothes and folded them neatly, setting them on the edge of the vanity. An action that struck her as mind-blowingly thoughtful after years of pickings at his dirty clothes off every surface of the house. She had already fallen for this man, and yet she couldn't seem to stop falling farther and deeper. He sat on the bathroom floor, his back against the wall facing her, his long legs making giant triangles between them like an enormous cricket on the ceramic tiles. Leonard sat beside him, leaning his jowls against his beloved marshal's chest and snorting with joy as Hart pet him. "This is even better than I thought it was going to be," he said as he watched her sink into the hot sudsea water. "You've imagined yourself sitting on a cold tile floor, watching me remove 5 pounds of sawdust from my person while my dog drooled on your shirt. Many times. You have no idea. Before I forget, Alma McGuire says hi." Mercy's heart fluttered. If Alma was passing along her regards, that meant that Hart had told his best friend about her. Her cheeks were already warm and dewy from the bathwater, but the knowledge that Hart was owning up to dating her made half the blood in her body rush to her face. "Tell her I said hello back." "I will, but I hope we can hang out with Alma and Diane one of these days, so you two can say hi to each other all you like in person." He was prepared to take her along to meet up with Alma, who was practically family to him. This was getting serious. And Mercy, who had hated Hart from the depths of her soul a few months ago, was thrilled. "Who's Diane?" "Alma's wife." "Gird yourself, she's going to hug you. A lot. If you ever meet her." "I'm sure I will." "I hope so." Mercy was glad that she was in the bathtub, otherwise she might be dancing a jig right about now. "Has this bath met your long and luxurious standards? Because I'm starting to wrinkle." "Can't have that." He helped her out of the tub, and now that the soapy water no longer covered her, she felt silly and self-conscious to be standing on her bath mat, dripping and naked. When he was fully clothed, she reached for the towel, but Hart beat her to it, patting her dry himself. It was sweetly chaste, the gentle way he tousled her hair and blotted the water from her skin, as he wrapped the thick terry cloth around her shoulders. Mercy shooed Leonard out of the bathroom and reached out to undo the buttons of Hart's shirt. "Isn't your dad's house one of those classy no shirt, no shoes, no service kind of places?" he joked. But he leaned his long frame against the wall and watched her fingers work with smoky eyes, showing no inclination to stop her. "You're always the one touching me. I want to touch you for a change." She felt bold and vulnerable at once as she peeled back his shirt and slid it down his arms. She slipped her hands beneath his undershirt, pushing it up from the inside as she touched taut skin, ridged muscle, tickling hair. "Mercy, I have to tell you." And a gauzy bandage wrapped around his torso. "What happened?" she exclaimed, bunching up the undershirt to get a better look. "It's nothing. A scratch." "That's a big bandage for a scratch. Why didn't you tell me?" "In my defense, I've been very distracted since I arrived, Hart." He took the corners of her towel in his hands to bring her in close. "I'm all right." "Merciless. You're not all right. None of this is all right. I'm scared every time you have to go back." She reached up and stroked his sharp cheekbones with her thumbs. "Mercy, I need to." But she didn't want his words. She wanted his breath. She wanted his heartbeat. She wanted to feel the warmth of his living body, to know that he was alive and well and hers. She kissed him, and he kissed her in return with a tenderness that made her chest ache. Their movements were slow and soft as they made their way into the bedroom. He kept his forehead pressed against hers as he moved in and out of her, every movement of his body gentle and sweet. If Mercy had been unsure that she was in love with him before, she was certain of it now. Chapter 32. "Now, tell her now," thought Hart as they got dressed for dinner. But there was something he needed to straighten out before she kicked him to the curb. If she decided to kick him to the curb, "Please don't kick me to the curb," he begged her in his mind. Aloud, he said, "I have a proposition for you." Mercy raised an eyebrow, and although his anxiety jangled inside him, the gesture made him laugh. "Not that kind of proposition." "Okay, I'm listening." She stepped into her dress and turned, pulling her hair over her shoulder so that he could zip her up. This might be the last time he got to do something as intimate as zip her into a dress, a prospect that made telling her the truth even less alluring. "What if I could help you with the business?" "How do you mean?" She turned to face him, and he took her hands in his. "What if I hired a lawyer to help you fight Cunningham and Afton?" "As in, you'd pay for the lawyer?" He nodded. "No." That was a quicker and more decisive refusal than he'd been expecting. "Let me do this for you." "Absolutely not. I have the money." "Good. Keep it." She took her hands from his. And already, it felt like he was losing her. "For what I never spend it. And I love you." He wanted to say, but he didn't have the right to tell her that. Not until he came clean about the letters. "I care about you and what happens to you. I know you mean well, but this is my business. If I can't keep it afloat on my own, what's the point? Think about it. That's all I'm asking." Her mouth turned down, but it was out of exasperation rather than anger. "Okay, I'll think about it. But if my answer is no, you have to accept that." All right. Now. Right now," he told himself when they took Leonard to play fetch at the park behind City Hall to kill time before dinner. But it was so windy outside that he would have had to shout, and he didn't want to yell his confession at her. Dear gods. Now his conscience begged him as he and Mercy walked together to her father's house with Leonard trotting at their heels. But she wove her arm through his, and he could not bear to risk letting her go yet. And then they were on the porch, and the front door opened, and Roy ushered them inside. And he had squandered the opportunity to say what needed to be said. Now he would have to survive a family dinner at the Birdsall house before he could tell Mercy the secret that sat in his guts like a ball of lead. The first thing Hart noticed about the Birdsall house was that it was loud, and everyone seemed to be talking and laughing at once. And he couldn't figure out how so few people made so much noise. Roy kissed his daughter's cheek as they stepped inside, and he beamed at Hart as he shook his hand. "Glad you could make it." "Thank you. I'm glad to be here." This was not entirely true, but Roy clapped him on the shoulder in a welcoming and not a threatening way, and Hart felt the stiffness in his spine ease. He followed Mercy to the family altar and watched her dip her fingers into the bowl of salt water and touch her mother's key. Then she pressed her fingertips over his chest, to the place where his own mother's key rested against his breastbone, and he understood then that if she broke things off with him once she knew about the letters, he would shatter, and there would be no putting him back together. "They're here," Mercy's sister, Lillian, shouted over her shoulder, and then she was hugging him around the middle, the way she had hugged him at the Founders' Day party, the way Diane had hugged him since he was 9 years old, and he didn't dislike it, because he was fairly certain that she wouldn't be hugging him if she didn't think he was good enough for Mercy. He hugged her in return, albeit self-consciously. "Have you met Danny yet?" Lil asked, taking Hart by the wrist and dragging him through the dining room toward the kitchen, where Zeddy was doing acrobatic things with onions and a large frying pan over the stove while a red-headed man leaned against the counter next to him. "You must be Hart. I'm Lil's husband. Danny. Good to meet you." As Hart shook his hand, Danny leaned in and murmured, "They are terrifying, but you get used to them." Lillian touched Hart's arm. "Are you nervous?" "Don't be nervous. Have some wine. Honey, pour Hart a glass." Danny obeyed, getting a wineglass out of the cupboard. "I have been demoted from sous chef to waitstaff. This one won't even let me mince the garlic anymore." Zeddy scoffed from his place at the stove. "You call that mincing? Hart's a lightweight," Mercy warned Danny. "Go easy." Lillian took the bottle from her husband and filled Hart's glass to the brim. "Oh, this is going to be fun. Please drink up on my behalf since I can't have any. You are so lucky you're not pregnant." Lil gasped theatrically and set the bottle down on the counter. "Are you?" Hart did not require a mirror to inform him that he was blushing from head to toe. "Not the last time I checked." Lillian burst out laughing. She looked nothing like her sister, but their laughter was the same. Danny pulled his wife into a hug and smushed her face against his shoulder to prevent her from embarrassing Hart further. "Forgive her. Her filter is flimsy. But you love me anyway," said Lil, her voice muffled against her husband's sweater vest. "I do." "Salt sea," thought Hart. "They are adorable. They're all adorable." Spending time with Mercy's family was a lot like going over to Alma and Diane's house, though much louder. There was a comfort in this home that eased into his bones. He no longer felt like an outsider by the time they sat down to dinner, and he didn't panic in the slightest when Roy started up a conversation with him over the scalloped potatoes. "You said you're from Arvonia." "Right. Son, are you an Anemones fan?" "Really?" Pop said Mercy. "He sat down 2 seconds ago, and you're already grilling him on his sea polo preferences." But Hart had the bizarre urge to hug this big, burly man who called him son. And if Roy Birdsall wanted to talk about professional sea polo, Hart was game. "I was an Anemones fan when I was a kid, but I've worked in Tanria more than half my life, so I tend to root for the Bushong giant squids these days." Roy's eyes went misty. He patted Hart on the back. "Good man. I like this one." "Muffin." A warmth filled him that had nothing to do with the red wine had hardly touched. As he sat at the Birdsall family dinner table and watched Mercy's family joke and bicker and laugh, he realized that he was falling for them, too. If, by some miracle, he managed to keep Mercy in his life, he could be a part of this. He could have a family again. A tendril of cowardly temptation eeled inside him. How terrible would it be if he never told Mercy that he was her secret friend? What good would it do to tell her about the letters now? None. He had so much to lose if he confessed, and everything to gain if he simply kept his mouth shut. Surely, he could convince Duckers to see it his way. He had no sooner resolved to let his letter-writing past disappear without a trace than Zeddy, of all people, kicked off the process of destroying his life by raising a glass and declaring, "To Hart Roust, and the guy gets shot and almost dies," and shows up to a Birdsall family dinner 2 days later. The table did not respond with cheers. Roy, Lillian, Danny, and worst of all, Mercy gaped at him in various states of shock or alarm. In the pit of his stomach, Hart knew that this was very bad, although his mind hadn't pieced together exactly why. Mercy turned on him. "You said it was a scratch. You were shot." "A little." "How can you be shot a little?" Mercy's voice hit operatic notes. "It's healing fine, and I didn't want to worry you." "Of course I'm worried about you. I can't believe you didn't tell me. And how did you find out about it?" The last question was directed at Zeddy, and Hart realized that this was why he was completely fucked. "I had a letter from Penn this morning." "How can you have a letter from Penn? There aren't any Nimcolum boxes in Tanria." "Yeah, but he and Hart bribed their delivery Nimcolum to pick up their mail." Slowly, Mercy turned toward Hart, her face full of shock and anger. "I," he said, but couldn't seem to get any further. Blood thundered in his ears. "You told me you couldn't send letters from Tanria." "That's not exactly what I said." The second Hart spoke the words. He knew they were a mistake, as evidenced by the ice daggers shooting out of Mercy's eyes and into his chest. Zeddy sat down and leaned his head toward Lillian. "Hart's in trouble." "Did he lie to you about something?" squealed Lil, before turning a fiery glare on Hart. Mercy slapped the table. "None of you need to be involved in this conversation." She pointed her finger in Hart's face. "Except you. Come with me." Hart could sense her fury and humiliation simmering like water in a teakettle as she got up and marched through the parlor and out the front door, which she slammed shut as soon as he followed her onto the porch. He held up both hands in surrender. They were shaking badly. He was going to lose her. He could already feel his joy slipping through his fingers like sand. "Not a word out of you," she said. "I'm going to need the entire walk home to calm down enough to not strangle you." Hart nodded meekly. There was a scratching and whining at the door, and someone opened it wide enough to let Leonard out before shutting it. The dog was oblivious to the imminent destruction of Hart's life and bounded around him like a puppy. The walk to Mercy's apartment was brutal, but also far too short for him to compose a reasonable excuse as to why he had lied about not writing to her from Tanria. Only the truth could save him now, and it probably wouldn't. He followed Mercy and Leonard through the lobby of Birdsall Son and up the stairs. But he didn't dare go farther into her home than the door, which he leaned against for support once it had shut behind him. Mercy walked to the open kitchen, took out a glass from the cupboard, filled it with water, and drank all of it, her back to him. When she faced him again, her eyes were no longer filled with fury. They were filled with hurt, which was infinitely worse. "I don't understand why you would keep something like getting shot from me, or why you would lie to me about sending mail from Tanria. It makes me wonder what else you've kept from me." "I know. Let's start with the part where you got shot. Why didn't you tell me? It's probably easier to show you." He unbuttoned his shirt and pulled up his undershirt to unwind the bandage, uncovering the pink pucker beneath. Mercy came over to study the wound, or the lack thereof. It didn't take a doctor to know that a pistol crossbow wound would not and should not have healed this quickly. Hart leaned his head against the door. He wasn't sure what he wanted to talk about, less this or the letters. "The doctor wouldn't say it outright, but I think that arrow should have been a death sentence. And yet here I am." He spoke the words to the ceiling. It felt as if he were opening himself up to her with a crowbar. She forgave him enough to run her hand up his torso until it rested over his heart, between his keys and his skin. "Do you have any idea how glad I am that it wasn't a death sentence?" He wondered if she would be glad that he wasn't dead by the time this night was over. He took a lock of her hair and rubbed it between his fingers and thumb. "When I was 7 years old, my grandpa took me to a circus in town. I was so excited to go. But one of the first things we did when we got there was go to the freak show. Almost everyone in that tent was a demigod. There was one woman in particular, an immortal who'd been alive for 300 years. Thing is, her body kept aging. I remember thinking that she wasn't real, she didn't look human, but as I got up close, she opened her eyes. They were bright pink. I screamed and screamed, and Grandpa had to take me home. But those eyes have followed me every day of my life since." Mercy tucked her head under his chin and held him in her arms. He had come to eternity to fess up to the letters. But all of a sudden, he realized that he was about to tell her something else. Something bigger. For 17 years, remorse had sat on his chest like a boulder. Now he was about to push it off and send it rolling down a hill with no idea of the consequences. If Mercy didn't send him packing after this, she could forgive him anything. "Can we sit down?" he asked her. "Okay." She let him lead the way. He took a seat on the settee and was glad that she sat next to him rather than across from him in one of the armchairs, where he couldn't touch her. He took her hand in his while he still could and said, "This isn't the first time I should've died but didn't. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to start at the beginning. I grew up on my grandpa's farm in Arvonia. It was just me and Mom and Grandpa. My grandma died before I was born, and Aunt Patty was already married by the time I came along. It was nice. A good place for a kid to grow up. But that's beside the point. One of my first memories is of seeing a light float across a newly planted cornfield. I remember asking my mom what it was, but she didn't seem to understand what I was talking about. I kept seeing these lights, and by the time I was 6 or 7, I realized that Mom couldn't see them, and Grandpa couldn't either. He died when I was nearly a stroke drop dead in the corn right in front of me. When I saw one of those lights come out of his body, I finally knew what it was I was seeing. Mercy squeezed his hand. You can see souls. He nodded. I saw my mom's leave her body, too. How's that for an amazing demigod talent? In answer, Mercy stroked his arm with her free hand. There's more, he said, the pent-up words cramming into his mouth. Eager to leave. When I came to Tanria, I apprenticed under a man named Bill Clark, but he was more than my mentor. He taught me the ropes, but he also listened to me like I had something important to say, like I wasn't some kid who didn't know anything. He didn't want me to lose out on my education, so he got me a library card and humored me when I droned on about whatever I was reading: history, philosophy, astronomy, you name it. I was like a sponge in those days, and he took it upon himself to make sure I soaked up the right things. He had an incredibly strong moral compass, and he set an example of the kind of man I should try to be. Not that I've lived up to those standards. Mercy nudged him. Give yourself credit. I'm sure he'd be proud of you if he could see you now. Leave it to Mercy to think better of him than he merited. What he was about to tell her might change that opinion. I know there's some God out there who sired me, but Bill was my father. So when I got to Tanria and I noticed a bunch of souls floating around there, more than I'd ever seen in one place, I told him about it. And then I took down my first drudge, and one of those souls came out of it. So all those people who believe that the human soul resides in the appendix and that drudges are lost souls infecting a body, they are right. Can you tell where the lost souls are coming from? Hart shook his head. I only know Tanria is full of them. The ones who didn't make it to the afterlife for one reason or another. I don't know why, but they are trapped there. When they find a dead body or make one, they take possession of it. It's their way of being alive, in their own sad way. So you can puncture the appendix, but the soul flies free until it finds another body. If you kill a drudge outside of Tanria, it floats through the mist and gets stuck all over again. I had no idea. That's because I never told anyone about it except Bill. But why? Hart eased her brow's furrow of confusion with a gentle fingertip and traced the lines of her face, so beautiful in the dim gaslight of her parlor. There's nothing anyone can do about it. And I should know. I tried. We both tried. Bill and I. What do you mean? She asked, her concern for him thickening the words. He reached for her, and she snuggled into him. Please don't give up your nuzzle nook, he begged her in his mind. Souls aren't the only thing I can see. There's a house in the middle of a field in the heart of Tanria, in Sector 28. No one else can see it, but I can. And those souls can, too. I think drudges tend to congregate there, because they want to go in, because they don't want to go in, because they don't want anyone to open that door. Is it a house or the house? She asked in hushed awe. I'm pretty sure it's the house. She remained motionless in his embrace. The silence stretched on until, at length, Hart gave a bitter laugh. And what's crazy is that it looks like my house. I mean, from when I was a kid. The house I grew up in on the farm looks exactly like it. This is incredible. I'm sure everyone sees their own home when they go to the house of the unknown God. But I don't think you're supposed to see it while you're still alive. Lucky me. You think you're seeing your own door to the afterlife waiting for you in Tanria. I thought you were worried that you can't. Mercy's voice trailed off, but Hart knew how to fill in the blank. I'm not sure what it is or why it's there, but I do know that a lot of people wouldn't have believed me, wouldn't have listened to a kid. Bill did, and he also guessed it was the house of the unknown God. In those days, we were still figuring out the best way to deal with drudges. A lot of marshals lost their lives on the job. People Bill knew, his friends. So he started to wonder what would happen if I went up to the house and opened the front door. Maybe the souls would go in. Maybe we could get rid of the drudges, once and for all. Maybe we could save lives. Mercy's arm wrapped so tightly around him. He struggled to breathe, but he kept on reeling the story. I was 19 when we decided to try it. We got about halfway between the tree line and the house when the drudges came. And I mean they came at us from every direction. I've never seen so many at once. Bill lit his flare and told me to get to the house while he held them off. So I did what he said. I took off running. Half of them chased after me. Gods. They were fast. Drudges are always so much faster than you think they are going to be. I had to stop and fight them off. When I looked back, There was Bill. He was badly outnumbered and bleeding. From his head, his arm, everywhere. He saw me hesitate. And when he shouted at me to keep going, when he stopped fighting long enough to yell at me, they buried him. I don't know how else to describe it. They piled onto him, and I couldn't see him anymore. He had told me to keep going, to get to the house, but I couldn't let him die like that. So I went back for him. I tried to fight off every single drudge that had piled onto him, but they tore into me, too. Oh, Hart, let me say it. Let me get through it. He gripped her to him so hard he was afraid he was hurting her, but he couldn't seem to stop. I did it. I got them all, but more were closing in, and I didn't know what to do, because Bill was still alive. He was on the ground, and fuck, he was in such bad shape. Mercy. And he told me begged me not to let them have him. So I, oh my gods. So I made sure they wouldn't make a drudge out of him. Mercy said nothing, and he wasn't sure he would have heard her if she had. He was far away, standing in the field, watching Bill's face contort in pain as Hart buried his rapier into his mentor's appendix. His voice sounded flat and far away when he spoke again. The remaining drudges surrounded me, but I stood there and watched as Bill's soul floated to that house and opened the door and went inside. And you, what happened to you? Mercy slipped from his arms and gazed at him with every ounce of her kind, lovely empathy as a tear that Hart did not want to shed trickled down his cheek. With the story out of his mouth and released into the unknown, he knew that he'd break down completely if he looked at her now. So he stared past her to the darkened doorway of her bedroom. More marshals arrived on the scene, answering our flare. They fought off the rest of the drudges and got me to the infirmary. I recovered, but I shouldn't have. That place should have been my grave. That door was meant for me, but Bill was the one who went inside. Hart wiped his damp cheeks. I should have gone back and tried to finish what we started. No, but I didn't. I couldn't bring myself to go back there. The house is still there, but even now, I can't face it. Mercy combed her fingers through his hair, her thumbs wiping at the steady leak of his eyes. Don't you ever go back there. Don't you ever try to open that door again. If I had opened that door 17 years ago, if I had done what Bill told me to do, he might be alive today. Or you might both be dead. You don't know if you're immortal, Hart, and you have no idea what's behind that door. And neither did Bill, for that matter. Don't you understand I as good as killed him? No, you didn't. She grasped him by the shoulders, but he flinched from her sympathy, found it irritating, even, and moved away from her on the settee. She rubbed his arm, but he went rigid beneath her touch. He didn't deserve her comfort. He didn't deserve anything good. Not when he'd taken everything away from Bill. Don't try to erase my guilt. All right, it's not going anywhere. I'm not trying to erase the guilt. I'm trying to place it on the rightful shoulders. Her words sank in like venom, because if the guilt didn't belong on his shoulders, there could be only one other person she meant. Irritation gave way to cold enmity, gripping his heart with icy fingers. He pulled away from her touch. Don't go there, he warned her. But Mercy wasn't having it. She was burning with anger, and that anger was aimed at Bill Clark. I don't care how much you loved the man. You were a kid. He was the adult. He was responsible for you and your well-being. But he asked you to risk your life. And for what? I'm a marshal. He was a marshal. The whole job is a risk. Marshal or not. A grown man who asks a 9-year-old to do something stupidly dangerous is not a person with a strong moral compass. You didn't know him. Maybe I didn't. But I know this pen is 19. Would you ask him to open that door? He can't see it. That's beside the point. Hart froze, a statue of icy rage. And since he refused to reply to her question, Mercy did it for him. The answer is no. You wouldn't, because you do have a strong moral compass. She was right. There was no earthly way Hart would ask Duckers to do what Bill had asked him to do all those years ago. And he hated her for understanding something he had failed to grasp. It was like the argument with Alma all over again, with one question. She had completely blown up everything he thought he knew about himself, about Bill, about the world as he understood it. He got to his feet and made for the door. What are you doing? Mercy demanded. Leaving. She raced past him and stood in front of the door, her arms folded. Hart, talk to me. Why, so you can tell me the best person I've ever known was an asshole, when you didn't know him at all. I'm not saying he was a bad person. Right. He simply lacked a strong moral compass. Those were your words. Mercy put her hands to her temples and took a deep breath. When she spoke again, her voice was calm, but her anger vibrated beneath the surface. Maybe I shouldn't have said it the way I did, but you need to understand that Bill's death was not your fault. He put himself in that situation. He put you in that situation. So no, I don't, and I won't think well of him for that, whether I knew him or not. Look what it's done to you. Her version of the truth slapped him hard. His jaw was so tight, he could barely push his acerbic response through the grim slash of his mouth. Yep, I'm a real mess. Aren't I? Would you stop twisting my words around? I'm trying to help you. I don't need your fucking help. He stalked into the bedroom in search of his pack, but Mercy followed him and stood in the doorway. Sure, you don't need anything or anyone. You've been doing dandy on your own. Leonard's liquid eyes looked up from where he lounged on the bed. His jowls draped over Hart's pack, and he whined, a sound that echoed the pain and resentment welling up inside Hart. Because Hart had not been doing dandy on his own. That was how Head wound up writing the words "I'm lonely" in a letter that found its way to the one person who could break him into a million pieces. The person who was breaking him into a million pieces right this minute as she trampled his memories of Bill. Don't leave like this, Mercy told him as he tried to slide his pack out from underneath Leonard. But the dog mistook the gesture for a game of tug-of-war. Now Hart had hold of the strap, while Leonard's jaw clamped onto the bottom of the sack. The dog growled playfully, his nubbin twirling with joy. Hart tried to yank his pack free, but Leonard's hold was firm. Let go, he demanded. Hart, would you calm down for a minute and talk to me? Let go. He tugged hard, and the strap ripped away from the bag. Leonard celebrated his victory, shaking the bag in his mouth as if it were captured prey, flinging the contents all over the bedroom floor. Hart's toothbrush, his comb, his deodorant, his clean shirt and underwear, his library book, Mercy's letters. Leonard continued to growl in delight, and yet a deathly pall came over the room. Hart watched in powerless horror as Mercy stared at the packet of letters bound together with twine, her own handwriting staring back at her. To a friend, Hart's rage of 5 seconds ago was gone. All gone. He couldn't breathe right, couldn't seem to draw in or expel enough air from his lungs. Mercy, he said, his voice thin and high. She turned on her heel, flung open the apartment door, and flew down the stairs. Hart tore after her. Mercy, wait. She raced into the office and turned up the gas sconce. Then she went to one of the filing cabinets and fingered the labels on the drawers, muttering, "Who have you brought in lately?" Hart reached for her, but she jerked away. She yanked open a drawer and sifted through the file tabs. Clayton, find effer. Ciardova Cushman. She tore the file out and held it up for Hart to see, and the wrath painting her face curdled his guts. She slapped the file onto the desktop and opened it. There was Hart's handwriting on the report, the squared-off letters she must have come to know as intimately as he knew hers. She glared at him and waited for him to say something. His rib cage felt too small for the expanding anguish inside him, but he couldn't think of a single thing he could say that would repair what he had broken between them by not telling her the truth. You knew, she fumed. You've known since the little wren calf. And you said nothing. He stared at the paperwork, wishing from the depths of his soul that he could somehow erase the evidence of his own hand. Look me in the eye, she commanded. He did as he was bidden, and her tears of rage burned a hole in his chest. She was so livid that she shook from head to toe, her hair vibrating in a halo of gaslight. You made me think that you and then you slept with me. I can explain. No. You could have explained it past tense, but you didn't. Now you can't, because I'm not interested in hearing your excuses. Everything was crashing down around him. He was losing her. All of her Mercy and her letters. You have to believe me, he begged her. She cut him off with an incredulous, bitter laugh. I'm sorry. What, I have to believe you? Why, so you can find some other way to weasel into my pants. I would never. You would never. What, lie to me? Hart buried his face in his hands. He couldn't bear the hatred pouring out of her and into him. I didn't mean to lie, he wailed into his palms. But she pulled his hands away from his face. Yes, you did. You meant it. Lies don't happen by accident. A lie is a deliberate choice. Mercy, please. I'm so sorry. I don't want your apologies. And you know what? I don't want you. She hadn't yelled the words, she had spoken them with a cool precision that cut him apart. He stopped crying. He stopped feeling. He stopped functioning. He existed. And that was it. "Don't you step foot in this place again," she told him, her voice as cold as the salt sea. "If you've got a body to deliver, you send Penn to do it. Do you understand?" He couldn't think or speak. All he could do was nod. "Now get out." He couldn't remember leaving or closing the door behind him or getting into his duck. He drove for hours, and he had no idea where he was or where he was going. He had made it onto a 2-lane waterway when the agony caught up to him. He pulled off to the side and floated in the middle of the sea. His tears came like sick, heaving out of him uncontrollably. He sobbed the way a child weeps, coughing and wheezing for air. He didn't know a grown man could cry like this. Run out at last. He curled up in the cab and stared through the windshield at the frigid light of the stars, at the gods who had come and gone and been forgotten. He watched the sky spin overhead, and all he could think was the word heartbroken. Heart. Broken. Chapter 33. Why do you want to work for Birdsall Son? In the office, Mercy and Lillian sat across from their third interviewee of the day, a miner searching for a safer line of work outside the borders of Tanria. Mercy had high hopes for this one, given the debacle of the first 2 interviews. But when he directed an unctuous smile at her, her hopes quickly dwindled. "Well, I have to say, Mom, I like the view. Thank you. We'll be in touch," Lil said. "I've only answered one question, and we have all the information we need. You can let yourself out." "Damn women have no business in undertaking anyhow," he muttered as he left the office. How did Pop find Danny in this morass? Mercy wondered aloud once they heard the front door close. Mercy had asked her sister to stay behind to help her with the interviews while Danny did deliveries, since they were going to be running the business together anyway. Plus it seemed like a good way to force Pop to take a few days off. Now she felt like she was wasting Lillian's time. "Maybe we should go to temple and leave a truly impressive sacrifice for the Bride of Fortune. Dear Bride of Fortune, please send a woman to reply to our job opening for a new delivery driver. Because men suck." Indeed they do. Mercy had been doing a decent job of not thinking about a mendacious Tanrian marshal every second of every day. But the mention of men's suckery made it difficult to sidestep her battered heart. She checked her clipboard onto the desk and picked up the packet sent to her by the Quinter Lumber Corporation, which operated near the East Station. "Why are you torturing yourself with that? We've done the math. The lumber rates are doable, but the shipment costs would sink us. They're the most reasonable offer we've had. That doesn't make it feasible. Even with the gains we're making on indigents, we can't afford it. We don't have the bargaining power of Cunningham's. They've got 6 locations. We're only us." Mercy perked up, an idea taking shape in her mind. "But what if we did have bargaining power?" "What do you mean?" "Think about it. There are other undertakers operating around the West Station. Meta and Argentine both have undertakers. And I bet there's at least a couple up north that've been working with Afton. We're not the only ones affected by Cunningham's deal. If we form some kind of consortium with the others, maybe we can work out an arrangement with Quinter Lumber." Lil chewed the eraser of her pencil. "It would depend on what kind of deal Quinter offered. I'd have to crunch the numbers. But yeah, it could work. Do you think they'll entertain the idea if it comes from a lady undertaker?" "I don't see the menfolk coughing up a better plan. And you've been the interim undertaker here for a year without raising too much of a stir. Maybe us Bordertownies are a more progressive lot than you think. It can't hurt to send out feelers. The worst thing they could do is say no." Lil put the pencil out of its misery, setting it on the desk so that she could fold both hands over her pregnant belly. "I wish I could figure out why Cunningham wants to shut us down so badly. It's literally keeping me up at night. Well, that and the fact that this one here gets the hiccups at 3 o'clock on the nose every night and dances on my bladder from dusk till dawn." Lil patted her stomach. "But seriously, if you take our sales figures and inflate the numbers to match Cunningham's intake, plus the profit he's making off his ability to mark up the products he buys wholesale, plus the fact that he's cornered the market on embalming, I can't for the life of me see how our measly business cuts into his profits. Much as it pains me to say this, Seti was right. There's something shady going on here. Curtis Cunningham is Mr. Pillar of the community. Even if he were doing something shady, I can't imagine we'd be able to do anything about it." Mercy deflated, putting her elbow on the desk and resting her chin in her palm. "If Cunningham is doing his level best to get rid of us, It stands to reason that he's trying to shut others down, too. We should find out which Undertakers have shuddered over the past year to see if they have anything in common. That sounds nice and all, but I have an overflowing well downstairs and 4 boats to build this week. I don't have time to be Mercy Birdsall. Super sleuth. You should put that on your business card. Mercy took off her glasses and rubbed at the headache blossoming in her forehead. Burying herself in work was what had prevented her from burying herself in heartbreak and misery these past few weeks. She was afraid to let her thoughts wander too far from the boatworks. They were likely to bump into topics better left untouched, such as how much she missed the man who'd lied through his teeth to her. Lillian smacked her elbow. Come on, humor me. Which Undertakers have closed their doors fairly recently? Mercy closed her eyes and envisioned a map of Bushong and the border towns huddled around each of the 4 Tanria and marshal stations. She started north and worked her way clockwise. East, south, then west. Mortuary and funeral rites. Dresser Knops. Bethina's funeral services. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. Lil jotted down the names and handed Mercy the list. What do they have in common? Mercy longed to deal with bodies and boats rather than Cunningham's hostile takeover. But she put on her glasses and dutifully read through the list. And a pattern emerged. Oh, she cried, her pulse stinging through her veins like a bell. She flew to the file cabinet where she kept old financial records. Ladies and gentlemen, Mercy Birdsall, Super Sleuth, is on the case. Lil joked as Mercy pulled out the file on the indigent processing grant and opened it on the desk. She riffled through the paperwork until she found the award letter that listed all the grant recipients. Bethina's funeral services. Birdsall Son, Cunningham's funeral services. Dresser Knops, mortuary and funeral rites. Mother of fucking sorrows. I knew it, crowed Lillian over her shoulder. Mercy shook her head in disbelief. He wants a monopoly on the indigent processing grant. It's got to be a pittance for him. He applied out of self-promotion, not for financial benefit. It isn't a pittance. Over the past 6 months, our indigent intake has gone up more than 200%. And I'm sure it's higher for him. It's like saving coppers in a piggy bank. A few here and there doesn't amount to much. But if you fill up the bank, it adds up. I'm telling you. He knew the intake was about to increase exponentially, which is why he shut everyone else down. Shady. How would he know that? Though it's not like he can get into Tanria to make the drudge problem worse. And who would make the drudge problem worse on purpose? A shady asshole who stands to make a huge profit. But how's he doing it? How do you make the undead with dead people? What does he have, an unlimited supply of dead people? Lillian slapped the desk to drive home her point. Yeah. But every body coming out of Tanria has a punctured appendix, so it can't be reanimated. Not to mention the fact that someone would have to get all those cadavers past the checkpoint at the West Station. I'm telling you, Cunningham found a way. This guy hatched a nefarious plot to fill Tanria with dead bodies in order to swindle the government. That has got to be the least sexy, evil plan ever. Mercy leaned against the tall file cabinet, feeling wrung out. I don't know, Lil. It seems pretty far-fetched to me. I think it's worth investigating. Maybe, said Mercy. But all of this talking and not working was making her feel again. And she was not in the mood to engage her emotions. In the meantime, I'm going to send letters to anyone who might be willing to team up with us on lumber purchases. And then I'm going to buy copious amounts of chocolate. And then I'm going to put in serious overtime to get through the workload today. Solid plan. Especially the chocolate part. But only if it also involves you buying me a blueberry muffin the size of my head. As Mercy slipped the letters to the Undertakers into the Nimcolin box on Main Street, she had the familiar urge to write a letter to her pen pal. The same urge that had compelled her to write to him in the first place. The need for a friend. And then she remembered why she and Hart had broken up. She hated him for doing this to her. For ruining what they'd had together and destroying the letters in one fell swoop. Hate's a strong word. Merciless. Do you really hate me? He asked in her memory. She wished she could hate him, but she didn't. The sad truth was that she loved him, even if she was struggling to forgive him. The same questions that cycled through her brain every night as she lay awake in her lonely bed somersaulted through her mind as she stood before the Nimcolin box on Main Street. Why had he written the letters in the first place? Why had the Nimcolin decided she was the recipient? Why had he humiliated her at the Little Wren Calf? only to turn around and woo her a week later. How could he have slept with her when he knew the truth? How could he have let things between them go as far and for as long as they had without telling her? She didn't bother to wonder if she would give him the chance to explain himself if he showed up on her doorstep. She knew that she would. The problem was that Hart had taken her at her word when she'd sent him packing. She had told him not to set foot in Birdsall Son ever again. And he hadn't. Penn was the one who dropped off the bodies they secured, including indigents. Hart could have taken them to Cunningham's instead. He was still making sure Mercy got the keyless bodies that he and Penn recovered in Tanria and, therefore, the money that came with them. Such thoughtfulness was infuriating, given the circumstances. As Mercy walked up the street to Callaghan's general store, she considered what it meant that, according to Lillian, indigent intake was up by over 200%. It followed that the drudge population inside Tanria had increased accordingly. If Lil's suspicions were correct, and Cunningham had found a way to smuggle dead bodies with intact appendixes into Tanria, that put every marshal at greater risk. When she thought of the cuts and bruises she'd seen on Hart's skin during the months they dated, it made her blood boil. She might be livid with Hart, but the thought of him getting hurt or worse nagged at her without cease, particularly if Cunningham was increasing the drudge population on purpose. Truth be told, she was worried sick about him, and not simply because of the physical perils of Tanria. She had refused to ask Penn how he was doing the few times they'd crossed paths since the breakup. But the last time she saw him at the house, Penn had volunteered his opinion without her having to ask. "He's lost and miserable without you," Penn had informed her. "He's got a funny way of showing it," she had muttered in reply. She could reach out to Hart, but he was the one who had lied. He was the one who needed to explain himself. If he wasn't willing to swallow his pride and come after her, he didn't deserve her. And the fact that he apparently didn't feel compelled to beg her forgiveness was the reason why Mercy stalked the aisles of Callaghan's general store to find a chocolate bar that would inadequately fill the emotional void inside her. She also picked up a blueberry muffin the size of her head for Lil. As she was paying at the register, she noticed a headline on the front page of the Eternity Gazette, smaller than the main headline: "Drudge on the loose kills 2 in Harrington," and tucked into the corner, "Cunningham awarded patent for miracle embalming patch." And click. Everything snapped into place. Hop had the Gazette delivered to the house every week, but Mercy forked over the change to buy a copy at the counter. She ran to Birdsall Son as fast as her red canvas sneakers would carry her, threw open the door, and shouted, "Lil, I know how he's doing it." Chapter 34. The grief Hart felt as he plodded through his days beside Duckers cut differently than the knife of losing his mother or Bill or Gracie. They'd been taken from him. They had gone to a place where he couldn't follow. But Mercy was alive and well and living in the world without him. And the reason he couldn't be with her was because he'd messed it up irreparably. Had done this to himself. And now he couldn't undo it. And it was tearing him up inside. He went through the motions. Arresting smugglers and poachers. Teaching Duckers how to pack sailcloth so that it didn't come spilling out of the pack. Taking out drudges and watching their bitter souls float off into the winds of Tanria until they could infect someone else. At the end of each tour, Zeddy came to get Duckers at the station, while Hart returned to Tanria on his own to pick up overtime. It was always a relief to be alone with his sadness once Duckers was out of his hair, to drop the facade and simply be. But within a day or two, he ended up missing the kid more than he wanted to be by himself. Maybe that was why. Camped out in Sector W26 on a solo night shift, he took out a pen and the stationery that had long since sunk to the bottom of his pack and wrote one last letter to Mercy. Months ago, he had told a friend with no name and no face that he felt better for having applied the weight of his loneliness to a piece of paper. It held true now. Although he slid the letter into his vest pocket rather than a Nimcolin box, he thought he'd go back to the way he'd been before he fell in love with Mercy. But Mercy was the one who had made him see how years of worrying about his possible inability to die had resulted in a distinct failure to live, something he attempted to remedy now. When Duckers joked around with him, Hart found it in himself to crack the hard line of his mouth into a grin. When he sensed that he was spending too much time on his own, he went to Alma and Diane's for dinner or card games. He carried on pleasant conversations with the librarian who handled his interlibrary loans at the Harrington branch of the Bushong Public Library. He did his best to live a little. The problem was that he wanted to live a little or a lot. Actually with Mercy. Which wasn't going to happen. Told you not to pick that one. Hart gloated, earning a glare from his apprentice. Things had come to a pretty pass when the world's most cheerful person, Penrose Duckers, could muster an honest-to-God scowl. But after a day of chasing after Sulliker, who kept running off in search of water, Duckers was worn to an exhausted nub, and his irritation was as electric as the scent of the imminent storm in the air. There was only one storm in Tanria, created by the old god of wrath, zigzagging through this prison as it bounced off the misty walls, and it was heading their way, which did nothing to improve Duckers' mood. Hart, on the other hand, was having no end of fun using Sulliker as an educational opportunity. He thanked the Bride of Fortune for bringing him such joy when he badly needed it. I think we've learned a valuable lesson here, haven't we, Duckers? Duckers growled. In the future, you do what I tell you. Period. If I say, pack 2 canteens, you pack 2 canteens. Duckers answered flatly. If I say, you need to run drills with your rapier, you drop everything I'm doing and run drills with my rapier. And if I say, don't pick that stallion, because he's a pain in the ass, you don't pick that stallion, because he's a pain in the ass. Sir, Hart was debating whether or not he should fix Duckers' picket when Bassaris arrived. Look at this sulking tit. What? Does your pussy hurt, kid? Hart rubbed his forehead. Thank you for once again personifying why the old gods needed to go. Bassaris put his paw over his heart, and his face softened. Aw, that's sweet. Hart poured the whiskey while Duckers dug his letters out of his pack. He couldn't resent the kid for his happiness. But watching the letters go back and forth between him and Zeddy remained a brutal reminder of what Hart had lost. He blew out a miserable breath before he noticed that Bassaris was watching him. What? The rabbit nudged his arm. Been meaning to tell you. Sorry about your girl. That's rough. Hart wasn't sure what was more surprising, Bassaris' sympathy or the fact that Hart was touched by it. He nodded in gratitude. Keep coming back for the kid. Ill tip. The Nimcolum had barely disappeared over the crest of a hill when Sulliker tore free of Duckers in Ipnot and made a run for it. Have fun, Hart told his apprentice, making it clear he had no intention of helping. Duckers huffed and stalked off after his horrible mount, leaving Hart alone with his thoughts and his longing for the woman he'd lost. There was a boom nearby, followed by a burst of orange lights sizzling in the sky. A flare, from the same direction Duckers had gone. An answering fear burst and hissed and sizzled inside Hart. All thoughts of mercy abandoned. He strapped on his machete and grabbed an extra cartridge of pistol crossbow ammo before mounting his equimoris and galloping after his apprentice. The flare dropped and blinked out as the mare tore through the trees, careening down a steep incline until her webbed feet splashed into the stream at the bottom of the ravine, with the water beneath her. She flew like an arrow, her nostrils flaring. Hart saw Duckers' lantern in the distance, and a flash of lightning illuminated his silhouette 10 yards ahead on the left bank of the stream, swinging his rapier like mad at not one but 2 shadowy forms. The stench of decay accosted Hart's nose above the clean scent of water and silt. With his heart thundering louder than the equimoris feet, Hart gripped the mare with his knees as he drew the machete in time to mow down one of the dredges trying to murder his apprentice. The mare shied and bucked in terror as the creature's head sailed past her flaring nostrils, and she tossed hardest first into the water. Thunder pounded through the sky, sending the equimoris fleeing as the heavens opened. Rain poured over Hart in a punishing torrent. He jerked his head, trying to get his wet hair out of his eyes as he reached for the pistol crossbow holstered to his belt beneath the water's shifting surface. Another blinding shaft of lightning flashed across the churning clouds, and Hart found Duckers again as the apprentice ran his rapier through the dredge that still had its head, but missed the appendix. Hart's lantern had gone with his equimoris, and now Duckers' light got swept into the rising water. Hart waited 5 agonizing seconds for his eyes to adjust to the darkness, then took aim at the dark shadow that was the dredge and fired, praying to the 3 fathers that he wouldn't hit Duckers by accident. The arrow sailed true, diving through the dredge's back, sinking into its appendix. It crumpled at Duckers' feet, sending its glowing amber soul flying into the night. Hart raced to the bank as fast as he could with the water sucking at his boots. But Duckers stabbed the headless yet animated dredge with a grunt, hitting his mark. By the time Hart reached him, the creature was down. Another bolt of lightning sent shards of blinding light into the darkness, illuminating Duckers' terrified face. You all right? Duckers nodded as the light disappeared. and a roll of thunder shuddered across the landscape. The next bolt lit the sky, illuminating not one, not two, but many dredges, lining up along the ridge. 10 dredges constituted a cluster, and there were more than 10 peering down at them, like falcons readying themselves to plunge at their prey. He and Deckers were nowhere near Sector 28, but that hardly mattered now. Every vein in Hart's body constricted with dread. "Oh, fuck. Sir, move." Hart shoved Deckers ahead of him, holstering the pistol crossbow and unclipping the slingshot and flare from his belt. With the memory of Bill's death pressing upon him, he tried to light the flare as he ran behind his apprentice, but the wick was too wet to catch. He cast it into the water and pulled the pistol crossbow from his belt again. If anything happened to Deckers tonight, Hart wouldn't let himself finish that thought. "You call this moving?" he shouted over the storm. He pushed his apprentice from behind with his free hand, his right gripping his weapon. Deckers' rapier ticked like a metronome with the pumping of his arms as he ran. Movement from higher up the western incline caught Hart's attention as he and Deckers charged through the ravine. He turned to see 3 more dredges stumbling down the hill to cut them off from behind. When he whipped his head to face forward, several more formed a wall along the stream in front of them. "What do we do?" Sir Deckers' voice sounded like it belonged to a child. Hart stepped in front of him, barking orders, trying to sound calmer than he felt. "Back to back. I've got the ones in front. You take the ones to our rear. Pistols first. Save the rapier for hand-to-hand." "Fuck. It's all right." It was not all right. The stream was rising at an alarming rate, laving their calves as it ate away the narrow banks on either side. Trapped in the bottleneck of the ravine, Hart knew that he and Deckers were fish in a barrel. It was Bill all over again. Except this time, Hart was supposed to be the adult in charge, when he felt more like a scared kid. But then Deckers' warmth at his back reminded him of what he owed his apprentice. "You're a good shot, Marshal. Don't panic. Take aim and fire. That's all you have to do." "Yes, sir." Deckers' voice was a wet whimper as lightning cut a jagged scar across the sky. The accompanying thunder was the bell that signaled the beginning. The dredges leaped forward from both directions, and the fight began. Hart got off 5 shots, but with no light to see by except the searing whiteness of lightning. He took down only 2 before the remaining 4 dredges were nearly on him. Instead of firing one last shot, he took those precious seconds to holster the pistol crossbow and draw both the rapier and the machete, the weapon of precision in his dominant right hand, the hacking blade in his left. The next moments were a blur of jabbing, cutting, slicing, and chopping. Hart kept Deckers at his back at all times. Even when he ought to dodge or feint, he might be immortal, but his apprentice definitely wasn't. So Hart did whatever he could to make sure that every scratch and grab and bite landed on his own skin, not Deckers'. A dredge got close enough to his left side to bite his arm. A burst of agony bloomed where teeth met flesh, tearing a hole in his shirt and sending blood oozing down his skin. He shoved hard, dumping the dredge into the rising water. It sputtered up, shrieking with an outrage that was cut short when Hart swung the machete and sliced into the creature's side, cleaving its rotting body all the way to the appendix. He ripped the blade out and sliced through the air in the opposite direction, hacking off the head of another dredge and skewering the body through the appendix with his rapier in the same breath. All the while, the stream rose and swelled, tugging against Hart's knees, then his thighs, filling up the narrow ravine like a tap on full blast. He stumbled against the current as he lunged for another dredge, missing the target and leaving his right side vulnerable. The dredge scraped 3 gashes across the skin of his neck with jagged fingernails as it tried to grasp his throat. Lightning blasted into a tree high up the ridge with an explosion of sound. The trunk splintered, sending the elm crashing down the ravine, straight toward them. Hart gored his dredge with his rapier and sent its soul into the stormy night. And then he grabbed Deckers by the back of his waterlogged jacket to pull him away from the oncoming tree. A dredge hopped on his back, biting into the crook where his neck met his shoulder, sending a shaft of pain through Hart's body. He let go of Deckers and tried to twist out of its grip. The next thing he knew, Deckers was forcibly turning him, then ramming his rapier into the dredge so hard he ran the blade through the dredge's body and poked a hole into Hart's back. Hart cried out in pain, and Deckers shouted sorry, "Sir," a second before the tumbling tree hit the water and knocked the kid into the current, sweeping him up in its branches and carrying him deeper into the heart of danger. No, screamed Hart so loud he felt as if he were tearing apart the inside of his throat and his heart right along with it. The current slammed against his hips as the remaining drudges sprang at him, and there was no time to mourn or think. The world became a tiny, focused pinprick of survival. The rain poured down, and lightning spasmed into the darkness, and thunder shook the earth as Hart jabbed and sliced and dodged and lived and went on living as he dispatched lost souls into the Tanrian night. The water rose, and the rain washed his blood into the stream. He swung and missed, thrust and hit, and still the drudges came for him. If he was capable of dying, this was the way he was going to go, and if Duckers was dead and gone on his watch, he wasn't sure he could live with himself anyway. Something in the water's current shifted, a force drawing Hart backward. He turned his head in time to see Sullen, gleaming in a flash of lightning, cutting against the current as the stallion headed straight for him. He dodged, trying to swim for the side of the ravine as one of the drudges caught the hem of his dungarees. With the last of his sap strength, he kicked free and reached his long arms toward a sapling, pulling himself to shore in time for the equimoris to trample the drudges, sending half of them careening downstream. The stallion grasped another in its huge teeth and flung it into the water as if it were nothing but a stuffed toy. A bolt of lightning lit Ducker's face atop the equimoris, which made the inside of Hart's chest expand achingly with relief. From Sullen's back, the apprentice cut and skewered the remaining drudges until there was nothing left to fight. For now, at least. Think you can hop on? Sir Duckers called down to him as Sullen trod the roiling water. Hart's wounds sucked away at his strength, but the alternative was drowning, so he didn't have much choice. Give me a hand, he yelled over the deafening stream. Between the two of them, they managed to get him onto Sullen's back. By the time he got himself straddled across the stallion behind Duckers, all he could do was slump against his apprentice and try not to faint as they rode out of the ravine. I don't know whether to kiss you or shoot you, Hart slurred once they left the rain and the stream behind them, the water sloshing inside his ruined boots with the rhythmic canter of the equimoris. Are you talking to me or Sullen? Sullen, I wouldn't kiss you in a million years. Once they got to their campsite, Hart was barely clinging on. Duckers dismounted and tried to coax him off the equimoris. We need to treat those wounds, sir. The bite on the side of his neck was about 3 inches wide, but it felt as if it were taking up the entire left half of his body, and the one on his arm hurt so badly. He thought he might be sick, but he shook his head. If I manage to get off this stickhead, I'm not going to be able to get back on. Are you hurt real bad? Duckers asked as he unzipped his sleep sack and threw it around his mentor's shoulders. Not great. You? Not great. But better than you. Hart nodded. We both need to get to the infirmary. Skip the barracks. Think you can make it back to the station? Yeah. Can you? Yep. Hart suspected that was a lie, but he managed to stay on the back of the equimoris, shivering so hard his teeth rattled as Duckers rode through the night, all the way to the station and the infirmary. Chapter 35. When Mercy arrived at Pop's house to strategize next steps for Operation Takedown Lil's moniker, she expected to be greeted with a glass of wine and a platter of Zeta's tapas. She did not expect to find Penrose Duckers lying on the sofa in the parlor, his head propped up on a million pillows, his arm in a sling, and one of his eyes bruised and swollen shut, while her father snored in the recliner next to him. "And my gods, are you all right?" cried Mercy as she knelt on the floor beside him. "Yeah, but you should see the other guy." She knew it was meant as a joke, but as far as Mercy was concerned, the other guy meant Hart. What happened? Got attacked by a million drudges. Mercy gasped as Lil came into the parlor with a cup of tea for Pen. "Here you go, sweetie," she cooed as she handed him the cup. "Is that Mercy?" Zeddy called from the kitchen. "Tell her to let the invalid rest." Pen smiled as much as his bruised lips would let him. "He's making me chicken noodle soup." "Don't tell him." "But Hart makes a much better version of this." He held up his teacup, and Mercy recalled with a bittersweet pang the way Hart's fingertips had brushed her skin as he placed a similar concoction into her hands. She worried that he was hurt as badly as Pen, but that there was no one around to do the same for him. As if he could read her mind, Pen said, "You gonna ask about him?" There was no point in pretending. "Is he okay?" "He will be. Probably. But he took a worse beating than I did. Mostly because he made sure that the drudges got to him and not to me. He's staying at the chief's house until he heals up." A sob of relief rose from her lungs. and she slapped her hand over her mouth to stop any more from coming up. He's fine, she told herself, remembering how quickly his pistol crossbow wound had healed. But the speed of his healing was an wasp a comforting thought. Hen gestured at her with his uninjured hand. Look at you. You're miserable. And he's miserable. You're both miserable. Why don't you talk to each other, dang? It's not that simple. Mercy toyed with the fraying seam of the blanket over Pen's legs. I do care about him. But he's a mess. And I can't fix him. And I shouldn't have to. Hen mulled this over, nodding slowly. For what it's worth, he's a lot less messy than he used to be. He's trying. Maybe you should hear him out. Emotionally exhausted, Mercy let herself fall face first into an empty section of the sofa cushions next to Pen's legs. Her glasses pushed painfully into the right side of her nose. But she couldn't bring herself to care. I'm not supposed to know about the whole secret pen pal thing. But I do. So let me say this, I think he didn't tell you about the letters because he was scared he'd lose you if you found out. He lost me because he didn't tell me. Mercy still had her face buried in the cushion. But Lil, who was hovering over the sofa, didn't miss a beat. What letters? Wait, the letters Hart Ralston was your anonymous friend. Thanks. Pen. Mercy groused into the cushion. Either Pen didn't hear her sarcastic tone, or he chose to ignore it. He pulled the curtain of her hair away from her face with his good hand. Give him a chance. There was a time when Mercy would have told him that she never wanted to see Hart's lying face again. But all it took to cure her of that notion was the thought that he was badly hurt and B had almost died. She settled for whimpering into the sofa upholstery, which smelled an awful lot like Leonard. Said he came into the parlor and clicked his tongue when he saw Mercy encroaching on his boyfriend's sofa territory. He nudged her off the furniture with a ladle. Go away. You're tiring the invalid. Mercy sat up and regarded Pen's bruised face. She could only guess how badly Hart was injured, and it lit a fire inside her. If her suspicions were right, if Curtis Cunningham was filling up Tanria with drudges so that he could make more money, if Pen and Hart and all the other marshals were in greater danger because of Cunningham, Mercy was done letting him get away with it. We've got work to do, Lil, she said through the grim set of her teeth. Ooh, are we plotting how to take down the man now? Mercy punched her fist in the air. We are taking down the man. Hop snorted awake in his recliner. Oh hey, Muffin, I didn't hear you come in. I thought you said you were bringing donuts this time. Mercy complained as she watched the dock gate of Cunningham's funeral services through Pop's old travel binoculars. No, I said I was bringing my donut. For my hemorrhoids. Lil pointed at the pillow under her butt before turning to the sheriff's deputy sitting to her right. Don't ever get pregnant. Mick douchey bag. It's the full body experience from old hell. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Maybe don't call me a douchey bag when I've agreed to help you out. Though. Nathan McDevitt replied from the far end of the duck bench. Mercy, who sat in the driver's seat, leaned over her sister's bulbous stomach. Thank you for being here, Nathan. We appreciate it. Why did we bring him? Lillian whispered to Mercy as if Nathan couldn't hear her, when he was literally crammed up against her in the auto duck. In case Cunningham's henchmen want to murder us when we catch them red-handed. Yeah. All right. That makes sense. Mercy and Lillian had cased Cunningham's for several days before they witnessed him loading cadavers into an unmarked auto duck in the alley late last All God's Day night. It made sense. Taking care of their criminal dealings on the 1 day a week when Undertakers didn't work, no one would be around to witness their questionable deeds. Now it was the following All God's Day night. And this time, they had brought law enforcement with them. Also known as Mercy's ex-boyfriend, Leonard grunted on Nathan's lap. He didn't smush his jowls against the deputy the way he had slobbered over Hart. Does your dog have to sit on me? Well, he can't sit on me, said Lillian, pointing at her belly. There's no room. And Mercy's in the driver's seat. Nathan sulked against the passenger side door. I can't believe I let you two talk me into this. You know this guy donates to orphanages and stuff like that. Right. And he dumps cadavers with patched-up appendixes into Tanria, said Lillian. I still don't get how that would work or why anyone would want to smuggle dead bodies into Tanria. It makes no sense. Mercy had already gone over this with him twice. She stifled a sigh of impatience before she explained it once again. Cunningham has developed special embalming patches to put over bodies' wounds and blemishes. They make the remains look more natural for the grieving who want to have an open boat funeral service. but they bond to human tissue and blend in so well that Cunningham can actually repair a gouged appendix and toss the body back into Tanria to get reanimated all over again. When the body comes back to him via the Tanrian marshals, he cashes in on the indigent processing grant. It's like patching a tire. McDouchebag. Except the mechanic is the one leaving nails on the street and then profiting off the repair. Lil added. Which is why he wants to shut us down along with all the other grant recipients. Mercy finished before Nathan could object to Lillian's McDouchebag comment. I checked his records. Mercy. Every body is accounted for, including the indigents he processes and dumps in the burial pits. But what if he's sending home empty boats to the families of the people who bought funeral packages from him? Most folks request close boat services, and it's not like anyone is going to bust open the planks to make sure there's a body inside. Who knows what's in the urns he's sending home? I'm humoring you for one night. If Curtis Cunningham turns out to be the heinous villain you say he is, I'm going to turn in my badge and take up professional macram. Is that a promise? Lil muttered. Are you sure you should be here? Mercy asked her sister for the 5th time that evening. Danny and Pop will both have my head when they find out I took you on a risky surveillance mission of a possible crime lord. Pish. I'm a grown woman. I do what I want. Mercy heard the faint sound of the gate going up, and she trained her binoculars on Cunningham's dock. There, look. She saw Cunningham himself, clearly visible in the gaslight, before she handed the binoculars to Nathan. The team members of Operation Takedown sat in silence and watched as Cunningham and one of his men loaded 6 bodies into the hold of an unmarked duck. See, Lillian hissed at Nathan. A funeral director is loading dead bodies into the hold of a duck. How shocking. At 11 o'clock at night on All God's Day. Fair point. Both men got into the duck's cab, pulled away from the dock, and headed down the alley in the opposite direction. Lil touched Mercy's arm. Are we following them this time? I'm on it, said Mercy. She started up the engine and followed Cunningham down Main Street, hoping he wouldn't notice the Birdsall auto duck in his rearview mirror. Nathan gripped the window crank. It's illegal to drive without your lights on. You know. Shut up, Mercy and Lil told him in unison. Have you never tailed someone before? Lil asked him. No. Have you? Lillian pursed her lips. No comment. The silence inside the Birdsall family auto duck grew thick with tension as they followed Cunningham at a distance. This is weird, Mercy said 20 minutes after they passed the exit for the West Station, when the duck in front of them pulled off the road and drove cross-country toward the mist. She added, and it just got weirder. She turned the wheel, and now Mercy and her pregnant sister and her ex-boyfriend and her dog were jouncing in the cab as the duck rolled along the uneven ground. I hope this doesn't induce labor, Lillian said, and Nathan went green around the gills. Oh my gods. I am not delivering a baby tonight. No one asked you. Of course I'm going to make Mercy do it. Mercy was too busy navigating Bushon's desert terrain to comment on her potential midwifery. She spotted 2 more vehicles in the distance, parked close to the mist. Cunningham's duck pulled up beside them and parked. They all had their headlights on, so Mercy brought her duck to a halt, close enough to keep an eye on things, but far enough away to stay out of the beams of light. Team Operation Takedown stayed in the cab and watched as the men unloaded body after body from the holds. Lil took her turn with the binoculars. They're putting a circular object onto the mist. Do you know what one of those illegal portals looks like? Nathan, it must be serious if you're calling me by my name instead of McDouchebag. He took the binoculars from her and peered through the lenses. Oh, wow. Okay, you two might be onto something. I see a bright future in professional macram for you. Haha. Stay here. I'm going in. What, Nathan? No, said Mercy. There are 6 of them and 1 of you. Let's go back and report this to Sheriff Connolly. By the time we get to Eternity and notify the sheriff, these goons will be long gone. But we're eyewitnesses. Surely that's enough to arrest Cunningham first thing tomorrow morning. Offended, Nathan placed a hand over his heart. Mercy, I'm a professional. I've got this. I feel like he doesn't have this, Lil said as she and Mercy watched Nathan approach the men stuffing cadavers through a pirated portal into Tanria. Maybe we should leave him here and get the sheriff. We can't leave him. We're the reason he's here in the first place. By now, Nathan had stepped into the beams of the headlights, waving his badge in the air, and while Mercy couldn't clearly hear what was being said, she could tell things were going downhill quickly. He dropped his badge and reached for his sidearm. There was shouting, followed by one of Cunningham's men drawing a pistol crossbow and firing at Nathan. He dove out of the way, losing his revolver as he hit the ground, and the arrow shot a hole through Mercy's windshield. Nathan rolled to his feet and tackled the shooter. Another man joined in the fray as Cunningham stumbled to the side. "Stay here," Mercy told Lillian as she got out of the cab. "That's what he said." "Are you seriously making a 'that's what he said' joke right now?" "No. That's what Nathan literally said, and now they are shooting at us." Leonard squeezed past Lil and followed Mercy out of the duck. "He's a weasel, but I can't throw him to the wolves." With that, Mercy ran toward the melee. Leonard sprinted ahead of her, snarling and growling. Mercy's dog, who couldn't be bothered to lift his head most days, was now chasing two terrified employees of Cunningham's funeral services across the desert. Cunningham climbed into his duck as Nathan traded blows with the three remaining thugs. On the other side of the portal, one of the cadavers shifted and rolled and got to its reanimated feet. Mercy watched in horror as it shambled through the portal and into the bush all night. Everyone froze as the dead body of an elderly woman walked through the fray. One of the men fighting Nathan screamed and ran away into the night, while another staggered away in shock, tripped over his own boots, and hit his head on a rock, knocking himself unconscious. Nathan, who had a bloodied fist raised, ready to pummel the last of Cunningham's henchmen, gaped at the drudge, while the man in his grasp said, "Mom, you're putting my mother's remains in Tanria." "Cunningham." The livid employee lunged out of Nathan's grasp and pulled Cunningham out of the auto duck. Mercy could see more cadavers reanimating on the other side of the mist, so she raced to the portal and attempted to pull it loose. It wouldn't budge. She frantically pushed buttons and pulled levers as a bloodless arm reached for her from the Tanrian side of the border. She pounded her fist on the frame, and the portal slammed shut, cutting the arm off with it. Clawing her fingers around the edge, she finally yanked it out of the mist and threw it to the ground. The blast of a revolver shattered the air, and the man who had attacked Cunningham collapsed at the Undertaker's feet. Another shot and the drudge went down, too, disheveled and breathing hard. Cunningham leveled his revolver at Mercy. Fear flooded her bloodstream. The whole world narrowed to the barrel aimed at her face. "Take one more step toward me, deputy, and your girlfriend will get a bullet through the head." Mercy sensed Nathan going still behind her. She wanted to tell Cunningham that Nathan was not her boyfriend and that her boyfriend was a Tanrian marshal named Hart Ralston, and she did not want to die without seeing him again. "Oh, Mercy, sweetheart, it didn't have to be like this," Cunningham said with appalling sincerity. "You could have made a tidy sum from my purchase of Birdsall Son and sailed for better waters. Now I'll have two off." An unidentified object flew through the air and beamed Cunningham in the head. Nathan took the opportunity to launch himself at the seedy Undertaker, disarming him, slamming him to the ground, and cuffing his hands behind his back. Mercy's legs wouldn't hold her up, and she plopped onto the sandy earth as Nathan said, "Curtis Cunningham, you are under arrest." Lil waddled into the light of the headlamps as quickly as her cankles would allow. "Mercy, are you all right?" "I think so. We took down the man," Mercy answered in stunned disbelief. Lillian patted the top of her sister's head since she couldn't bend over to hug her. "Yes, we did. We took down that human hemorrhoid with a donut pillow." Mercy looked over at the item that Lil had thrown at Curtis Cunningham's head and burst into a hysterical fit of giggles. Leonard trotted into the light and dropped a pair of torn plaid boxer shorts into her lap, his nubbin tail twirling. Chapter 36. With an afghan wrapped around his shoulders, Hart stepped out the screen door of Alma and Diane's house to let the west wind of Bushong tousle his hair, which was in need of a trim again. He watched the sun set over the pasture and thought of all the times had brought Gracie here. And for once, it gave him pleasure to remember his dog. The grief hadn't gone anywhere, but he could recall the happiness in equal measure now. "Maybe I should get another dog," he thought with sincerity for the first time as Alma stepped outside and stood next to him. They stayed like that as the sun sank lower over the horizon, obscuring their faces, covering them in dusk. "How are you holding up?" she asked him. Hart considered keeping his thoughts to himself. But what was the point of patching things up with Alma if he was going to go on bottling himself up all the time? "I'm a wreck, but I'm hanging in there." "Are you a wreck because Mercy dumped you?" "That's one reason." "I fucked up a good thing. Have you tried apologizing?" It was one of those fuck-it-up-to-much-for apologies kind of fuck-ups. For what it's worth, I think whatever happened between you and Mercy did you more good than harm. Hart nodded. It was easier to talk to his friend in the twilit world, where everything was dim and hard to see. It made him braver. He spoke again. The librarian in Harrington helped me track down Bill's wife and daughter last month. His wife sailed the salt sea 11 years ago, but the daughter is living in southern Honeck. She's a dentist, married, has a couple of kids. It sounds like she's doing well. She was kind when she wrote to me, but it's clear that she doesn't want to continue the correspondence. She doesn't want that connection to Bill in her life. I get that. To his surprise, Alma slipped her arm around his waist and squeezed him gently. Not that there was a need to be gentle. His wounds were almost completely healed. Her affection made his eyes blur and his throat burn. You're a good man, Hart, and a messy demigod. He took a shaky breath. The night sky made him feel small, swallowing his voice when he spoke again. How do you do it? How do I do what? Live like a normal person. When you're not sure if you're ever going to die, what else are you going to do? It's not that easy. Sure it is. She took her arm from his waist and stood before him. The gaslight coming from the kitchen windows illuminated her face, and her aquamarine eyes gleamed in the twilight. The odds aren't there. I mean, how many demigods do you know? I can think of 10 or 11. All marshals. And how many of those demigods do you know for certain are immortal? 1. Rosie Fox. Hart nodded. Same. The new gods aren't like the old gods. They're a generation removed from the unknown. And to be honest, I don't think they're so different from us. The halfies of the old gods were far more likely to be immortal, and most of them found their way up there. Alma nodded toward the stars. Unbidden, one of Mercy's letters came to Hart's mind. He could see the way the words slanted and looped across the page. I suppose it puts things into perspective here. It's more accurate to say that you put things in perspective for me to gaze up at the night sky and feel a part of something bigger than myself. I can see why you're worried. And to be honest, I'm worried for you. Alma continued. I'd like to think that healing quickly is simply your gift. But if all you can do is take things one day at a time, like anyone else. Hart was tempted to tell her about his gifts and about what had happened to Bill, but he decided to save that for another time. Instead, he astonished both of them by dragging Alma into a hug. She sniffed hard against his chest. Sap, she called him, but she hugged him tighter. He lay awake on the guest bed as the prospect of his immortality loomed over him, feeling more like a fact than a possibility. The bed springs squeaked in protest as he turned onto his side, trying to get comfortable. The guest bed was better than his camping cot, but it paled in comparison to Mercy's giant, soft mattress. Then again, any bed without Mercy in it felt empty. He wondered if that emptiness would dissipate with time. Part of him hoped it would, and part of him hoped it wouldn't. He thought of Mercy standing on the curb in her yellow skirt as a drudge reached out for her with a decayed arm. He thought of Duckers at his back, fighting off a cluster of drudges well outside the bounds of Sector 28. He thought of Bill, bloodied and in pain, begging him to punch a hole in his appendix so that he wouldn't be reanimated. He thought of the smiling wives and doting husbands and all the families whose lives had been torn apart by the drudge problem inside Tanria. A problem that was slowly seeping outside the mist as well. A problem that got worse every single day. And here he was, lying in bed when he was the one person in the world who might be able to solve the issue once and for all. He knew what needed to be done, and the more he thought about it, the more he knew he'd do it. If he succeeded, Duckers and everyone else inside Tanria would be safer, and Mercy and everyone else in the border towns would be safer, too. If he failed, at least he'd find out if he was mortal or immortal. For 36 years, not knowing his fate had been slowly killing him. Tonight, at last, Hart intended to live. He emptied out his pack, because everything he needed was at the station. He considered taking his grandfather's watch with him but decided to leave it behind. He wound it and set it on the bedside table and hoped it would still be ticking when and if he returned. At dawn, he got up and tiptoed down the hall to press his palm against Alma and Diane's bedroom door, as if he could pass all the warmth and gratitude he felt for them through the wood grain. Thank you, he whispered. Then he sneaked out of the house, letting the front door snake shut behind him. Hart stopped in Nayada to treat himself to breakfast at the Little Wren Cafe. Sitting at the table where he and Mercy had quarreled, he spent a couple of hours finishing the copy of Enemies and Lovers that he had checked out from the library during his last visit to Harrington. He figured that if he could no longer love Mercy in person, he could at least love her through the pages of her favorite novel. He lost himself as he read, seeing his own loneliness and regret in the character of Samuel Dunn. And like Samuel, he fell a little in love with irreverent Eliza Cannondale. When he finished, he noticed that his waiter was glaring at him for staying so long. He paid his tab, left an enormous tip, and listened to the jingling of the door chimes with fondness as he left. He hopped into his duck and drove to Harrington. The air was uncommonly cool as he stood outside the public library, waiting for it to open at 10 o'clock. "Good morning, Marshal Ralston." Mabel Scott, Hart's favorite librarian, greeted him at the door as she unlocked it. "What can I help you find this morning?" "Nothing today. I'm returning books, but I'm not taking any out." She pointed to a metal slot in the building's brickwork. "You know, there's a book drop outside. You needn't have waited for me to open up." "I know, but I wanted to thank you for keeping me in books all these years," he told her as he handed her the stack he was returning. "It's my pleasure." "Oh, enemies and lovers. I love this book." "So do I," he said, and then he walked to his duck and drove himself to the North Station. Not that anyone would question him at his home base, but it made more sense to enter Tanria through a point where no one knew he wasn't on duty. He skipped the commissary altogether and headed straight for the weapons lockers, where he checked out an extra machete with an accompanying sheath and backstrap, 2 extra pistol crossbows, 2 boxes of crossbow ammo, and an armed dagger. Normally, Hart found armed daggers too showy for his taste. Today, it seemed practical. He passed by the flares for the same reason he passed by the commissar. There wasn't a point. "Grandfather Bones, are you taking out an army or what?" commented the woman checking out his weapons, a lit cigarette fuming between her yellow teeth. Hart said nothing in reply as he signed out. He packed up his supplies and headed for the stables. It had been less than 2 weeks since he and Duckers had faced the Drudge cluster, but somehow, Sulliker had wound up at the North Station, as if the Bride of Fortune had placed him there herself. "Figures," Hart muttered. But then he remembered the way this beast had stuck around and rescued Duckers from the rising waters. The way he hadn't shied away from the Drudges that night. He stroked the Ikumaris' soft nose, incongruously delicate beneath his calloused hand. "You know what, you're exactly the asshole for the job." He saddled up and rode into Tanria with a pack more full of weapons than food, because he wasn't planning to stay long. Halfway to his destination, he stopped to let Sulliker rest and graze and curl his feet in a stream while Hart brewed a pot of tea and ate an apple. It wasn't much of a last meal, but he made a point of savoring the tea. As he drank, he sat quietly, his back against a tree trunk. One by one, he thought about the people who had mattered to him, pushing aside the remorse and regret that usually accompanied his memories. He wanted only love at his side now. Mom, Grandpa, Aunt Patty a tiny bit, Vil, Gracie, Alma, Diane, Duckers, Mercy. He wished he could read Mercy's letters one last time, but had left them in her apartment that God's forsaken night she had sent him away. When his cup was empty and there didn't seem to be any reason to linger, he tugged the Ikumaris from the stream. Sulliker threw his head, protesting Hart's pulling him to dry land. "You might be the last living creature I see on this earth, so quit being a dick," Hart told him. The Ikumaris didn't care, but all of a sudden, Hart did. Had tamped down his fear up till this point, but now that he was facing the last leg of the journey, it was creeping up his spine and spilling into his lungs. He closed his eyes and remembered Mercy's fingers in his hair, her thumbs wiping the tears from his cheeks. "Don't you ever go back there. Don't you ever try to open that door again." Would she be angry with him if she knew what he was about to do, or had she stopped caring about him the day she found out had lied to her? He couldn't stand the idea of causing her any more pain than he had already. But he'd be a liar if he said that he didn't want her to grieve his passing. Selfish bastard that he was. He still wanted to matter to her, and because he could not cling to Mercy, he threw his arms around the stallion's neck, pressing his face against the slimy mane. He hugged Sulliker until he was ready to let go, and he climbed into the saddle, his resolve steady and true. He arrived at Sector 28 at sunset, staring at the house in the field from the same vantage point Head had all those years ago as he stood beside Bill. Given the failure of that mission, he probably should have started from a different point, but if Hart was going to finish what they'd begun, He'd go full circle. This was where he'd start. "If it gets too rough, you get out of there," "You hear me," Hart told Sulliker, who stamped and snorted. The stallion was already jittery, sensing the rawness of this place. Hart had been hoping to steer with his knees to keep both hands free for pistol crossbows. But there was no way that was going to work now. He'd have to hold the reins in his left hand, leaving him with only a single six-shooter in his right hand to protect himself. So be it, he thought. For the 10th time in as many minutes, he made sure the pistol crossbows in his holsters were loaded. He slid the rapier in and out of the scabbard and touched the handle of each machete strapped to his back. The dagger on his arm was unfamiliar and uncomfortable, but he left it. Better to be overarmed than underarmed. He blew out a breath, as if he could cast his roiling thoughts into the wind along with it. Then he wrapped the reins around his left hand and kicked Sulliker's sides. The stallion launched from the trees into the open field, but he immediately began to fight the reins, trying to turn back as the first drudges stepped into their path. Hart pulled hard, keeping him on course. He took careful aim and pulled the trigger, taking down one of the drudges. The soul slipped out of the body as more drudges scrambled onto the field, putting themselves between him and the house. He fired another shot and missed, then another, taking out a second infected corpse. Another shot, another. He streaked across the meadow on the panicking stallion, barely keeping the creature in line as he tossed aside the empty pistol crossbow and pulled out the next. A few drudges dropped and released their souls, but more came. Then more and more. A growing barrier between Hart and his destination. He grabbed the last crossbow from its holster, and when that was empty, too, he slid a machete from his back. Equimarius and Ryder plunged into the bodies. Hart tried to hack a pathway through, but before he broke to the other side, Sulliker shrieked, a sound that splintered the twilight. The stallion bucked hard, kicking out at drudges and casting his rider into the throng. Hart smashed into bodies, fresh and rotted alike. Losing his grip on the machete, a sea of drudges surrounded him, pulling him under. Teeth sank into the flesh of his shoulder, his stomach, his calf. An exquisite symphony of pain. A skeletal hand wrapped around his throat. He grabbed the only weapon within reach, dagger on his arm, and sliced the hand off at the wrist. The drudge screeched as Hart kicked it in the chest, pushing it into the lethal horde. Dagger clutched in his white-knuckled grasp. Hart slashed without thought or direction, clearing an opening above him. He crawled on top of the corpses, kicking free of a drudge clutching his ankle. He tumbled over the savage congregation until he got his feet beneath him. Bleeding and winded, he hurled himself off a drudge's back, landing and rolling onto the ground and staggering to his feet before he could get buried again. The house was about 30 yards in front of him. He had enough time to think it may as well be 1,000 before he was hacking away at another onslaught. He knew he couldn't outrun so many, but he sprinted ahead anyway as the bite in his calf screamed at him to stop. Each time a hand reached for him, he hacked it away with his remaining machete. Each time teeth grazed his throat, he jabbed with the dagger. Each time they tried to stop him, he escaped. More and more disembodied souls gathered and swelled around him as he staggered and pitched and reeled his way to the house. Blood dripping into one of his eyes and streaming out of his nose and trickling down his throat and soaking into his clothes. He swung his blades, hacking bodies into pieces. He coughed and spat blood, and still he went on. Yard by yard, foot by foot, he tumbled onto the steps of the front porch with a drudge over his back. He used the momentum of his fall to grab it and throw it onto the wood planks. Then he slammed the dagger into the thing's appendix. The soul billowed out as he pulled the blade free with a wet suck and got to his knees. Another drudge came for him as he reached for the doorknob, grabbing his arm and tearing the flesh of his forearm free of his body with blood-stained teeth. Blinded by pain, Hart howled in agony. The dagger fell from his useless hand and clattered on his front porch. His front porch. He didn't care if this was the house of the unknown god or his own death waiting for him in Tanria, disguised as the place where he grew up. As far as he was concerned, this was his home. He had been rocked to sleep in his grandfather's lap on that old swing. He had sat beside his mother on these steps, each of them holding a dripping ice cream cone. He refused to fail here. This was his fucking house. Gritting his teeth, Hart swung the machete and took off the drudge's head. He dragged himself the last 2 feet to the door on one hand and 2 knees, throwing himself back on his heels with a shout of pain. He reached past the lights of all the souls gathering at the door and grasped the knob with his good hand. The door was locked. He tried again. Locked. He waved away the souls billowing around his face, and with one last grunt of effort, he slammed the blade of the machete into the wood, but the door remained shut against him. "This door was never locked a day in my life," he shouted, the words slurring one into the other over his broken teeth. Then he remembered that there was a reason why people were given a key at birth. A reason why the ID tag around his neck was in the shape of a key. With a shaking hand, he pulled the chain from around his neck and fumbled for his Birdsall Son tag, shoved it into the lock, and tried to turn it. The lock held firm. The tumblers didn't move. "Fuck you," he hurled at the warden, the god who should have been waiting at the door. As two more drudges mounted the steps, he unsheathed his rapier, skewering first one, then the other. The souls flew free into the darkening sky. More were coming. He was going to die here. He could feel his life leaking out of him, as his mind clung to thoughts of Duckers and Alma and Diane and Mercy and Mercy and Mercy. He was so relieved to know that he was mortal after all. He dropped the rapier and grasped his mother's key in death-drunk fingers, pushing it into the lock and turning it clockwise. There was an answering click as the tumblers rolled into place. His chest flaring with hope, Hart pulled himself to his feet and twisted the knob. The door was heavy, so heavy like lead rather than wood. He pushed hard, but it barely moved. A groan dribbled out of his mouth as he leaned his shoulder against the wood and put his body into it, nudging it open, inch by inch. He bled into the wood grain. His whole body burned with pain. There was something wrong with his lungs. All he could do was this one thing, this slow opening of a door that only he could see. A strange silence thundered behind him. He watched the ember light of a single soul hover over his shoulder, then drift into the house. Another soul followed. 5 more. 10. Dozens. Hart shoved harder, slid himself into the opening, propped his foot against the jamb, and held the door open with his body as the weight of it resisted, threatening to crush him. The souls came rushing in, raising a violent wind that whipped around him and tore through him, tugging at his bones. One by one, the bodies of the drudges in the meadow and beyond dropped to the earth as the dead came home at last. He cried out a long, strangled wail, but he would not let go, would not leave this spot until all the lost souls of Tanria had flown into the arms of the unknown god. He would not fail Bill this time, and he wouldn't fail Duckers or Mercy either. The souls kept coming, first in brightly lit waves, then sparsely, like embers popping from a fire, but the wind kept blowing into him. Hart's cry faded to breathe, and his breath faded to nothing. His vision grayed and dimmed. The wind blew so strongly that his grip on the doorframe slipped, and he could no longer remember why he stood against it in the first place. He heard the soft liquid call of an aquamarine, like the waves of the sea whispering over the sand when the tide goes out, and he turned his head to see salt liquor on the edge of a field littered with bodies, bending his long neck to graze. Unable to hold on any longer, Hart let himself fly free. The wind carried him inside, and the last thing he saw was his own body dropping to the wooden floorboards of the porch as the door slammed shut behind him. Chapter 37. The Birdsall family waited until the night following Mercy and Lil's triumph over Cunningham to celebrate. This was partially so that Mercy and Lillian could catch up on sleep, but mostly so that Zaddy could cook for them on his evening off. It coincided with Penn's last day of sick leave, so it was a farewell dinner as well. Pop rose from his seat at the head of the table and raised his glass. "To my daughters, for the record, when you said that you wanted to take down Curtis Cunningham, putting yourselves in mortal danger was not what I had in mind." Lil held up her glass of grape juice. "You say that like it's a bad thing." "Not for the first time in the past 48 hours. Donnie erupted, like water bursting through a dam. "It is very bad if you ever do something like that again." "Ill." Ooh, Lil cut him off, her face screwing up in pain. "Do not fake a contraction to get out of trouble with me." "There. It's gone. I'm sure it was gas." "You were saying." Danny's anger drained out of his face. "Was that a contraction?" "No. I'm having these tiny pains here and there, mostly in my back, but I'm fine." Mercy set down her wine goblet. "Lil, are you in labor?" "No. No. I'm sure the cramping is from indigestion. At regular intervals, I guess. Like contractions." Lillian went pale. "Maybe." "Okay then." Mercy turned to her brother. "Why don't you go see if Dr. Gaudamez is at home?" "ID protest. But I don't want to be here when her water breaks." "That sounds disgusting." "Pen, are you coming with?" Yes. Please. The way Penn launched himself from his chair made it clear that he was in agreement with his boyfriend. Once they were out the door, Pop, Donnie, and Mercy watched Lillian as they picked at their food. After several minutes of her family's gawking and poor attempts at light conversation, Lil glared at them. I'm a pregnant woman, not a bomb that's about to go off. Ooh, except this one is starting to hurt. Donnie grasped his wife's hand. Are you okay, honey? Mother of fucking sorrows. Donnie squeaked in pain. So Mercy reached over and gently peeled her sister's fingers off her brother-in-law's pulverized bones. I hope Dr. Galdamez gets here soon. Did someone say? Doctor? Galdamez said, he said as he and Penn walked through the front door. She's here, thank the gods, said Mercy. No, she's out on a house call, but I left a message with her husband. Lil made a gurgle of rage that sounded like a feral equimoris ready to duke it out in a fight pool. Mercy and Danny shared a look of mutual despair. Pop was the sole Birdsall who didn't seem concerned, chuckling as he got up from the table and sat in his recliner. He unfolded his newspaper and brought his glasses from his eyebrows to the end of his nose. Her contractions aren't even 10 minutes apart yet. We've got hours to go. Lil bristled. Hours, Danny puled, gazing at his crushed fingers. I'm not sticking around for this, said Zeddy. Cosigned, said Penn. Their duty discharged, they spirited themselves away upstairs, and soon the sounds of horseplay and giggling could be heard coming from Zeddy's room. Can Zeddy and Penn refrain from getting it on while in giving birth, said Lillian as Danny guided her to sit down in one of the armchairs in the parlor. Seems like at least one person in this house should be able to have fun tonight. Danny murmured to Mercy. Or two, I guess. There was a knock at the front door. Mercy hoped it was Dr. Galdamez. But between Lillian's occasional bursts of profanity and Zeddy and Penn's antics upstairs, Mercy suspected she was more likely to find an irate neighbor on the doorstep. Instead, Marshals Twyla Banneker and Frank Ellis stood on the front porch, completely out of context on the threshold of the family home rather than at the Birdsall Son dock. Frank doffed his hat, but it was Twyla who spoke. Hi, Mercy. Sorry to bother you, but we came to let you know that the Joint Chiefs of the Tanrian Marshals have petitioned the Governor of Bushon to mandate the opening of all Undertakers along the Tanrian border until further notice. And it's already been approved. Pop levered himself out of his chair and stood behind Mercy. What's going on? I'm not sure, but from what I've heard, there are uninfected cadavers all over Tanria. You can expect a huge intake tonight. Lillian gripped the arms of her chair, her fingers like talons. Fuck the salt fucking sea. We have a bit of a situation here, Mercy pointed out. I'm sorry, but you are required by law to open. Now. We need every berth we can get in every single town. Frank nudged Twyla. We've still got to get to Argentine and Meta. He nodded to Mercy and Roy and said apologies for the inconvenience before putting on his hat and hopping into the waiting autoduck with his partner. Zeddy and Penn were now standing at the bottom of the stairs. They must have caught the gist of the report, because Penn's lips thinned, and he headed upstairs toward the bedrooms. Where are you going? Zeddy asked, following him. To get my pack. Their heated discussion could be heard in the parlor, the words muffled and indistinct, but the tones crystal clear. I don't like this, Zeddy persisted, dogging Penn's path down the stairs a minute later. It sounds dangerous. It's a dangerous job. Z, you've barely recovered from the last time you were nearly killed on the job. If you were needed. I'm sure. Zeddy paused, glanced at Mercy, and lowered his voice, although not enough to prevent her from hearing every word. I'm sure you know who would've come to get you by now. I'm sure he's already there, probably in the thick of it. Penn slung his pack over his shoulder. God's tits and testicles. You don't even know what it is. Penn took Zeddy by the cheeks and planted a deep kiss on his mouth. Then he pressed his forehead to Zeddy's. I love you. I love you, too, Zeddy whispered in defeat. They stood like that for long seconds before Penn said, This is such a great exit. But I just realized. I need you to drive me to the station. Mercy grabbed her purse and prodded Leonard until he rolled off the sofa. Can you drop me off on the way? I'm coming with you, said Pop. No. Nope. You're going to need help tonight. Your sister is going to be fine. Trust me. You're leaving me, all of you. Fucking fuck the warden up the ass with grandfather bonus fucking tibia. For someone ushering new life into the world, you sure know how to invoke the gods of death. Zeddy told Lillian before turning to Pen. I'm super mad at you. But all things considered, driving you to the station is probably my best option at the moment. Pen ruffled Zeddy's hair. Childbirth is a beautiful thing. I hate you all, said Lillian as Danny hugged each of them in turn. I think I might be getting the better deal out of this, Mercy told him. He shot her a wary look. Pray for me. With Zeddy behind the wheel and Pop installed in the passenger seat, Mercy hopped into the hold of the old autoduck with Pen, and off they went, bobbing as the duck trundled up the brick street. Pen gave her a tight smile, and Mercy realized that he was scared to go into Tanria. She thought of his words to Zeddy, "It's a dangerous job." Zand Hart's voice answered in her mind, "Comes with the territory." A thick unease settled in her belly. In theory, she had relinquished the right to concern herself with Hart's well-being, but her heart refused to receive that memo. She squeezed Pen's arm. Take care. All right. Buried in her words was take care of Hart, too. She sensed that he understood what she meant without her having to say it. I will. There were already 2 sets of marshals out front by the time they pulled up to Birdsall Son. Mercy hugged Pen hard before he switched places with her father. She watched the autoduck climb Main Street before she and Pop walked up the steps to the boardwalk in front of the family business. Go ahead and pull around back. We'll meet you at the dock, Mercy told the marshals as she unlocked the front door. How many berths do we have open in the well? Pop asked her as he followed her in. Most were cleared out for tomorrow's delivery. Not that Dan is going to be able to take them if Lil's having a baby tonight. That also means we're pretty crowded on the dock. We've got 2 going to the burial pits and 1 going to the piers later this week. So that leaves 9 open berths in the well. Surely we won't get 9 in one day. By now, they had made it to the dock and heaved up the gate. Mercy had assumed the 2 sets of partners would have 1 corpse each. But in fact, they had 5 between them. Her breath hitched. 5. Yes. Mom, one of the marshals confirmed as she wheeled the first one in. Mercy thought her name was Rosie, but she couldn't remember her surname. She usually worked out of the East Station, so they almost never saw her at Birdsall's. What in the Salt Sea is happening? Roy asked. Was there some kind of accident? Not that we can tell. Drudges started dropping dead all over Tanria for no discernible reason. There are bodies everywhere. They hadn't finished wheeling all 5 bodies into the boatworks lift before the next autoduck backed down the alley. We need a plan, Mercy told her father, stress making her pulse speed up. Any thoughts? I say that if they are in bad condition, we salt and wrap them immediately. If they are fairly fresh, we stow them in the well. If we run out of room, we leave the ones in the best condition downstairs against the walls outside the well. It's not as cold as inside the well, but it's cooler down there than it is up here. Mercy blew out a steadying breath. Okay, right. Good thing one of us remembered to order more salt last week. Roy gasped. I completely forgot. I know. That's why I took care of it on Bones Day. Mercy rubbed her weary eyes. She was already tired, and the night had barely begun. Roy wrapped his heavy arm around her shoulders like a much-needed blanket. It's going to be hard, but it won't last forever. We'll grit our teeth and get through it. Right. But don't overdo it. It'll be good. I promise. It took them an hour or so to work out a rhythm. Pop assessed the condition of each corpse and sorted them while Mercy carted bodies down the lift and stowed them as best she could. Every time another cadaver or 2 or 3 arrived, Mercy met the marshals at the dock and pinned the paperwork to each body's sailcloth until she and Pop could fill it all out. To Mercy's surprise, Zeddy arrived shortly after midnight with sandwiches and stale cream puffs in hand. What are you doing here? She asked him as he set the food on the counter in the kitchenette. It was a zoo at the station when I dropped Pen off. I figured you could use some fortification tonight. Bless you. Any word on what's going on? Apparently, most of the bodies seem to be coming from the central sectors. Whatever that means. The wisp of a memory surfaced. But Mercy couldn't recall why the central sector should have any significance to her. She shrugged it off and took a bite of a ham sandwich. Leave it to Zeddy to throw together a ham sandwich that tasted like a 4-star meal. He shuffled his feet as he watched her chew. I thought I might help you and Pop tonight. If I don't pass out first. A warm glow lit up Mercy from within. Think you can handle the paperwork, as long as the body is already salted and wrapped. His skin took on a pallid green hue, but he said, I'll do my best. She threw down her sandwich and hugged him, pinning his arms to his sides. I love you. Gross. She let go and smacked him in the chest as Pop noticed them in the kitchenette. He looked at the sandwiches and cream puffs. Then at his son. "Someone raised you right." They got to work. Zeddy on the dock, clipboard in hand, and Mercy and Pop in the boatworks, salting and wrapping. The ribs of a half-finished vessel had to be shoved against the wall to make room for the human remains stacking up. None of the bodies appeared to be marshals, which went a long way toward alleviating Mercy's concern for duckers, and anyone else who might be a Tanria marshal. As the hours passed, the outside world disappeared. Mercy swam in a sea of death and salt and sailcloth. Her red transistor sat silent and watching as she worked side by side with Pop. She had no idea what time it was when Zeddy stepped into the doorway. "Mercy." She kept her focus on her work. There was so much work to do. Work behind her, before her, ahead of her. Pop nudged her to get her attention, because Zeddy wasn't alone. Penn stood behind him, and next to Penn was Alma Maguire. The grim set of the chief's jaw made that tiny pinprick of worry for Hart expand into a gaping pit inside Mercy. "Have either of you seen Marshal Ralston come in this evening?" "No," Pop answered. Everyone looked to Mercy, and her mouth went dry. "I'm sure he's dropping off bodies like everyone else." Alma stepped closer. "He was on sick leave, but we got word that he entered Tanria through the North Station this morning. They said he was armed to the teeth, like he knew something was going to happen. And now I've got hundreds of bodies on my hands, disinfected drudges. By the look of it, but no Ralston. Every other marshal assigned to the West Station is accounted for, except him. If you have any information, no matter how small or insignificant it might seem to you, I'd appreciate it if you could let us know." The words dropped on Mercy like a load of bricks. Hart was missing, and hundreds of unexplained dead bodies had shown up all over Tanria. A lump of helplessness throbbed in her throat as she thought of Hart sitting on her settee, staring past her as he told her what had happened all those years ago when he and Bill had tried to send the lost souls into the afterlife. The weight of his voice a shadow of the burden he had carried around inside him for so long. "There's a field in the middle of Tanria where his first partner died years ago. Have you searched there?" Alma's brow furrowed. "That was in Sector 28. Why would he go there?" Penn asked, his alarm contagious. Telling Alma and Penn where Hart might have gone was one thing. Telling them why he might be there even if they were his friends was a betrayal of his trust that Mercy couldn't bring herself to break. "You'll have to ask him that yourself when you find him. And you have good reason to believe he went there." "More bodies coming in," Zeddy murmured from the open doorway. Mercy gazed at Alma, feeling more helpless by the second. "Yes, I think that's where he went." Alma patted Penn on the shoulder. "Let's go." Mercy stood there, frozen, listening as Alma told the marshals on the dock to meet her at the station. Zeddy kissed Penn goodbye again, then leaned against the door jamb of the boatworks, his chartreuse pants oddly lively, given his surroundings. Pop put an arm around Mercy. "I'm sure he's fine." Mercy nodded, but without much conviction. Zeddy cleared his throat. "Is he mortal, I mean? Maybe he can't, you know." Mercy wanted Hart to be alive more than anything in the world. But as she mulled over Zeddy's words, a horrible sadness filled her. That's the last thing he'd want. She took off her glasses and pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes, pushing against the tears. She couldn't help Hart now, but she could respect the final wishes of the unfortunates who had been delivered to Birdsall Son tonight. She put her glasses on, blew her nose on the handkerchief that she kept in her pocket, and nodded at Pop. "Let's get to work." For the next several hours, they sorted, salted, wrapped, and stowed. Exhaustion tugged on Mercy's bones, but she treated each body with care and sang the incantations with as much fervor for the 20th salting and wrapping as she had for the first. She gave all of them the dignity they deserved at the end, even as her worry for Hart pulled hard at her attention. When she caught Pop leaning on the prep table, she sent him to the lobby to take a break. But there was no break for Mercy. The bodies kept coming, many of them from Sector 28. Mercy wouldn't and couldn't think about what that meant. The dead needed her more than the living. By the time the painter brushed the eastern horizon in shades of lavender and pink, there was no more room left on the dock, in the well, or on the floor around the well. The salt ran low, and there was only enough sailcloth left to wrap 2, maybe 3 more bodies. A lull finally hit around 5 in the morning. Mercy was teetering on her feet, so tired she hadn't noticed that Pop had come into the boatworks until his arm was around her. Come on, let's have a sit. He guided her 4 steps toward the door before she protested, pulling away from him. I can't. I have to work. You need to rest. No, Muffin. There are too many things to worry about right now, too many people to worry about, and if I stop working, I'm going to have to think about them. You're not doing them any good if you're dead on your feet. He guided her toward the door again, and she led him, both of them bone-weary. They shuffled down the hall to the lobby. I know your sister is one of your worries. Mine, too. But it's going to be fine. Your mom yelled at me for 20 hours before the 3 mothers finally forked over your key. Mercy let out a watery laugh and dropped into a chair. Pop sat down beside her, and Zeddy came out of the kitchenette with a mug of coffee for each of them. If you tell Pop he can't have a cup of coffee, I will beat you. She laughed again, doing her best to keep her concerns at bay. You're a terrible influence, said he, but I'm glad you stayed to help tonight. They heard footsteps pounding up the boardwalk seconds before Danny burst into the room, panting from his run over. A grin spread from rosy cheek to rosy cheek. Emma Jane is here, 7 pounds. 2 ounces. Lil did great, everyone's fine. Mercy couldn't hear the sound of her own cheers over her father's and brother's. She took turns with Pop and Zeddy to hug the breath out of Danny before fetching a plate of celebratory cream puffs from the kitchenette. Danny's cheeks glowed as he gushed. You should have seen Lil, she was amazing. I don't have no sheened bride of fortune. Emma Jane is perfection. Wait until you see her toes. They toasted mother and child with cream puffs and hugged Danny a few more times before sending him home. I thought he was about to give us a play-by-play of the birth, Zeddy said after ushering his brother-in-law out the door. Thank God he veered off that topic. I don't think I could have handled the details. Zeddy was still holding open the door when Alma stepped into the lobby, her eyes bloodshot, her mouth drawn tight across her face. The pit that had opened up inside Mercy earlier in the night stretched far and wide, dark as a moonless night, threatening to swallow her whole. Did you? She began, but the rest of the words refused to exit her mouth. We found him. Alma's bottom lip trembled. She took a shaky breath before she spoke again. I'm sorry, Mercy. He sailed the salt sea. Chapter 38. When her mother died, Mercy had imagined herself diving into the deep end of a swimming pool and staying there, her senses muted and muffled, her body cold and weightless. The same sensation overtook her now, the blessed feeling of not feeling anything. Where's Pen? Zeddy asked, his voice heavy with worry. Parked out back with the remains. He's taking it hard. We all are, Alma told him. What did that mean? To take something hard. Mercy didn't want to take it at all, hard or soft or in between. Whatever it was, she was certain to bash against its sharp edges and break. Alma glanced at her, but whatever she saw made her look to Roy instead. The body's too tall for a dolly, so we're going to have to bring him in on a stretcher. Unless I'd prefer that we take him somewhere else, given the circumstances. Alma's words yanked Mercy out of her icy numbness. No, he stays here. Maybe it's better if he goes to Faber's Sons. Muffin. Pop took her hands in his, but Mercy found no comfort in the gesture. She was so cold that she couldn't stop shivering. No, she repeated, her tone as hollow as she felt. Then let me take care of this one. This one. The remains. The body. They were all talking about Hart as if he were no longer here. Because he wasn't. He was gone. He had sailed the salt sea. Another unbearable euphemism. Why couldn't anyone say what he was dead? Hart was dead. I'll do it, Mercy insisted. Muffin. He bought a package from us, and we're going to honor it. It's what we do here. You've already overextended yourself, Pop. So I'll take care of him. Mercy. I need to take care of him. Alma studied her, her demigod eyes made more luminescent by unshed tears, and she nodded. Behind her, Mercy could see Zeddy take a sobbing Pen into his arms and walk him toward the kitchenette. Can you help me bring him in? Alma asked Roy. But Mercy answered for him. He can't. Doctor's orders. I'll help you. Mercy faced another probing look from the chief marshal before Alma acquiesced. Do you want him in the lift? That depends. What's the condition of the body? The body. Even Mercy was sidestepping the harsh reality of death. Alma sniffed hard, and a single tear dropped down her left cheek. He's in bad shape. Bad shape meant had been in pain when he died. But he wasn't in pain now. So Mercy did her best to shove the thought to the side. She'd deal with it later. Right now, Hart needed her to do her job. Well, put him directly on the prep table, she said. She followed Alma onto the dock and took the first breath of fresh air shed had an hours before they climbed into the hold of the autoduck. A corpse wrapped in sailcloth lay on a stretcher, directly on the floor, too long to fit in any of the berths. There were several places where blood had stained the winding sheet. Pain. He was in pain. The thought screamed through Mercy, but the anonymity of the sailcloth covering his face allowed her to ram it out of the way. Together, she and Alma lifted their burden. He was heavy, but both women were strong. They carried him the short distance to the boatworks and set the remains on the table. Alma helped Mercy maneuver the stretcher out from underneath the body. "Are you sure about this?" Alma asked. "I can handle it." "I can't handle this," said a voice deep inside herself. "Well, I don't think I can, so we'll leave you to it." Alma reached across the table and brushed Mercy's arm before leaving her alone with the corpse of Hart Ralston. Mercy had told him that she didn't want to see him again, and he had honored her wishes. Now, as she braced herself to see his remains, she'd give anything to hear the ding of the front bell and walk into the lobby to find him standing at the counter. She could hear Alma and Pop speaking in low voices out front and Zeddy comforting Pen in the kitchenette with a combination of soft words and caresses and stale cream puffs. Yet the silence of the boatworks reached down her throat, threatening to fill her with a grief that would level her. She reached for the precious transistor Hart had given her, wound the crank, and flipped the switch to on. A trumpet blared into the boatworks, and she hurriedly spun down the volume dial until the music played softly. She didn't know the song, but it was an upbeat big band number, the sort of thing she usually loved to listen to as she worked. It made what she was about to do seem normal, mundane. She willed her hand steady. Then she unwrapped him. "I can't handle this," she thought again. But her hands kept working, muscle memory taking over as her mind shrank from what she saw before her on the table. His entire body was a catalogue of agony. Mercy swallowed a sob. "Get to work," she told herself. His clothing was unsalvageable, so she cut it away with scissors. She heard the rustle of paper in his vest pocket as she pulled the garment free of his stiffening arms, and she made a mental note to retrieve whatever it was once she had him cleaned and salted and wrapped. The shirt went, the dungarees, the underwear, and the one sock and boot he'd come in with. The other set left behind on a Tanrian field. She made a neat pile on the floor, remembering the careful way Hart had folded her overalls while she took a bath. She pushed the memory away as hard as she could. All that remained was the chain around his neck with his mother's birth key and his shiny, new Birdsall Son ID tag. But she couldn't bring herself to remove them yet. She cried while she bathed him. Not a deluge, but a slow, steady leak as she rinsed the blood and dirt from his cool, pale skin. He appeared more at peace now that he was clean, but also less like his living self. The wet keys glistened in the gaslight. Mercy touched the metal, fingering them the way she had when Hart was in her bed, her head resting in the crook of his shoulder, a concavity that seemed at once thin and cavernous in death. "My nuzzle nook," she thought without meaning to. Grief rammed into her so hard. She dropped the hose and cried out when the cold water doused her shoes and one of her pant legs. Still crying, she turned off the tap and gripped the table. Pop appeared in the doorway. He looked haggard, but if he knew what a wreck she was, he'd barrel his way in and insist on taking care of Hart himself. When what he needed more than anything was a good night's sleep. "Everything all right?" he asked. Mercy swiped at the tears staining her cheeks. "Fine. I dropped the hose. That's all." He walked across the room and stood opposite her, with Hart's corpse between them. But his focus was entirely on his daughter. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine. Anything I can do." "You can go home and meet your granddaughter and rest." "I will. But I want to go over a few things with you and Chief McGuire when she gets back." "Where did she go?" "To let her wife know. I guess they were close." "Her name's Diane," Mercy told her father, remembering the warmth in Hart's voice when he had talked about her. Leonard whined in the lobby. "Probably needs to go out," Mercy said, the weight of exhaustion settling into her soul. It was bizarre to think of doing something as normal as letting her dog out to pee when Hart was dead and gone. He needed her to take care of him, but she had to take care of the living first, and it rankled her. "I'll do it," said Pop, but Leonard's whines grew so sharp and pronounced that she followed him to the lobby anyway. The dog was pacing back and forth, skittish. Mercy tried to pet him, but he ducked away from her hand and barked. Though there was nothing to bark at, she opened the door and tried to coax him outside. But he wouldn't go. He liked Marshal Ralston, didn't he? Pop said quietly. Mercy knew what he was getting at. A hard knot formed in her throat. She nodded. Leonard, come, she called, moving toward the boatworks and the body of a man whose life had departed. Her dog followed her, sniffing the air as they got closer. She had Leonard sit beside the prep table, and she crouched down to be with him. He's gone, she told him, stroking his ears. I'm sorry. Leonard put his front paws on the table and sniffed the body, knocking Hart's hand loose so that it dangled off the table's surface. His nubbin tail wagged, then stopped. He whimpered piteously, a sound that echoed the keening ache inside Mercy. She wanted to bury her face in Leonard's brindle coat and feel his warmth against her cheek and hear his heart beating beneath his rib cage. But he yelped and bolted out of the room, leaving her alone with her sorrow. Mercy took Hart's dangling hand, intending to put it on the table at his side. Instead, she intertwined her warm fingers with his cold, lifeless ones. She wished that she could sob, to get it out of the way so that she could do all the things that needed doing. But as she clutched Hart's frigid hand and made herself look at his battered face, the tears refused to come. There was a knock at the front door, and Mercy bowed her head in frustration. You've got to be kidding me. Hop, can you get that? In answer, her father's cigar smoke wafted in from the dock. He probably couldn't hear her or the knock. Said he. There was no answer. He was probably camped out in her apartment with Pen. Or maybe they had gone home, and that left her to answer the door. She kissed Hart's pommel though she didn't have a right to do so, she thought with a guilt-laden pang, and set his hand down at his side. The sounds of an argument on the other side of the door greeted her as she stepped into the lobby. What fresh nightmare is this? She asked Leonard, who gave her a sad wheeze from the chair that he wasn't supposed to be on. Apparently recovered from whatever had bothered him earlier, she opened the door to find Horatio chewing out a nimcolum she had never seen before. A hard-bitten rabbit with a gold loop through one ear. You are infringing on my territory. The good people of eternity do not need ruffians soiling their streets. Well, fuck you very much. Horatio flapped a dismissive wing at the rabbit and addressed Mercy. My apologies, Miss Birdsall. I shall deal with this cur forthwith. The other nimcolum marched past Mercy, lobbing his argument over his shoulder as he strode straight for the boatworks. Federated Postal Code 27C clearly states. Excuse me, cried Mercy, rushing after him alongside Horatio, that in cases of decease, any undelivered mail is retrieved by the nimcolum of record, which is me. When Horatio hooted in outrage, the strange nimcolum stopped and added, Suck on that, poking the owl in his puffed breast feathers. Remove your phalanges from my person at once before I am forced to do you harm, please. I could wipe the floor with your tail feathers and still have time for a drink at the pub. The rabbit answered as he stepped into the boatworks. Privately, Mercy agreed with that assessment, which was why she was not prepared when Horatio walloped the rabbit from behind and wrestled him to the floor. She scurried out of the way, pressing herself against the wall in shock and disgust as the nimcolum fought each other next to Hart's body. They rolled into the soiled clothing, wreaking havoc on Mercy's neat pile, both of them reaching for the vest and tearing it in half in the process with a violent rip. It was Horatio who came up victorious, waving a letter about in triumph as he declared, Aha, to the victor go the spoils, but his triumph evaporated when he read the address, and he gazed at Mercy with mournful eyes. Oh, my dear, I am so sorry. Bewildered, Mercy looked to the other nimcolum, but his attention was now on Hart. No, not him. The rabbit stood on tiptoe to better see the body on the table. No, you fucking asshole. He tugged a red handkerchief from his pocket and sobbed into it. You can deliver it, if you like, Horatio told him, holding out the letter, his feathers ruffled, his cravat a mess. The other nimcolum blew hard into his hanky and shook his head. You do it. You knew Hart? Mercy asked. Let me see you. The rabbit approached her and studied her long and hard. You know what? I bet you were probably worth it. He took the letter from Horatio and delivered it to Mercy. Mail for you, friend. Mercy took the envelope from his paw. One corner was stained brown with Hart's blood, but the address was clearly legible. To Mercy Birdsall, C.O. Birdsall Son Undertakers, 26 Main Street, Eternity, Bushon. After all this time, Her friend had finally written back to her. "Well, I could do with a drink," said Horatio. "That makes two of us." "First one's on me," offered the other Nimkalim, and they let themselves out. Mercy glanced at Hart's stiffening body before prying open the envelope with numb fingers and reading his last letter to her. "Dear friend, my dearest, Mercy, my name is Hart Ralston. I could tell you that I'm tall and have blonde hair and gray eyes. I could tell you that my favorite color is yellow, because your favorite color is yellow. I could tell you that I'm a demigod and a Tanrian marshal and, as I informed you in my first letter, a dickhead. I could even try to tell you that I'm your friend, but how can I, in good conscience, claim that title if friend doesn't lie or hide the truth the way I did? This is my roundabout way of saying I'm sorry. Not I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, full stop. I was afraid you wouldn't feel for me what I have come to feel for why I have felt for you since the day I walked into Birdsall Son and found a woman there who is color and light and joy in a world that had come to seem colorless and dismal and lousy to me. But that's not an excuse. There's no excuse for keeping the truth from you. I'm weak. That's all I can say for myself. I am not a good man, as you well know. But at least I can tell you with absolute certainty that I am a better man for having known you. My letters to you have allowed me to be my best self the only way I know how, since I can't seem to make the right words come out of my mouth when I need them. And being with you's real yowgods. What can I say? What words could do justice to the precious time you gave me? You've made me want to live my life, rather than spend my time worried about my mortality or lack thereof. Maybe that's a mixed blessing, but it's more a blessing than a curse. So thank you, Mercy, for inspiring me to be better than I am. You have always been merciful, whatever my stupid, foolish mouth has said to the contrary. You once told me that I had a rapier for a heart and a depressing novel lodged in my appendix. But the truth is that, if anyone bothered to scratch my brittle, craggy surface, they would find that my heart and soul belong entirely and completely to Mercy Birdsall, the best human being whose surface I have ever had the privilege of scratching. If I were brave, I'd send this letter to you. If I were braver, I'd destroy it. But I'm not brave and never was. Not like you. So I'll keep it tucked beside my heart, unsent and unread, until the day I die, if I die. And who knows, maybe then it will make its way to you somehow. My words too late as always and never worthy of you to begin with. I hope one day you'll give your heart to someone good and decent and that you will cherish his heart in return. But it's a rare man who deserves you. So I'll leave you with this. I wish you a happy life, surrounded by the people you love and who love you in return. Your friend, sincerely, Love, Hart. Mercy's eyes drifted from the page in her hand, past the body on the table, all the way to a point frozen in time, when she sat, miserable and alone, at a table in the little Wren Cafe, believing her friend had stood her up. Except he hadn't stood her up. He had been there all along, right in front of her, and she had failed to see him for who he was. He had sat across the table from her, sipping his tea, his gray eyes cool, and shuddered as he spoke, a challenge in his voice. Maybe there are things about me that would surprise you, merciless, if you bothered to scratch the surface. One moment, she was standing against the boatworks wall, the next, she was bent over Hart's body, clutching the letter and clinging to an arm that could no longer hold her in return. She sobbed into the perfect curve where his shoulder met his neck, the spot that was supposed to belong to her for a long, long time. I'm still waiting for you to do something stupid, he whispered in her mind. I was stupid all along. She wept, but he couldn't hear her now, not where he was. Chapter 39. Hart stole a cookie from the cooling rack on the counter when his mom wasn't watching. He had almost reached the back door when she asked, "Where are you going?" His hand was on the knob. He didn't face her, because he didn't want her to see the cookie in his guilty hand, the still warm chocolate chips melting all over his fingers. "Down by the creek," he said. "Okay, put on your jacket." "I'm fine. It's not cold." "Jacket." He rolled his eyes as he yanked his jacket off the coat hook, then sailed through the door and down the steps. "Hartley James." "Put on your jacket," Mom shouted at him from the kitchen window, but there was laughter in her voice. "I will. It doesn't do you any good if you're not wearing it." "Okay, bye." "Mom, love you," he hollered over his shoulder, the jacket flapping in the wind as he ran, trailing from his hand like a kite. "Love you, too." The sun shone bright in a cloudless sky. and the air was the perfect temperature. Cool but not too cool. He ran past the chickens and the vegetable plot and waved at Grandpa, who was checking the rain gauge in the barley field. By the time Hart reached the creek, Gracie was at his heels. Yipping! He found a stick and hurled it as far as he could and watched as she raced after it. Lithe and swift as a deer, she brought it back to him and set it at his feet, her tongue lolling out of her mouth. The game of fetch went on for what felt like hours. Gracie was tireless, and Hart had nowhere he needed to be and nothing he needed to do. But as the sun arced high and began to drop toward the western horizon, he decided it was time to head home. He walked past the cattle, which lowed in protest as Gracie tried to herd them, but the dog came running when Hart gave a sharp whistle through his teeth. She followed him in through the screen door and sniffed Diane's orange tabby, who arched his back and skittered away. Hart helped himself to a soda. They always seemed to have an unending supply in the icebox. Alma Diane. He stepped into the parlor, where dust motes floated in the shaft of afternoon sunlight pouring in through the open window. He took a sip of soda and liked the way the bubbles fizzed over his tongue. Bill had always insisted that soda would rot his teeth, but Hart couldn't help himself when he was at Alma and Diane's house. Bill! There was something about Bill that was supposed to make him sad, but he couldn't remember what it was. He crossed the room and opened the front door and stepped into the lobby of Birdsall Son Undertakers, with a sensation akin to smacking into a wall. I'm not supposed to be here, he thought with an accompanying dismay. Duckers. Let's move it. He spoke into the empty air. But no. Duckers wasn't with him this time. Was he? Gracie, he called, because he couldn't very well leave his dog behind. But then he remembered that Gracie wasn't supposed to be here either. This place belonged to a different dog. He wasn't sure of the name until it sneaked up on him and tripped off his tongue. Leonard. There was movement to his right. He turned his head and saw the boxer end of the things lift his head from the arm of a chair he should not have been occupying. The dog's nubbin wagged. He jumped off the chair and ambled toward his favorite marshal. Hart tried to pet him, but Leonard grew skittish, pacing the floor and whining in equal parts. Hey, what's the matter? Hart asked him. Leonard barked in distress and fled down the hallway. The sound of a chair scooting away from a desk came from the office, followed by footfalls heading toward the door. A man came into the lobby, flipping through pages stuck to the clipboard in his hand. He startled when he noticed Hart. Then he studied the pages of his clipboard again. Well, shit. I guess that's today. Hart stood frozen to the spot, stunned, unsure what he should be feeling. Bill. What? No. The man glanced down at his body. Oh, right. That makes sense. He surveyed his surroundings. Yeah. This all makes sense. He looked at Hart again and gave him a fond smile. Bill, Hart said again. Except this time, it wasn't a question. No. Sorry. You might not see Bill this go round. He's holding on to a lot of guilt when it comes to you. Worried that you're not going to forgive him, when obviously, you forgave him long ago. If you ever blamed him to begin with, give him time. He'll come around. Hart gaped at the man. He didn't know what to say, because this was definitely Bill. Right down to the scar in his right eyebrow and the missing tips of the last two fingers of his left hand. The man chucked the clipboard onto the counter. He came closer, stopping a few feet in front of Hart. I'm your dad. Hart continued to stare at the man before him, who, as far as he was concerned, was his mentor and the only real father had ever had. At last he spoke, his tone even when his feelings were not. There's no way Bill could have fathered me. I don't have a dad. I look like Bill in your mind, but I'm not. I'm the warden, you know. The guy who ushers souls into the house of the unknown God. They need help sometimes. The lost and lonely ones. Hence, me. Hart felt like the floorboards were tilting beneath his boots. By guy. You mean God? Yep. Right. It was the only response he could muster. His mind was a blank. Wow. Hartley James. I've waited 36 years for this day. Any chance I could get a hug? The man who was not Bill and who claimed to be one of the gods of death who, to Hart's knowledge, had never fathered a child in all of recorded history took a step toward him. He took an answering step back. He wanted nothing to do with the warden, the father who was never there, the thing wearing Bill's skin as if he had any right to it. The warden stopped and held up his hands. Bill's hands. Okay. No worries. I get it. I know you have some complicated feelings when it comes to me. Maybe it would be best if you called me Jeff. Hart's jaw tightened. A familiar rage bled into his current state of confusion. What is going on here? Jeff, he said the name like a curse. You came home. I don't have a home. Sure you do. Several. Trust me. It's my job to know these things. Hart exhaled in frustration as he glanced around the lobby. He knew this place. And he knew that he wasn't welcome here. Although he was having trouble remembering why. It definitely was not his home. The warden leaned his elbow on the counter and clasped his fingers. The pleasant expression of his face turned commiserative. We should talk. That ship sailed when you ditched my mom. Warden dismissed Hart's resentment with a wave. Well, I'm your dad. So too bad. We're talking. Hart found himself sitting in a maple tree, on a limb that jutted out from the trunk in a nearly perpendicular line, matching the horizon. He knew this spot. It was his favorite climbing tree. The one that overlooked the west orchard. His feet dangled, and he kicked them through the air. First one, then the other. Back and forth. The air smelled loamy, the scent of a plowed field before Grandpa seeded it. He didn't realize that the warden was sitting next to him until the god spoke. I always thought that if I could have been a real dad, a normal dad thighs is where we'd go when you had something you needed to say. Hart regarded the warden, who still looked every inch like Bill. Then he turned his attention to the hazy pink and orange sky. This is where I went when I wished I had a dad to talk to. I know. Bitterness filled Hart's mouth, spilling acidity off his tongue. What are you doing here? Existing. What are you doing here? Hart wanted to answer, but words eluded him. He took in the orchard and the familiar horizon beyond. He knew his house was behind him to his left. Past the walnut grove. He was home, but it wasn't his home anymore. Was it Aunt Patty had sold this land years ago? What are you doing here? The question echoed in his head, and an answer slowly surfaced in his mind. There had been a field and a house. His house. And pain. So much pain. He had opened the door and had gone home. They'd all gone home. All the lost souls. His own included. The god was closer now. Hart stiffened when the warden's hand landed on his shoulder. But he didn't pull away. I asked you a question. Hart, what are you doing here? Dying, I guess. He answered, feeling empty and alone. Mortals usually do. So I am mortal. Yep. That was when he remembered Mercy. And the hurt that came with the memory made him wish he could forget her all over again. Except he didn't want to forget her. As soon as she returned to his mind, he latched on and refused to let go. It'd be like reading a book that doesn't end. She told him in his mind. No matter how good the story is, you want it to be over at some point. But she was wrong. Now that the grim, depressing novel that was his life had come to an end, he wanted to make the story keep going. His mouth formed a hard line across his face before he spoke to the warden again. Nice of you to show up just in time for the end. The end. The warden shook his head. I will never understand why mortals treat dying like it's the stroke of an axe rather than the slow steaming away of water in a pot. If you're going to talk like a fucking poem, you can keep your mouth shut. You know, like you've been doing for the past 36 years of my life. 36 years is nothing. Sure feels that way. Are you saying your life was nothing? Because if that's the case, what a waste of 36 years. Sorry to disappoint you. Hart almost called him father. But it seemed like the kind of tetchy work of irony a child would have wrought. And he was a grown man. Are you going to ask me why I left? No. Too bad. Because I'm going to tell you anyway. Fuck this. Hart intended to hop down off the branch. But suddenly, he froze. And not of his own volition. He could neither move nor speak. All he could do was sit and listen. As I was saying, the warden continued. And when he looked on Hart this time, his eyes did not belong to Bill. They were lit with a cold gray light. Great voids as vast as an overcast sky. Immortal ice infinite and immutable. I open the door for the souls who lose their keys or don't have keys to begin with. Always have. Always will. Except once. Once. I wasn't there. And it caused a few problems. 472 of them, to be exact. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Everyone crosses the threshold. Right, so I've always found it bizarre that mortals are unpleasantly shocked when they find themselves either dead or on their way home. I mean, death is everywhere. Everywhere. Flowers die. And mortals have to replant them in the spring. Leaves fall from the trees year after year and rot. Birds drop dead out of the sky. Their babies fall from the nest before they ever spread their wings. A beloved dog breathes one last breath and rips a hole in a man's heart, as if it were a surprise rather than an inevitability. How the fuck do humans manage to look away? And why do they want to look away to begin with, especially when it comes to lost souls? Almost every time I open the door for one of them, they resist. They don't want to come in. When you'd think that out of all the souls of the world, these are the people who would be most grateful to come home. It made me wonder, what's so great about living that you wouldn't want to die? So I dressed myself up in flesh and blood and tried it out for a while. And the first thing I discovered was that living hurts. There are so many aches and pains. I stubbed my toe. Do you have any idea how much it hurts when you stub your toe? He looked at Hart, his eyes less eerie now. But Hart couldn't speak, couldn't move. I kept getting hungry. I caught the flu and lay shivering in a hotel bed for 3 days. But there was something else that hurt more than a stubbed toe or hunger or sickness. I couldn't put my finger on what it was, but it followed me wherever I went. And even that paled in comparison to the suffering I saw around me, people begging for food or money in the streets. People who were so ill they could barely move. People whose dreams had been crushed by time and fate and all the horrible things the old gods had unleashed into the world. I thought, if living is this miserable, why wouldn't people want to leave it behind? So I was about to give up and go home when I met your mom at Lennox Comics and Games in Pettysville, Arvonia. Ever been there? Of course Hart had been there. His mother had taken him every time they went into town. And though they hadn't had much money, she'd bought him all the Gracie Goodfist comics he could carry in his small hands. Not that he could tell the warden any of this, he was still frozen in place. She was arguing with the owner about the god of war and the god of old hell. Of course, back in the day, it was just hell. But we new gods got rid of it. So, anyway, they were talking about the old gods comic series. And they were weighing the merits of each character. Which one was superior? That kind of thing. It was a friendly argument. Obviously, I knew more about the subject than either of them. So I weighed in, saying that the trickster is the most powerful villain. The one who caused more problems for humanity than any other god. I think she thought I was joking, because she laughed. I wasn't joking, but she had a gap between her front teeth, which some people think of as a fault. But to me, it made her lovely, perfectly imperfect. Suddenly, all I wanted to do was make this woman laugh as often and as much as I could. It wasn't love at first sight. Exactly, more like a knowing. I understood then and there that I was going to fall in love with her if I stuck around. So I stuck around. And that pain I felt, the one I couldn't figure out, went away. Poof. Just like that. Hart could see his own hand writing the words on the page. Maybe there's a strange comfort in knowing that at least one person feels something for me. Of course, that hadn't been the end of the sentence. Even if that feeling could best be described as hate, his memory finished for him, and he remembered with a fresh stab of loneliness that Mercy hated him again. We had 5 months together. The warden continued. 5 months. 5 months is nothing, even by mortal standards. It's longer than the time I got with Mercy. You fucking asshole. Hart frothed on the inside. You're wondering what happened. Why I left if I was so happy. I don't care. The words were there on the tip of his useless tongue, but then he realized it was a lie. He did want to know. He had always wanted to know. Yes, he said, surprised to find that he could speak and move again. The warden's eyes seemed almost human now. Black pupils rimmed in pale gray. Hart's own eyes, staring back at him. I left Grandfather Bones in charge of opening the door in my absence. Probably not the best choice. But it's not like there are a lot of gods of death to choose from. And the unknown god is, well, unknown. And the salt sea deals with a lot of traffic, if you know what I mean. Anyway, bless his heart, Bones is deaf as a post, and he didn't hear the shuffling footsteps of the souls who needed help. By the time he figured it out, there were 472 souls locked out of the house, and a lot of very pissed off gods. Grandmother Wisdom hauled me to the door by my human ear. That hurts worse than a stubbed toe. By the way, I didn't even get to say goodbye to your mother. And I didn't get to meet you either. Until now. The god's single tear rolled down Bill's rugged face. He swiped at it and murmured, I forgot about tears. Stupid salt sea. Did you want to meet me? Hart asked, his voice high and light, a child's voice with all its unhidden fear and desolation. "Fuck yes. I wanted to meet you." The warden no longer resembled Bill at all. He was tall and lean, his face angular, his eyes an innocuous shade of blue-gray. And Hart knew this was what his mother had seen when she met a man named Jeff and fell in love with him. This was his father. And for the first time in his life, the notion didn't tear his heart in two. "And you loved my mom." Hart sounded even younger now. The god's thin mouth curled up on one side. "Sure did. Sure do. She's home now. She came home to me. I saw her. I know. I really miss her. I know that, too." Hart stared at his father, drinking him in, his heart breaking and stitching itself back together over and over. The sun disappeared over the horizon, and the stars blinked on, one by one. The warden gazed on the world as if he could see all of it, well beyond what Hart could take in. When the god turned to his son again, his head moved in the opposite direction, so that it was his second face he showed Hart, with eyes as pale and colorlessly gray as the morning sky on a cloudy day. "Anyway, all those souls wound up trapped in Tanria. Which makes sense. They couldn't hang around in the mortal world, but thanks to me and Grandfather Bones, they couldn't enter the house of the unknown god when they were supposed to, so they got stuck in the one place in the world that's in between life and death. Thing is, a soul without a body gets very confused in the mortal plane. After a while, that soul thinks it's supposed to be alive and searches for a body to inhabit so that it can keep on existing in its own terrible way. At the time, there weren't any humans in Tanria, so it wasn't a huge issue. But when people started coming in, things got ugly real fast. We tried to round up the lost souls, but by that point, it was like herding feral kittens, and there wasn't anything I could do about it but open the door to the souls who died too soon because I left my post 36 years ago and created the things I believe you call dredges. I don't understand. Why couldn't you open the door and let the lost souls in, too? They wouldn't come, but they came when I opened the door. Technically, you opened your door to your home. Tanria was always where you were going to die the first time. That's why it was there. And phew, the dredges didn't like that. You're like a bridge. You know, half human, half god. When you opened the door from the outside, you fixed what your dad fucked up." The warden reached out, and when Hart didn't shrink from him, he put his hand on his son's messy blonde head, the reassuring heft of it like a benediction. "I'm so confused," Hart admitted. "Mortals usually are. So the dredges have all gone home. There are no more lost souls in Tanria." "That's right. And immortal I died." "Yep." His skinny shoulders caved in, but he tried to be brave. "Okay." The warden jostled him affectionately. "See, you're sad to leave, like everyone else. So it wasn't a waste of 36 years after all." Hart pulled away as a pressing question bubbled up from the depths of his muddled thoughts. "What did you mean about me dying the first time? You get 2 deaths to die, little demigod. One from me and one from your mother. Doesn't that mean I have 2 lives to live?" "Same difference." His father hopped off the limb and held out his arms. Hart jumped down and giggled when his father caught him and tickled him. They walked hand in hand to the house with the music of cicadas wheezing a late summer song around them. They were nearly home when his dad stopped, knelt beside him, and pointed to someone in the distance. "See, there he came to say goodbye to you after all." Standing in a moonlit field was a man holding a lamp in the darkness. It was hard to make out the features of his face from so far away, but he held up a hand with the tips of 2 fingers missing, a gesture that was both blessing and absolution. Hart held up his own hand in reply, and a heavy weight seemed to roll off him. He felt lighter than a cottonwood tuft floating lazily to the ground. His father stood and nudged him toward the house. "Come on, off to bed with you." Grandpa sat on the back steps, smoking a pipe, the sweet aroma filling Hart's nose with the scent of home and comfort. "Good night, Grandpa." Grandpa tucked his pipe into his overalls pocket and patted Hart on the head. "Good night, Peanut." Peanut. Hart had forgotten that his grandfather called him that. He grinned at the old man as his father picked him up and carried him inside. When they stepped through the door, Mom was in the kitchen, scrubbing a pot at the sink. She dried her hands on a dish towel when she saw him, and smiled, the gap in her front teeth on full display. "Going to bed?" Hart nodded, his